Oh, good God. I can tell you all, mango and kiwi, is not what you'd expect it to be. Oh, that tastes like ass. Good God. Hello. Happy Moan Day to everyone, because today is the day you get to moan about how imber Ottomans are. Just kidding. We're not going to have an Ottoman series to start with. We're going to have this. We're going to be doing Doomu vs. Cat over the day. Of course, we're going to be doing our recap. Final week of recapping, right? Because next weekend, it's going to be every game covered by EGC. So we've got to get it in while we can. We are going to be aiming to basically cover almost every series played. So let me do the count quickly. So we will probably end up doing over 80% of the series that didn't get cast. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, wait. What remix did I put on now? Oh, that's the Sonic one. Yeah, I added a few more songs to our rotation. I don't know. Like, I was like, screw it. What's the easiest way to probably not get copyright? I was like, let's mix in some lo-fi, some game remixes. Usually anything that has a remix on it, you got to think, that person's probably not getting copyright, so we should not get copyright either. Sadly, my favorite remix of Street Fighter is not on here, so I'm going to have to find a replacement. There's one by Antoine Levant, I think it was, that is absolutely badass. Oh, I just realized. Can you guys not you guys can't hear music in the screen, can you? Oh, that's interesting. I forgot. I hadn't added that to... Let me fix that. Boom. I like how in the past when I've left it on spot, like when I've said, I'm going to go do something quickly, I'm going to leave some music on and check out the draft. No one was ever like, there's no music. That was the best part. All right. So, Kraken's been IDing some songs incorrectly. Can anyone ID this song? What this is from? It's a remix, of course, because I don't like the idea of getting sued by Sega. Okay, wait. I'm definitely in the break going to have to replace that energy drink with something. Dude, I think I just don't like kiwi. Is that weird? Because I've had like a few kiwi things before and I've just been underwhelmed every time. I don't get like some people's obsession with kiwi. Kind of cringe. I can't believe like they put mango in there. Mango's for the gods, but kiwi. Anyway, we have got a series to get into. So, looking at these drafts, quite interesting actually. Cat, he did get the Japanese up against the Delhi, but I literally think against like Doomu, that's not an advantage. Outside that, Malians was kind of interesting. I didn't see anything that made it that desirable in the draft. I know they've got Coastal Cliffs as one of their maps. That must be it then. Yeah, it's interesting as well because like the opening map, this is really funky. They're going to Rocky Canyon, and the weird part is that Cat having the Japanese, knowing that Doomu has the Delhi, doesn't try to play that matchup that has weirdly started to be counted, right? Like actually yesterday we saw Delhi beat Japanese twice, which is just crazy. Because that's meant to be one of Delhi's like literal hardest counters. Is Japan right now was like a 70% win rate on the ladders. So it's interesting that Cat didn't go towards that just naturally instinctively. Maybe he just saw the games that were going kind of rough and he wanted to find a way around it. But either way, it means we're going to get a Iabid's Delhi opening game. You're really offended by all of the Leave jokes. When you've got a name like Leave, come on. At least you didn't die first. That's true. Dude, that's the flex. Like, you outlived a Conk player, right? That was the game. Was that the game where Gully Deckle got clapped first? I think so. Yes, that's right, because you almost sent ninjas into his base, which would have fed him and saved him. And then Faplop intercepted you and denied that. So we got the hilarious situation where it was actually poor little Gully going out first. Oh dear. All right, let's get ready for the games anyway. I think I've got everything set up right. That's taking a while. Okay, there we go. That was a bit weird. All right, let's get ready to go. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 recap. We are here to cover all of the series that EGC were unable to get to, because, of course, they are limited to about 5 a day. good thing I'm a DJ, because that means we've got 25 of our own to get through this week alone. We're going to kick off with Dumu versus Cat in the best of 3 in the group stage. This was interesting. Towards the tail end, a series that Dumu most definitely needed to stand a chance of even being in contention to make playoffs. Cat, a kind of unpredictable opponent. I think he's not one of the most favored people, but he does have some kind of sporadic and crazy builds. And this is a crazy draft, man. He managed to draft the Japanese after Dumu got his hands on the Delhi. But the wild part is that for some reason, Cat didn't anticipate that it was going to be an opening Delhi pick, or he thought it was going to be safe for Dry Arabia later in the map pool. Either way, it means we haven't got the Japanese Delhi matchup, which honestly might serve Cat a little bit better. I actually think that so far, Dumu has been annihilating people that pick Japanese against his Delhi. He's been actually the most impressive player on this Civ so far for that counter matchup. And it is a counter matchup. For those who don't know, like the Japanese Delhi matchup is like 70% win rate for the Japanese. It's absolutely bonkers. So, now that we've got Ibids instead, I'm kind of curious as to how much better this is going to be, because this matchup, like, I feel like there is a way that the Ibids can just get away with that Castle Age timing, right? Like, if you look at the win rate right now at the highest level, Ibids versus the Delhi, Ibids are sitting actually at 39.2% win rate. I think there was something theory crafted about the idea of just actually raw reaching that Castle Age timing after a little bit of feudal aggression. We actually have seen games where the Ibids can win. I think most notably Marine Lord had a really sick game, a really sick series against, I'm trying to think who it was. Was it Kiljadi maybe? No, I think it was the Louis game, wasn't it? It was the Louis Ibids versus Delhi game, where he basically went for Growth Wing opening into active Desert Raider spam. Well, I say spam. He built 2 or 3, which ruined the timing with the Ghazi openings. So I'm wondering if Cat's got something similar in mind. I really like Marine Lord's approach. I think it's the correct one. And we're already off to the correct start here. Cat does go in with the Growth Wing. And it looks like Cat actually has split up correctly here. So 2 villagers on each of these berries is the most optimal way to do this. So it's very easy to not just overstack and then look back a second later and completely evaporate the berry bush, right? So it's quite nice. And hello, Mr. State. The Gavai Starter guy, yeah? Yeah, that guy, he has some interesting builds. Jawohl. I'll have to check him out. Thank you, Mr. Stay. I'll definitely have to give it a check-in. I think like you had a few games against Krakody a few days ago, but I can't remember. There was a reason why I couldn't check it out. I think we were too late to it, so I couldn't check his account. I can't remember if yours was private at the time. But I'm glad, one and all, to see that Mr. State is back on the grind. I don't know. Maybe hopeful that a certain Wallalow tournament is going to appear, and he's got to get prepped for it. Wink, wink. But opening-wise, TOV coming out on one side. Growth on the other. Tower Victory just tells you there's going to be a prolonged feudal, which is what I expect here. This is the better way to go for Dumu. I just don't think there's many games where you want to go Dome of Faith. You don't play this. Of course you don't, Stay. Of course. My mistake. Future State, ladies and gentlemen. Current absolute StarCraft Chad. Future Stormgate champion. Future Zero Space champion. Future Age of Empires 5 champion. There's some credence on his name. Anyway, Alpha's going up. Wait, is he actually just going to go raw fast castle? Okay, I don't like this build. I think you have to be present. You can't just rush up. It's very neglectful to just kind of think you can leave your opponent in the dirt and get to your win condition easy peasy. Because Dumu, by the time you're attacking up, right, like he's going to have his hands on the sacred sites. They're going to finally be locked in. And the Ghazi count's going to be at 10 plus. Which is very difficult for Ghoulems or the Lancers on the opening. You can argue the Camelonis is quite nice, but then you add in the fact that like Spearmen are very easily added to this composition. You know, the issue you're going to have is with the Ghazi numbers, what happens, they tend to kind of bulk before the Lancer numbers do. And that means that you can't deal with Spearmen, because if you go into Archers, you don't actually have a good front line to counter the Ghazi Raiders, right? Like, it's very difficult. Ghazi are just so strong in general as well. The extra damage, the extra health allows them to tank a lot longer, even when you're up against a Castle Age variant of Archers. The other issue with this build that I don't like, by going for this type of build, you don't get the Golden Age level 2, you only get the Golden Age level 1. That's a really big difference, because saving 20 seconds on those tech up timings is critical against a Civ that is looking to all-in you in Feudal Age, right? It gives so much extra runway for the Delhi to try and run you through. It's why actually a lot of players have been going for that prolonged feudal just to get a few extra buildings in so they get bumped up to that level 2. Do Ghazi counter Camel Lancers? No, not really, not fully on their own. It's more to do with the 2-punch, right? So you go Ghazi into Spearmen because Ibids will go Camel Lancers into Archers. If the Ibids want to go Ghoulems, I like that a lot better. But you still need Camels to negate a lot of the Ghazi damage. Remember, Ghazi have higher base damage, which means that they get hit harder by that Camelonese. Of course, they offset the Camelonese entirely with the heavy damage right there. But like if you've got Ghoulems facing you instead of the Lancers, you feel a little bit better out the poke and prod, especially with Archers as an assist. I think the issue with this build genuinely is going to be one of bulk, right? Yeah, it's you know, it reminded me of when we talked about Kurultai the other day for the Mongols, where we were like, Kurultai is great, but you have to have an army, right? It's the kind of same thing where Ibid's fast castle is great, but you kind of have to have a front line here. So, Ghazi are going to ride in. Looks like we are going to get some buildings added in by Cat, but now this just feels rough. Like, if he came out with intent ahead, I'd really like this position, but instead he got forced to do this. He did not want to do it. In fact, what's kind of wilder is the fact that he's adding in Archers, even though he sees Ghazi here. Which is kind of wild. Like, I get that he doesn't want to go Desert Raiders. For those who don't know, Desert Raiders kind of have a little bit of a hard time up against Ghazi Raiders, because remember, the ranged tag is on Desert Raiders, which means although you're negating 2.4 damage, you're getting 12 more damage against you, right? And when you think about, like, the attack speed, you think about the cost, like, sure, from an attack speed perspective, with the damage, the Camels win one-on-one, but it's never going to be a one-on-one, is it, right? Especially when you consider the difference in cost. We're talking 140 versus 180. Ghazi, I'm going to ride in. Looks like a villager will be extracted. Interesting. This approach by Cat is slowing him down quite a bit, and the wild part is he actually went on the stone, and he's pretty heavy on the stone here, a lot more than he needs to be. Aristotle's is only 50 stone, so he's now holding on to an extra 70. I guess he's going for the Fortify, which kind of makes sense against Ghazi, right? Like, if your opponent spams Ghazi, he will be able to burn this down. But to a certain degree, kind of unnecessary when you're playing Ibid or Bassids. Like, at this stage in the game anyway, right? Like, you're up against the fire armor, so it's very difficult for you to torch down. This feels to me like Cat got forced off of his timing, and now he's scrambling a little. So let's look at this through Cat's lenses, like what he's thinking now. He's like, okay, he's all-in me. This is not like a Castle Age race. He didn't just prioritize the sacred sites. I got a 4-spawn gold. But like, if these were details like the 4-spawn gold, the 4-spawn berries, they were things you were worried about. They were things you were aware of much earlier. So the fact that he almost just seemingly thought he could get Castle Age here for free is quite surprising to me. I'm wondering how much Cat has played this particular matchup. And I'm wondering if he's been up like a scrimming with someone who maybe leans into more of a fast castle approach, maybe? Like the Delhi build where you go, for example, Dome of Faith into House of Learning. Because right now, this just looks kind of weird. Ghazi are going to have to just keep this idled up pretty efficiently. Behind this, we have now got Sacred Sites being locked in. Dude, I mean, Dumu has ticked the box of what he needs to, right? Like, Cat hasn't triggered the tech up yet. His opponent is now locking in all Sacred Sites, so he's going to have to start coming out. It's kind of wild. It's like, you know, I think what's just happened here to Cat is it's one of those classic indecisive moments where you either have to commit to your strategy or pull entirely away from it and readjust. Instead, it feels like Cat is doing this middle ground thing where he's like, oh, I don't really want to not go Castle Age, but oh, I kind of need to build units here. And it's feeding into the Delhi scheme, right? The Delhi are now locking in all Sacred Sites. They're getting a crap ton of gold. He could even start floating towards Castle Age himself if he wants to. And he's delayed Cats enough that he's going to be able to have a pretty powerful response if he goes that way. Ghazi, or at least going to start being sniped down. Steel Arrow did come through, but Undermesh was there to match, right? So not the most efficient trade, but numbers will favor you at least. One thing that does scare me is now, if the timings to go into Castle Age are somewhat comparative, you know, Dumu's going to have a very big edge there, right? Like, if this turns into, for example, Men Armor spam, all of a sudden you've got to deal with TOV. If this turns into, say, Camel Lancers, your opponent goes Lance, Spearman splits the difference there. Has a few Lancers to raid, has Spearman to defend, with the TOV effect pretty impactful in this matchup. And you know, the scary part is, like, you can say Sultan's Mamelukes is this nice little buff that Ibid's all you want, but the reality is, like, what's better? A 25% damage buff to each unit that kills something for several seconds, or a permanent 20% attack speed buff, right? It doesn't feel like a very fair competition when you mark it that way. I mean, it's going to be Advancement Wing, so Cat not even getting any big advantage out of this tech up, but the reason why you're seeing Cat do this is he's now clocked what's happened here. This is the O moment where he's like, oh, Dumu hasn't added more Ghazi. So he's not staying in Feudal Age. This is not an all-in. So I now need to catch up to Castle as quickly as possible. And for Dumu, he's got to be feeling pretty content with this because now this is where you just drop Raxas and you could add in Men-at-Arms, for example. Probably not straight away. You want to go for something a little bit more effective on the opening. But say 2-3 minutes into this tech up, that's when the House of Learning should be close to triggering the Hone Blades. And Hone Blades, Men-at-Arms with TOV, destroy what the Irobids pump, right? The archers will not do. Golems kind of look trivial against that. It's kind of wild, actually, with all those tech-up advantages. The much cheaper Men-at-Arms will destroy Golems. Man, this is a tough one right now for Cat. Opening comp looks like he's leaning into Lancer Archers, so very predictable, actually. Like, he's pretty much doing the standard, and on the other side, I like what Dumu's doing here, just adding in more Archers. It's not going to be the quickest unlock, but then again, like, you don't have to fight straight away. With the state of the map and how it is, you can actually race to relics at a similar pace to Cat. Actually, you can beat him to it. On top of that, Cat still has to address these sacred sites. I don't know, man. Like, the more I watch Dumu, the more impressed I am by his strategies around Delhi. I think there's maybe one or two players you could argue have cleaner executions of certain builds, but Dumu has shown more breadth in my eyes than any other player at the moment with the Delhi. Now, you could argue like the cleaner execution of those players means, above them means they don't have to show that same level of flexibility, but I still find it impressive that Dumu finds so many interesting creative builds in different matchups. And, well, Hone Blades has been queued up, several minutes away, but in the meantime, 3 relics and 3 sacred sites. A box is now ticked for Dumu as 3 are already on the way home. And the first Camel Lancers are not going to be able to intercept. This is such a powerful play by the Delhi. It's something you always look for. Like, admittedly, it would have been nice if you had additional Scholars pumped out, just moving for those relics, but this works fine. And this is now a big problem because what you've done is you've robbed the Irobids of their strongest point in the game. You match their timing. You've still got extra gold trickle already coming in via the sacred sites this entire time. And now they're not going to get their gold trickle. This game just got really hard for Cat. And this indecisiveness may have actually cost him the entire game at this stage. I mean, he's pumping Lancers into what we know is going to be a mixture of crossbows and Knights. And the interesting thing actually about those Knights coming out from the Delhi, once Hone Blades is in, you offset most of the damage reduct, right? Like, you're losing just shy of 5 damage from Camelanese. Hone Blades is refunding you 3. It's pretty damn good. And then, of course, these units are here to just buffer out and deny what the Camel Lancers do. And then it's the Men-at-Arms that can destroy everything else. Archer crossbows. Wow, Cat, that was a miss micro right there. 2 Camel Lancers go down for nothing. Ranged armor level 2 is at least on the way in. These Men-at-Arms are becoming a problem. Cat doesn't actually have a grand solution to this right now. Only 4 Lancers in total, and it looks like he sent a few off onto the flanks. Villager count. Actually one too many here from Dumu, so Cat will be able to at least strike 1 off. The rest should be fine. Meanwhile, in the center, anything but fine for Cat. These Camel Lancers are getting absolutely destroyed right now. I think Cat is in trouble. Food is not looking great, right? Like, he's got the berry patch to the backside. Outside that, it's the afford of his base, which he cannot access. And Dumu, now like a dog with a bone, is about to sink his teeth into it. Archer count down to 9. Only 4 Lancers here. And Dumu able to now just back up, content in the fact that he can secure this central sacred site. He's going to have 4 relics. It's not quite going to be 5 due to the safety of this one. But it does mean that right now, Dumu is economically very clearly ahead. Even playing Deer. I mean, this is the issue I now see is like Cat, if he can't win the next fight, he's going to be out of food. Last of the Sheep is being exhausted right now. That berry patch won't last forever, right? Like, it's a decent amount of food on the backside. Credit to you, right? It's going to be 3,200. But if you compare it to the double Deer stack, the berries, which Dumu has full access to, he's a lot more content with the state of the game right now. And if you can't start to push him off the center, that's when the berries come into the picture here. Right? There's actually quite a lot of food tightly compacted together in the center of Rocky Canyon. And, well, if you can't fight him directly, he's going to get all of it. Camel Lancer at least coming around the back, but Spearman already there with crossbows, so great read by Dimmu. And Cat, every single one of these Lancers now is so incredibly expensive to lose. Like, it doesn't feel like you can afford to lose anything at this stage, right? But instead, he is going to get cleared up here. Barely gets away with one of the Camel Lancers. Other flank is going to ride in again, but this time it's only 5 villages, right? He snuck that one before, so won't find any additional here. And now we're reaching the stage where if Cat can't find raid damage in the next 2 minutes, this game starts to get out of his hands, right? Like, we're talking about recap on the Sacred Sites. We're talking about the Relic Trickle. It's an insane amount of gold. And everything that he's buying comes together for a pretty effective death ball here, right? Like, you've got the Lancers to mirror the movement of the Camel Lancers, and there's barely any of those left. You've got Men-at-Arms. Crossbow counters at least going up for Cat, but between the Lancers and the Men-at-Arms, like, although you'd think crossbows would be fine here, the issue really is going to be in that Honed Blades. Like, the extra damage, the gap close potential is scary. And another thought in conjunction with that is like, okay, maybe they can't gap close because of the front line. What is Cat's front line here? It's Horsemen. Horsemen will drop like flies in the face of this damage. There's a significant issue right now for Cat. I'd argue maybe even Spearman would make more sense than Horseman, considering he's basically turtled in his base now. I actually do think Dimmu may be my favorite Delhi player right now. It's nice that he's found something else that I think, like, you know, he looks extra smooth on. For a while, it was Ottomans, right? But Ottomans is just always going to get banned now. So, you know, have to pivot, have to find someone else that is your sweet spot. And Delhi seems to be something that's making it through like 50% plus of the drafts, at least at the moment. So, pretty cool to actually see Dimmu being able to kick with someone like this. Unfortunately, unlikely, you know, you'd be able to see him play more in this tournament, but it's promising for the future. I think I've said this before, like Dimmu, you know, he was starting to hit a new high towards the end of last year. And I'm hoping we're going to start seeing some deep runs again. So I was thinking about this recently. Like, Dimmu, it's been quite a while since he's been able to lift the trophy in any of these tournaments, right? It's actually been a very long time since we've seen him in, like, grand finals. But, you know, with these type of Delhi performances, it ticks one very big box, right? Like, it's not going to be good enough on its own to get you to grand finals, but it's enough to get you very cozily through these group stages quite often. Dimmu. Now moving in for what looks like the kill and blow. 79 versus 31 military. I don't think we can be delusional about this. This is an undefendable fight for Cat. Torch damage starts to come in. Raid on the backside as well is at least going to be cleared up and pushed away. But right now, Cat, he's in the recovery arc. He's looking for multi-TC play, which he's simply not going to get. And now, Dimmu, he knows where the army is. He knows where the economy is. This should be the killing blow. Tough series as well for Cat, right? Like we were saying, draft-wise, him misreading. I mean, maybe he didn't misread. Maybe he just didn't want to do Japanese versus Delhi because he's seen how it's been working recently. But whatever it is, like the way that played out has left him pretty, I'd say, disarmed deeper in the draft. And, well, what do we say about that front line? You don't have one. You don't have any protection for Siege. That's going to be an immediate wipe of his one hope of recovering. And this should be a wipe of the entire army. So game one is going to be going to Dimmu. Puts him on match point very early, and we're talking about what? Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs afterwards. I think that Dimmu has really good options for both there. If I remember correctly, he has a Juji pick, which could work very well on Coastal Cliffs. Cat, he's got what? Japan is one of his picks. I remember that. We're going to find out in a sec. I think he has the Bastards as well, but game one is definitely going to be in the realm of Dimmu here as he takes an early lead. So let's hop back. There it was. So we've got Byzantines. Okay, so we're going Coastal Cliffs game 2. This is going to be Byzantines from Dimmu. Byzantines is like his go-to civ. I think every single game he's played on Coastal Cliffs has been a Byzantine game. Tough thing on the other side is Cat. He's going to have to go Malians, and I don't like that matchup, actually. I think like Byzantines is pretty cozy from what I've been seeing recently in a Malian matchup. I don't think there's any curveballs you can throw here, though. Japan doesn't feel that great. Can kind of function. Abbasis isn't anything special there either, unless you get a clear draft matchup that you win. And if you can get to the late game, I'd favor Abbasis, but the issue's getting there. And by the way, big shout out to Hyman Air. See you coming in, buddy. Appreciate the resub. Welcome back to the Swarm. So let me see. Let's get to game 2 and see which way Cat and Dimmu are going to go. Well, I know which way Dimmu's going to go, dude. Like, this guy always does Byzantines on this map. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. But for Cat, we have a look here. So we had Rocky Canyon. Coastal Cliffs is going to be Marlians versus Byzantines. Okay, so this matchup to me is really tough for the Marlians because Byzantines have this very kind of free approach to setting tempo. I think like Marlians are technically slightly favored by statistics, like if you look at pub games. But I think Coastal Cliffs is a little bit different. The golds tend to be more forward, so you can usually be more exposed. If Cat gets RNG on his side and gets a beautiful spawn, we could be looking at a third game. But we need to have a look at the map, and I just did, and I don't like it. Oh, dude, that is actually brutal. Forward spawning golds, exactly what you want if you're on the other side of this. So let's hop into it. Game number 2, Dimmu already on match point, whips out his Byzantines. You know, I mentioned his Delhi's been looking sick. I actually think Dimmu has impressed me most on this map with the Byzantines. This guy is just undeniable. We've seen him beat Magic. We've seen him beat Louis. He's just got a very clean approach to how he executes on this map in particular. And what's very interesting is, you know, this is a map that you'd think maybe the Byzantines would struggle on because stone isn't really accessible. Remember, Coastal Cliffs spawn stone further away from your TC. So Eco Boomy Civs tend to fall a little bit more flat. But of course, the Byzantines are a different breed, right? The way they kind of Eco Boom is more around the fact that they've got like this extra haul of olive oil from the Grand Winery that allows them to inflate early game pressure. Thank you very much, Camin. I had a good time casting with Crackety. I especially enjoyed our very long discussion about the worst superpowers and the equivalents in AoE 4. Oh, we didn't make a comparison to Campfire. Damn. We need an English game. That would have been perfect. Pit Mine, being set up already. Cat, what is his play going to be here? I think you're in a reactionary phase quite often when you play Marlians, right? Like, Marlians, their biggest advantage is in the fact that they can see what their opponent is doing and then adapt to it. This is a bit of a tough matchup. Byzantines might not even try to do that. They might just stay at home until they go Castle Age. Because I think like the win condition for Byzantines here is to get to Castle Age quite quickly with a little bit of harass damage done. Your goal is to kind of bait your opponent in, right? This should be Western Contract, by the way. Western Contract against Marlians is probably the best. You can technically go for the Silk Road if you want to aggro them, right? So you Jav on Jav. It's just the negative of that is you have to have a transition in mind because if you keep spamming Javs long term, you're spamming it against the Civ that can spam more, right? Like you're limited by your olive oil. They can just keep pumping food and gold into it nonstop. So like I typically feel like in this matchup, Western Contract's quite nice because once you get to the level 2, Langsnecht are pretty effective against most Marlian units, most Marlian comps, right? And they're very difficult to kite around. On the flip side, you know, the Lombos are pretty useful if you're turtling because Lombos, although they are technically countered by Marlian Javs, if you're sitting underneath your defenses, right, you have extra range. It's very difficult for them to commit, especially if you assist it with some Limitane. For anyone wondering, like, if that's true, KP, why do English always get stomped by Marlians? The difference there is that the English are spending all that resource, food and wood, on the Lombos. The Byzantines, as a byproduct of how their Civ function, are getting the Lombos essentially for free, right? And then they're putting all that food and wood into things like Limitane instead. Tech Up's on the way. Grand Winery versus good old Mansa Quarry. So nothing unorthodox here. And also, the way that Dimmu typically plays Byzantines, expect to see a lot of olive groves added in quite quickly. I think a lot of players have been leaning towards this style, but this is a perfect spawn for it as well, right? It's retracted behind the TC. He's left the perfect amount of room. We're going to be looking at probably like, you know, 10 to 12 olive groves by, say, about 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Now, the question is, I already see Faye here for this exact question. Does he want to open with some Limitane to torch down these houses? It would force the Marlians off their greed timing, right? Which is you want to go like double mill, spam into the Fulani. But it does come at a heavy cost, right? Like Limitane are not exactly what I call a cheap unit. What's interesting to me is this from Dimmu, though. Like, I haven't seen as many players doing this, where you... how to put this? The order, I think, has typically been you go for second assistant after tier 2, if I'm not mistaken, for most players. But I've noticed a few players recently switching that up into a level 2 system before they even tech up. But Dimmu seems to be firmly still in the other pool here, which makes sense considering he didn't bother to go into wood until now. I do love that we've got border settlements coming in. It's so cheap and yet so worth. Here's the thing about border settlements you need to realize, guys. If you get it at this stage, because it builds houses 500% quicker, by the time you're housed, you would have definitely refunded the cost of the tech. But on top of that, in the meantime, in the interim, you get this free extra vision at home, which makes you feel a little bit less blind. Dude, wait. Dude, that is actually genius. Wait, does that work? I think that does work, right? That is actually so smart. Okay, dude, that is actually sick from Dimmu. So, guys, what he's doing here is he's actually blocking the blueprint. I think, right? Like, because Cat would be building otherwise. Dude, that is so cool. I don't think I've ever noticed anyone do that before. I mean, someone probably has. We just haven't caught it on camera. That is so Giga Brain by Ben. Wow, so he delays the extra pit mine going up by like an extra 20, 25 seconds at least, right? And then on top of that, it's idled the villager all that time as well. So really well played by Dimmu to kind of screw Cat's timings a little. On the other side of this, he's just looking to gather up everything, right? He's now going to be adding in the units, so we should see the contract. It is going to be Javs. Okay, so this tells you everything you need to know about what Dimmu's plan is here. Dimmu's plan is not to go into Castle Age. It's not to play a long game. He doesn't want to play into the strength timing of the Malians. He sees an opportunity to strike now, and honestly, I can't blame him. The double forward spawn gold is quite problematic here for Cat. He's going to have to add in a lot of troops to defend with. So archery range has been dropped. Needs to start getting some jabs out. Oh, wait. What? There's no way. Dude. Did he think it's... No, because if he thinks longbows, you definitely go jabs. Why is Cat on archers? I mean, I know he sees that there's a Rax here. This is really bad. He's going to be immediately countered. Ironically, with the Civ, like, by the unit that he's meant to counter all range forms with. Oh, dude, that's brutal. Also, I love the sneakiness of Dimmu. He tries to just hide a blacksmith at the backside here. That's so crafty. I think Cat might have got a glimpse of that. He would have had to have been paying attention, but this is bad, guys. Jabs are on the way, and Cat, well, he might be able to get an outpost up quick enough here, but the problem I see right now is he just doesn't have the correct unit comp. Dude, he actually might not even get this up. This is going to be tight. It should go up, right? Spears, there's not enough of them here. There's 5 villagers. He even pulls an extra run over to guarantee it. So there's going to be a little bit of poke damage, but Limitane will just shield wall up and have to walk it off. Undermesh on the way, though. This is the problematic element, right? Like, this outpost, this is why I don't like outposts to defend against the Byzantines, rather, is if they rush Undermesh with Limitane, this outpost will do nothing. You'll just lose it to shield wall. And you can't target down the javelins that are going to be assisting either, right? Because compared to Lombos that would have no armor, these guys have 3, so they're incredibly tanky. It's just going to wait. You don't want to rush this, right? I don't expect a ram here, by the way. This is kind of the other crazy thing. Like, I talk about it a lot that Kara Siphon is just terrible. It's way too expensive for what it is. The other side of it on why Kara Siphon feels so bad is just spamming Limitane feels better, right? Like, if I'm going to build a Kara Siphon, think about it this way. If I build a Kara Siphon, that's 3 less Limitane I'm going to have, right, in raw eco count. That might not sound like a lot, but it's actually quite a bit, especially when you're trying to reach like critical mass against these quite squishy outposts in the early game. Especially when you consider the effective HP of those Limitane and the added flexibility they have compared to a Kara Siphon. Okay, I'm getting increasingly confused. Like, Cat has seen the javelins now. Why is he... Am I missing something here in this matchup? Because I feel like there's no way that the Byzantines should be able to outmass the Malians on javelins, right? Maybe at the start, but if you just wait. I guess it's because Cat's worried about the fact that the jabs would do no damage against Limitane, right? But, like, I'd argue Limitane versus Donzo's isn't too bad for you. Actually, it's quite good because your units actually have armor and they have the same health, right? And sure, your Javelin Throw is not going to do much damage, but that doesn't matter. The fact that you guys have the same amount of health, but you have more melee armor, means you are more efficient with each individual unit. So yeah, a little bit surprised there. I guess the negative is that you have to use a lot more wood for Donzo spam compared to the Byzantines. So like, for this Civ, it's awkward because their big edge is in food and gold, not in wood. So every time they have to add in wood, it's bad. But if that's the case, why is this guy added in 12 archers, which are wood heavy? Mainly so you can die. Dude, this is a very curious thought. And, well, you know it's bad when a Byzantine player is able to do this. We actually do have a Kara Siphon. Jav diving in. Trying to force the fight. Torch damage also being added in by the Limitane. Man, is it me or do Kara Siphons just look really underwhelming like this? I mean, he has Burn in a house nearby, right? Like, big golf clap. And in fairness, there is a burn damage coming on the Donzo, so it's working out quite nicely. I think Cat, way too zealous to defend this outpost. It cost him more than he gained. More villagers now being pulled, but that means they're also slowly going to get torched down. Good V's got the textiles, but it just doesn't matter. Outpost is down. Jav count is still looking healthy, and Cat looking like he's quickly going to find his way back to the lobby with no more games to play in this series, because this is looking bad. 10 Javs versus the 4. He's about to lose a pit mine. He has some gold access on the right side, but he's not gathering it. So realistically, the count of javelins he's going to be building isn't going to be that impressive. And let's not forget, like, he was behind originally in the blacksmith text. He has at least caught up now, but this is looking pretty rough. Cattle are being played into to eat, not for ranchers. So Cat is hard locked at this age. I'll be hard locked in population as well. House is going down. I mean, he's close to being pop locked. Dumu's kind of doing him a favor just by murdering him right now. And we're now going to see him shift right side, right? You want to deal with the houses. Take away the gold, take away the game. We said this when we got into this game, that this spawn looked really bad for Cat. And we're seeing it now. Dumu on his way towards Castle Age. This is about to become unplayable. If Cat can't clear up this army right now, this is over. Because what's going to come next is a very rapid pacing into the veterancy. Remember, this is system level 3, so you're going to increase your research speed by 90%. It means that you're going to get the veterancy in about, I think it's like 35 seconds, something like that. It's ridiculously quick. Last comes in. Waste time on the Kara Siphon, though, and that's exactly what you can't be doing here. But Cat, worried about being housed. I mean, we've already reached the panic mode of that, right? That's already happened here. Jav now trading out. It's a number advantage for Dumu. And it's about to remain that way. Houses are a problem. That means more wood going elsewhere but building an army. And still, even with this tech up happening, Dumu is maintaining a military lead. Jav count still against him. I just don't see a way now for Cat. Yeah, tough series. I think in a way he kind of got outdrafted, but also got outplayed, most definitely. Like, this is just such clean execution from Dumu. It's why I rate him as like the top player to play Byzantines right now on this map. I've not seen anyone else really impress me like this. Like, there's more orderly picks, right? We're seeing like English or the Dragon a lot, Somalians. But if I had to bank one player to pick Byzantines here, and whoop, Ben is the boy. So he's got to back away. Didn't quite have what he needed to get into the contract upgrade, but it's now queued. So 29 seconds away. On top of that, he has got double pump, right? The Golden Horn Tower goes up. Remember, when the Golden Horn Tower goes up, you don't have your veterancy yet, which means you can only spawn the Javelin Throwers. Some players even sometimes wait on the contract just so they can get an extra spam of the unit they want. Because remember, the negative of playing Silk Road is that you don't really have any use for Camel Riders. Camel Riders very rarely will have any sort of proficiency to them. It's all about getting more jabs. So that's kind of a negative compared to the Western contract, where Longbows and Lancenecks quite often still have a lot of value in many comps. And yeah, like, not just that cam in, it also shows just the new generation coming up, how lethal they are, right? Because you've got to remember Louis is going to be in those playoffs. So the fact that Dumu just missed out on it, even though he's playing games like this, admitting it's against Cat, who I think Cat has, you know, not been looking great in this tournament, it's still just so surgical, right? Frankie now arriving, Mustafadi being built in response, but I think you're kind of hard locked here, right? Like, you might even have to consider Farimba, but that's risky in itself because if you can't maintain gold access, the game is already over. Javs. Funnily enough, we're attacking Irax. That moment, we're like, you know, Dumu is so clean in the execution, starts attacking Builden by mistake. It's fine. He's in a very confident position. Pitmine's going to go down again, and oh my dear God, get me out. Why? Why even build it? I'm going to look away now. You know when you've just like, you've gotten so used to those restaurant burgers, like the really thick ones, like, you know, the really steaky ones, thick meat, it's all there. This is like going in McDonald's and ordering from the budget menu. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like my hamburgers. I'm one of those weird people, but I'm not going to lie to you and say that it's got a lot of protein in it. It's very thin, it's very slim. If I was to get in a meat war, my meat would lose, and Cat's meat is most definitely lost here. He has 2 ranches, one of them isn't even filled. This is one of the worst Fulanis I've ever seen. Oh, good God. I don't think it's going to get much better for him. Relics are being brought back by Dumi. That means more Mercs on the way. It's just going to be Limitane Javs. Like, funnily enough, the way that he began this game is the way he can end it. Torch damage much higher now. Remember, when you age up, you get additional torch damage. That's just by default. You don't even need the upgrades. So, really powerful play here just to pop block his opponent, especially considering that when you play Marlians this way, you're zerging, right? I'm sorry, I can't say that seriously. I can't say seriously that he's zerging when he has 21 military. You're meant to be zerging would be the more accurate way of describing this. Unfortunately, it's a little issue when you play the Marlins. If you don't have gold, you don't have a game, my friend. And right now, you have 75 gold a minute. Oof, and I believe we have indeed, yes, got Kite Shield, so Limitane can easily keep blocking out his Musafadi. Limitane easily deal with Musafadi, by the way. Musafadi, remember, long time ago, they got a nerf that shifted a lot of their damage into heavy to balance them out. Means that he actually lose out quite convincingly to Limitane now, for like cost efficiency perspective anyway. Yes, credit to Cat, he has not lost a single villager. Admittedly, that's because, you know, most of his villagers have just stayed away from harm. The pit mines are the villagers. Like, that's an interesting way of thinking about the Marlians, is the pit mines are their villagers, right? So in this game, he's lost 4 of those villagers, and the pit mines are worth like 2.5 villagers on average. So it's a lot. No. Okay. Well, that Fulani is now completely unoperational. Cat. I respect him making his last stand. Yeah, I'm glad it didn't make that long. You know when you go from like being remembered as a bold hero to just being like a begrudgingly belittled old man? That's where this was going. That fight was only ever going one way. So very dominant showing by Dumu up against Cat. Cat definitely has been struggling in the Elite Classic group stage. Needs to kind of, I think he needs to figure his flow out. Drafting looks like a bit of an issue, but I don't think that's the be-all, end-all. Big shout out to Faplop, the resub, by the way. I think he has some big issues in execution here. Cat, it's kind of wild. Like, this guy, he got into the main event because he was one of the most aggressive players in the qualifiers. But I don't feel like we've seen many opportunities for him to be that. This series especially was complete defensive operations, right? The Ibids game, the indecisiveness, and then the Marlians game where he just didn't want to come out and he didn't even want to try and field a unit comp that could defend. Just set him up for fail here. So, all right, let's have a look. Really interested what happened in B versus Elyona. We'll get to that. We've got loads of series. So I'm just looking at my list. I think what we do next. We won't do another cat series straight away. We could do... One sec. I'm getting spammed messages. One second. Okay, there we go. So... what we'll do... I like the idea of the Anatan versus Killjardy. Yeah. Let's check out an Anatan versus Killjardy. Let me get that data up. Hello, Mikey. How's it going, buddy? So Anno versus Killjardy should be a very close series, actually. I think that those players are more closely matched than people give it credit. So, let me go ahead and update those details. One sec, need to turn my heating off as well. Basically having an argument with someone who's meant to be looking after my daughter tomorrow now to figure out what's happening there. Antan played so well this tournament. Yeah, I think like the B series is a little bit surprising to me. But that's the wildness of those two. Like they're very unpredictable when they fight. And yes, thank you, Hussein. I just realized that the YouTube title is incorrect. So we're not on the every 5 minutes someone dies. We're on the Elite Classic 2. Was it a $25,000 tournament? Yeah. But yeah, Anatan, dude, missing out that tightly, that was just a wild series for it to come down to. It's crazy as well. We have to remember, like, he started off his group stage by beating Wham, who Wham basically had been dominating since then, right? I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was the only series Wham dropped. And then across all the remaining 8 series, he only dropped a total of, I think, like 4 games. So pretty wild performance by him. So let me see. I need to go to Killjardy's data. And then I need to find wherever the hell it is in this stuff. So we got Killjardy versus Anatan. Alright, perfect. So game 1 is going to be Lipany. Let's look at these drafts quickly before we get into this. I'm trying to figure out, like, feel out who won here. Based on the drafts, let's look at the maps quickly as well. Lipany, Frisian Marshes, Dry Arabia is their map draft. I think Anno, he got a very unorthodox draft to a certain extent. Killjardy's is maybe a little bit more orderly. If you look at this from more of a kind of traditional expectations perspective, you'd probably say Killjardy slightly won the draft, but I don't think anyone dominated it here. So, like, with Lipany, you've got Ayabids, you've got Abbasids, you've got Malians can even work there with Simbafor. Frisian Marshes is possibly Killjardy's weakest point, because I think HRE versus China is kind of a more interesting one now, because China, like, with the Barbican rushes that we got reminded of by Puppy Paw, can be quite difficult there. Killjardy does still have the flexi between, like, Abbasids or HRE, which could work. 1 second. So, sorry, I'm just dealing with this crap in the background. Because I need to tell my partner whether she needs to take the day off tomorrow. Because it sounds like... Alright, so... Let's get ready to go. Okay, so... Well, the bans. So bans were Ottoman Rus, Delhi on both sides. The interesting part, actually, is that Kiljadi banned the Japanese. That shows a lot of respect to Anatan, by the way. That actually tells you a lot about Anno, like, as a player. That I would say Anatan has some of the best Japanese player I've seen so far. He also, by the way, leans to picking on land. So, little tip, like, in future tournaments, when you say someone like Holy Island, if you see Holy Island, Anatan doesn't pick the Japanese for Holy Island. He picks, like, Juji, right? So he's all about that kind of land approach, and I've liked his builds. I think we actually saw one, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check our schedule. We've done an Anno series. Yeah, the B Anno Tan game where I think he lost in the end. Yeah, it got kind of weird, but he had some very creative builds around the Uma Bannerman opening. To me, that was like, I think he got a little bit too cute with some of the transition attempts. And that's why he ended up losing that game ultimately. But like his Japanese to me is some of the cleanest I've seen. Like he's really impressed me on that particular civ. So all right. Sorry, I'm just trying to organize kiddie stuff in the background. I'm just waiting a response to that, and then we can hop into this game. Basically, my daughter is slightly ill. The person who's meant to be having her doesn't want to have her. So now, between me and my partner, we've got to figure out who's not doing the work tomorrow. AKA, either she's not going to work or I'm not streaming. Which would be annoying. We wouldn't be able to cast all the games. Damn it. All right, anyway. Let's focus on this. So, hop in the game. We're going to be opening on Lipany here. With a very curious matchup. Yeah, it's just annoying because it's like so full disclosure, it's one of those awkward situations where like technically me making money is hard to track compared to my partner going to work and making money, which is very clear to track, right? They go in for X hours, they make X money. Whereas me streaming is very like it's hard to gauge the impact missing out on a stream has to your growth as a streamer, and that matters to get you to a point where you can actually make money. So it's like speculative earnings versus actual real earnings. It's always one of those tough things to try and like explain and gauge. But it kind of doesn't help if people think that like your job streaming is, which I guess you could argue like, is it my job yet? Because I don't make enough to live off of streaming currently. Is my job of streaming like how to describe it? It's not. It's more a case of trying to tell people that this is part of my job, this is my job, and them understanding that this is my job, right? Even if it's not making them for it to get to the point where it's going to make a living, right? For me, it has to be treated like a job. It's one of those weird things, and it's hard to always explain that to people and them understand that because streaming, content creation, these type of avenues is not your traditional style of work. It's annoying. I feel bad because like my partner is having to give up actual money that like we need, right? But yeah. How to make a living off AoE for the view count is not high enough? I mean, The tough part actually is it's hard for me to gauge whether the viewer count is high enough, because technically you can make a living if you're very creative on your on how you approach sponsorships from like 100 CCV. You can make like a crazy comfy living, but like you can make enough to get by. And thank you, Kamian. I appreciate the gifted sub, buddy. You're a legend. But it's like, it's one of those tough things where it's difficult to gauge right now, because we've just gone through the second year of layoffs at the beginning of the year, and most people don't open their budgeting until April, March-ish, March, April, right? So like basically 2 months from now will be the telling moment on whether I'm able to make a living. I always say to people, like, you know, don't feel pressured, like, with what I'm saying here to like sub. I mean, hell, if you can afford it, I appreciate it, right? My bigger goal, like, I want to try to provide value to you guys by partnering with people and then getting products that you guys want to buy, right? Like, you know, these Gunnar glasses I wear, I actually think they look really good. Like, and if you need glasses and you want a cool style, boom. So, like, for me, it's more about getting, like, the viewership up to attract those sponsors to show you off the cool products to you guys. It's like, my advice to people is, like, don't worry about subbing. I actually tell people to sub more for their own benefit so they don't get ad spammed, and because my emotes are incredible. But like, if people do want to help, the thing I'd say is actually share the stream around. I always say, like, that helps so much more, because relying on just sub money is always scary. Like, I've seen 1 or 2 streams. Sorry, I'm going on like a little tangent, but we'll get into this game in a sec after this point, because it's a very interesting point. I've seen a few streamers that are basically wholly reliant on like 2 or 3 people that more or less are sugar daddying the streams. And what I mean is, like, I've seen a person who's had like $20,000 a year from one person. And I'm like, that sounds great. But that also sounds, oh my God, scary, because you don't really have control over your own situation. Like, the cool thing about building a community and then being able to bring in sponsors is, like, you can deal with multiple sponsors and you get a level of reliability and control as you prove that you can execute for sponsors, right? Whereas, like, if you're reliant on one person donating $3,000 a month, for example, if that person gets hit by a bus tomorrow or just decides that they don't like your content anymore or whatever, you're going to have to go get a real job, you know? Like, that kind of thing's kind of wild. All right. Let's get ready to go then. The requests for foot pics come? Yeah, exactly. We all know that. Some people keep asking at the moment about OnlyFans. I'm like, I'm not that bad off yet. The worrying part is that I put the word "yet" in there. Let's get to this. Hey, what's up, dude? Just in time to watch himself in a series. Shout out to the mad lad, Kiljadi. Appreciate you, buddy. All right. Let's get ready. All right, one and all, welcome back there for action. We have got more of the Elite Classic 2, and this, one and all, is going to be an absolute banger. I assure you of that. We have got Anatan versus Kiljadi in a best of 3 here. Important series, actually. You know, Kiljadi, I think at this point, he couldn't quite make playoffs, but for Anatan, every single game matters here because he is much closer to that barrier, right? He was fighting for that 5th, 4th position. So pretty tight series as well between the 2 player styles and the skill level. I'd say that this is the type of series that you would expect to go 3 games, and you wouldn't really be able to predict either way. Kiljadi has come a long way as a player. I think Anatan has been getting a lot more credit. His rate of improvement has been, I think, most notable to people, right? He's come out of like seemingly nowhere. He played a lot of the small tournaments. People have also found him just incredible because he also, whether it's because he's got 3D in the name or whatever, there are some comparisons that get made to B in terms of these quirky playstyles that we love to see. Kiljadi is no stranger to the danger as well, though. Like, I keep describing Kiljadi as a mini Vortex. I mean, we literally watched Kiljadi the other day in a pub game against Vortex show you exactly why I give him that title. This man can be incredibly relentless, but what I think is most impressive about Kiljadi, and what shows a promising future as things move on, is that he can be more than just this aggressive force of nature. He's actually very calculated. We've seen plenty of games where actually instead of just going all in monkey noises, he decides to be a little bit more calming, a little bit more slow to his pace. So I think that's what shows a promising future. The big challenge for Killjadi, and he's talking a little bit about these things right now. He had problems with Malians in the first weekend. This is an interesting thing he brings up, because Malians is one thing we all know how powerful it can be. But Malians in tournaments is another. It's why I've highlighted Malians on ladder. But Malians in tournament play are very strong, like a top 5 Civ right now. They have a lot of flexi, and actually with the current map pool, block out some very strong Civs, most notable of all being the English that should be dominating this Civ pool, but can't due to those restrictions. So this is something that's going to take time for a player like Killjadi. He hasn't got as much experience in these tournaments. The Elite Classic 2 is the beginning of what I'm expecting to be a lot of tournament appearances for him in the future. Once he starts to figure out those drafting formats, which, by the way, this drafting format especially, if you haven't got experience in tournaments before, I think that's where this drafting format, while I like it the most, is maybe more punishing for less experienced players. But I'd say for those players, what they've learned from this one tournament far eclipses what other players would have got out of a single tournament elsewhere, bar maybe something like Red Bull Wololo, but that's not because of drafting experience, that's more because of LAN experience, right? So what I'm getting at, promising future for both of these guys. But let's see who's going to be the better brawler in this one. Because I think draft-wise, they both got a decent lick of it here, things that can function. Byzantine versus Ibex is definitely an interesting opener. I've got to say, Anatan's execution of Byzantines on Lipany has really impressed me. He has some very clean timings and very clean execution getting into those mid-games. Big shout out to Aki, by the way. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. But Killjadi with Ibex is a tricky bugger. Sometimes he does just go for that classic fast castle. Sometimes he plays the discount Abbasid build. I think Killjadi was one of the first players to start putting in pressure in Feudal Age, and it's kind of a risky thing to do here against the Byzantine specifically, right? Because if you play the Feudal Age a bit too long, the Merc spam is going to get very strong, especially on a map like Lipany, where you have so many berries to work with. So, interesting question on whether we're seeing the Villager or the Military age up here. I think you go melee upgrade to force your opponent to react. Greedy boy, Killjadi. In fairness, I kind of get where he's coming from. Like, so the reason why you typically go Growth Wing against Byzantines is 2 of their free contracts counter you, right? But you have to realize the Desert Raider timing is really frustrating for Anatan. Because he went Grand Winery, he wouldn't even have the olive oil to start grabbing the first group of mercs, right? So you actually have a window of about a minute to aggro the Byzantines. You can actually force them to build archers, right? Which is pretty bad. Like, when have you ever seen a Byzantine player have to add in archers and feel good about it, right? Like, that's what the contracts are meant to tick for you, that box. So kind of surprised he didn't actually go for this. What we could still see is maybe a Desert Raider pump out here. Like, he is actually dropping stables. In reaction, stables on the other side. I just think this would have probably been a little bit more impactful, Desert Raider. It's just so difficult to pass up 3 villages at this point in the game. Because you have to realize that when you get Eco Wing, it's an increase of 15% to your worker force. That is bonkers. Love what Killjadi done here, though. He utilized Growth Wing fully. He spread out. He can come back now, but he's just focusing on other things, right? Like, typically what you want to do is, if you want to be super micro-intensive, when you come back here, you want to switch them back to the close berry bushes because it saves you a little bit of time, right? Gets you 1 or 2 extra units very early on, but the difference is minute. It matters initially because of the extra 300 food Killjadi now secured. So, big golf clap for Killjadi. I've literally seen players that are ranked far above him on the ATR leaderboard fail to do this regularly. Like, face-palmingly so, I've watched it multiple times where they have just exhausted, sometimes even 3 berry patches. Well played by him to not make that same mistake. Wolves are going to go up on the flanks. And so we are going to get stables plus racks play. So interesting, a melee mosh pit here. And guys, he did add in the Desert Raider. So I'm proud of good old little Killjadi here. This is the right move. So this is interesting because do you guys remember when we used to see like Abbasid Horseman spam with a Camel Archer behind? This is the exact same thing. This is the exact same strategy. The Desert Raider does this, and it means you can beat the enemy Horseman. The funny thing is if Anatan had gone for Hippodrome play, he could offset that threat. But the issue of Hippodrome, I'm not even going to begin to like delve deep into it. I'd have to make a podcast out of it. Hippodrome fundamentally has so many issues while looking on paper like one of the most OP tier 1 landmarks in the game. It is by far one of the weakest for very specific reasons around timings. Understand. What? Oh my dude, Killjody's he's gonna have a smile on his face when he sees this. Anatan went for the Eastern contract. Dude, this is like the worst thing you can build. I genuinely think there is not a worse thing he could be doing in this game than this. You're up against Spearman with the Camel Aura. You literally have nothing to solve for Killjody's army right now. Outpost trying to go up. That's looking like a fat L there. Sure, you got some Limitane being added in now, but I mean, the Spearman can match you out. Here's the funny thing, folks. Remember, the Ibids are the Abbasids in this element, Phalanx. When you start spamming up on both sides, it's not the Byzantines that will win this anymore. It's going to be the Ibids. Ay. This is problematic. He hasn't even actually upgraded from Dark Age Spearman yet. He's trying to get a raid in on the other side with the Horseman, but imagine if you had Hippodrome right now, right? I mean, you probably still wouldn't do anything because it's a terrible landmark, but you'd at least feel a little bit more impactful here, right? You better kill 2 or 3 villagers. Instead, you're still Frieka behind in a game where, you've got the level 2 systems, so you're at least evening this up a bit. But remember, that only puts you up at a 14% gathering speed buff. Ibids, they have the 10% to kind of mirror you out right now. Love the villager pull here. Shivs out. Body blocks are important, right? Like, by getting rid of these horsemen, he's freeing himself from having to guard this area. It's very important because Anatan, these horsemen are incredibly expensive at this stage. And when you see your opponent adding in Limitane as well, you realize that he doesn't actually have the economy to build both simultaneously. So Anatan's thought process on the Keshiks, I don't think he expected the Desert Raider. I think what Anatan done here is he saw the Growth Wing. He saw it was a Growth Wing play by what was happening in the berries. And then he chose the Eastern Contract because he expected his opponent to just either go Fast Castle, as most of them do, or build Archer Spearman. There's no way Anatan expected a Desert Raider here. It's so easy to forget because, like, Ibid players just never do it, but we've been seeing a few adding it in. We saw Marine Lord do it just the other day, and it looks absolutely phenomenal up against the Delhi. It's just having a similar impact here because of the odd choice by Anatan. Killjody in this position, like, he has to be feeling quite confident, right? Like, his mentality is going to be play Feudal Age for, like, another 3 minutes, and then still go Castle Age. And what a pincher. He actually grabs a lot of the troops here. Limitane are going to start striking back. Desert Raider looks like he is going to be going down. But Spearman mostly in the mixer now. Not the best micro, but the issue for Killjody is needed the body blocks to make sure his opponent could run away. That's still an expensive loss now. The Keshiks are able to go in, though. Killjody, man. We need to get more spears out here. Second Rax has been added in. I think he was a little bit too focused on the body blocks there. He's at least going to get the cleanup. And this was an expensive loss on both sides, right? Like, the Horseman, the Desert Raider going down bad for Killjody, but Horseman and Limitane cost kind of evens it up. I love that Killjody used his villagers here. Villagers are critically underrated at this stage as an attack force. It seems Killjody's been subscribing to Donati's build orders, right? Because, like, this unit, even without textiles, against Horseman, Limitane, like, this many don't kill you quickly, right? Like, it buys you an extra 5 to 10 seconds in a fight. And also, because they have got 6 damage, not too bad at fighting as well. I know, now switching over into the archers. So this is where it's going to get very interesting, right? Like, Killjody doesn't know about the archers yet. So his perspective is, my opponent has been sending cav, I'm going to keep building spears. If he doesn't read between the lines here, he's going to be in trouble. Anatan, oh my god, dude, where did this economy come from? Can we just talk about how absurd the Byzantine economy has been feeling recently? Right, like, am I the only one noticing this? That it's getting to the stage where I don't want to trust the numbers that we're seeing on things like systems. I almost feel like there's a... I don't want to say there's an extra 0 on the end, but it feels like there's double what it actually is. It's crazy how quickly they're able to ramp into these timings. You know, I'm actually checking because I'm so shocked by this timing that I had to check that he didn't build a marketplace. Killjoy, of course, has teched up as well, but that was Advancement Wing. Like, that's incredible if you think about that. The Anatan is able to almost match the timing while building active army and going for Advancement Wing. So, like, the difference is Killjoy saves 500 resources more, right? The fact that Byzantines were able to keep up with that, despite the fact that trade looked like it was good for Killjoy, just shows you just how powerful this eco is becoming for the Civ. Oh, wait, sorry, was it Logistics Wing? Oh, okay. My bad, I'm blind. You know what it is? I got 2 chill, I got 2 casual, and I was expecting to see a bar here that would tell me, oh, sorry, here, that would tell me what age up with. I want too amazing of things. I understand. I'm way too greedy of a person. I should just be happy that the entire Capture Age software is able to write the word Ibits. Okay, so this is pretty good for Killjadi then. Logistics play makes this so much better because the Byzantine player has Grand Winery, so he's got a vested interest in relics, right? Anatan can maybe secure 2, but 3 looks like a guarantee now for Killjadi. And what I love about the triple Dervish play is afterwards, this is a very effective healing unit. Good job by Anatan to at least snipe one of these out, though. The Dervishes were not being well guarded, right? Because Killjadi was trying to switch over into some more premium units. He didn't have spears spread across the map. Lancer Skillen's now showing up. You can't hold this area. I mean, this is exactly what my worry was, right? The Camelonese. Wait, good shot! Okay, you know what? Honestly, the guy's literally just been like, Alexa, play Michael Jackson, Smooth Criminal, right? He got ahead of himself there. It's a small army. I think if he waited there, he could have gotten it afterwards, but it looks like Killjadi, he was thinking that Anatan wasn't looking. So he was trying to bait aggro so he could walk in with the Dervish afterwards. It didn't work out, though. Wait, have we actually not got a 5th relic? What? Dude, I think we've actually got a 4 relic spawn. Alright, yeah, that's a bit chalked. I'm going to have to flag that to Pesty, because I swear I've only been noticing this on EGC Lipany. Whatever happened, whatever they updated in the spawn code for the game in general, I think compared to like Lipany, Lipany's been fine as far as I've seen for spawning 5 relics. Sometimes the EGC Lipany is spawning 4. This is like the 2nd time I've seen this. That's unfortunate. That's actually really bad for Killjadi because it makes the Dervish win kind of underwhelming. It wasn't really a necessity now in this game. He could have gone, like, I can't believe I'm say this, Atabeg's would have been better. Like, Atabeg's actually would have been so much better, especially when you consider he's doing Golems and he was doing Camel Lancers, right? Like, it's, even for Spearman, it kind of gives you this interesting boot camp effect. All right, Manjanique's coming in. Killjadi's looking really unstoppable right now. This is scary for Anatan. Ano's on a 1 TC play. He's playing away from Sistan, so remember, this isn't an efficient gathering rate. He's only getting the 2nd relic now being returned home. Sacred Sites are also being locked in by Killjadi. And, you know, Anatan, he doesn't really have the military firepower to come out in the mid-map. He also doesn't really have the potency as this game goes on. Merc contract-wise, he can play into Golems as well, but that doesn't feel great here. Right? Like, you're already being counted out. Crossbows are coming out. Your opponent has more Golems. This is where Langsneck probably would have felt a lot more impactful. Maybe not because Golems have the double strike, but the Lombos most definitely would have been better value. Manjaniques, I love the blind fire there. Gets a wallop in. Dude, this is tough. Killjadi. What did we say about this guy, right? He finds his timings, he finds his aggro. And I love how this series in game 1 has already been delivering in 15 minutes. That early game pressure both ways. And then the swing into this. This is why I think this is going to be an insane series between the two. Keshix. Getting thrown away here by Ano. That's less than ideal. There's a break into the base. Houses being targeted down. So Anatan about to be pop blocked. Moving in now into the Monks. Just some freebies to come out. Just going to hurl a few fireballs at the T's. Wait, is he actually... Okay, this is so Killjadi. He's actually gonna... Is he gonna try to end the game? No. Take out the buildings, okay? Calm down, son. We're getting ahead of ourselves here. So more houses that can be exposed and killed. That's another problem because Anatan only just got access to build again. Grand Winery's half dead. Oh my... Dude, he's got the Dervish here. He wants the relic. Hey, remember how I was like, oh, this is just not worthwhile? Okay, it's not. Killjadi. What was that Dervish doing? Oh, what's that? A 4 relic spawn on Lipany? Don't worry, I'll just come and get these ones. Unfortunately, he does need to bring that other Dervish all the way over here to do so, but this game's looking very difficult for Anatan. He's got 1 lifeline, and that's the front of his base. Gold, berries, and deer, so that'll keep him alive. Sprills are now being added in, but you're against a Civ that can build Sprills in reaction. Keshik backstab coming through. Manjanique shots to the backside, though, and Keshik's barely doing enough damage. Looks like one Mango's going to go down. The other one is most definitely going to be protected. I think we might be close to a GG moment here. Anatan, practically his entire army is Limitane. You might be able to clear up another Angelique, but who is going to clear up the Golems? Dervish rides in. Wololo's going to come out. Anatan has to target that, which means the Golems get free strikes in here. And that should be game. Killjadi now with an overwhelming military advantage. Yes, the Angeliques go down, but Anatan has significant issues now. Horseman going to force him out of his own base. Berry Patch goes incomplete. And at this stage, Golden Horn Tower can't even try to save you, right? Like, Blacksmith also going down. No Bloomery coming through. More houses going to be torched here. I just don't really see a way now for Anatan to get back into this. He's going for a double Mangonel pump to try and recover, but now my question becomes, who solves for the Golems? It's 19 Golems right now. He has 3 crossbowmen. I think Killjadi just played this very cleanly. I love the way he's followed this up. This is really impressive. Against a Civ that has access to Keshiks this early on, the way he was able to deny the Keshik count from the map means now Killjadi's flooded out. He's playing full pocket eco against a Civ with a Merc contract that should be able to shut you down. But how do you ever get out of the base now, right? Like, if Anatan tries to take anything, even 2 Keshiks away to deal with that, he's going to lose to the main fight. Good lord. Killjadi now going to temporarily back up. The re-wall behind this. Anatan's like, okay, and stay out of my base. Oh no, you've been seen. So villagers, I think they did get out in the end, right? No, oh no, no, they most definitely didn't. The Golems, they're going to punish this. Remember, they got the double strike. Textile's at least there. The wall's most definitely not going to go up in time. And now Anatan essentially has, what, a sixth of his economy just not working. Meanwhile, Killjadi's fully unleashed. And remember, those relics were never re-garrisoned because Anatan can't afford to spend any time repairing a 5,000 HP structure. Dude, this is brutal. Killjadi's execution was so clean. What impressed me as well is, like, when I said that tech up was coming from Anatan, I was convinced it had to be an advancement wing with the way they traded early on. It just shows you how clean Killjadi's execution is with the Ibids, and also just how powerful the Ibids themselves are, that he was able to do this. I think Killjadi's maybe being a little bit overly defensive right now, and you know, looking back at this game, I imagine he'll have a similar feeling. Like, there's definitely an opportunity to attack right now, but he's got a very big like advantage at this stage, right? So I think he just wants to try and get towards pop before going in, knowing that Anatan doesn't have that same flexibility, knowing that Anatan has to keep coming further and further out into dangerous territory. And of course, you have PTSD with the Mango Towers. But you've got the Manjaniques, Killjadi. If you put the Incendiary shot on, 75% of your damage can miss. Alright, looks like he's going to hit the place where there is no outpost. And that's going to be a freebie. Anatan tries to move away, but Archer's already in range here. And that's Mamluk's bravery, which means this begins to snowball. Double Mango is going to be there from Anatan, but Killjadi now is going to be adding in the Springles. Also has a keep drop on the way. The fact that he can afford a castle and is already this far ahead should tell you everything you need to know about this game. It's kind of crazy, actually, how confident Killjadi is in this game, that he's essentially allowed Anatan to have most of his map side still, right? Like, he's allowed him to have the berries, allowed him to have the deer. This is the first time he's poked at him for trying to go for those. Just shows you how big the lead was that he built up. Like, that timing attack was crazy, and that's a big part, actually, of why Ibids are looking so strong right now in competitive play, right? They have an ability to close the game off that costly transition very cleanly compared to other civs. And you have multifaceted options, right? Like, sometimes it's the all-in like you've seen from Killjadi. Other times we've seen players drop double TC afterwards to go to free TC effective after grabbing all the relics. But this read has just been on point. Like, he isn't allowing Anatan to reach later in the game, because the later you go, the more it favors Byzantines here. This is your strong point. There are some civs where you can afford to go to that Imperial Age together with them. This is not one of those civs. So instead, he will be looking for the kill and blow. And Anatan, right now, what he's thinking is, if I can just hold on a little bit longer. In fact, maybe if he could just spam a few more outposts. Like, I actually would love to see that. He hasn't even chained in the systems. What? What happened here? This all looks so cut. Wait, guys, did he even have assistant? No, dude, did he build a... I think he built a mining camp instead of assistant. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? No. Dude, I actually think Anatan... Okay, he did? Okay, thank God he did. I was about to have a heart attack. Yeah, I could have sworn he had level 2 once upon a time, but like the fact that he hasn't daisy chained all these in still is really rough. Killjardy spreading out lines. Gulam's going to win this fight. Now, I know what you're thinking. Both sides have Gulams, but one side has notably more and has crossbows to boot behind it. Siege trade out continues. Manjanik is going to be brought low. Looks like the Springald should be able to win out and then die. Mangoes from Anatan should be able to clear this up, but it's just such a big military advantage now. So you're going to see Killjardy just reset. He'll back away, probably build 2 Springalds, and then come again. Good hold, actually. I've got to give credit to Anatan for how far behind he is. That was a remarkable hold. But now, this is where Killjardy is going to give the appropriate respect, right? Like, we're going to see a spam of Springalds, which economically Anatan can't match. He's now 13 villages behind. You got 2 relics, 2 sacred sites. It allows this type of gold spend. And on the other side, unless Anatan can catch Killjardy sleeping and get a massive Mangonel hit here, there's no real way that these Mangos will be able to fight. Whoa, Killjardy. Why 3 rams, mate? 5 rams. That's a fortified Mangonel tower. Come on. Give it the respect it's due. What I'm curious about, actually, is this Praesidium? No. So that's a little bit of a mistake by Anatan. No Praesidium. If he wants to hold this area, he needs to pivot over to that when the dive comes in. Praesidium's pretty insane when you've got fortified outposts. Like, level 3 at this point. Well, it should be level 3, so I think it'll be 10%. It should be 15% reduct. Yeah, fair to say the reduct can be redeck. I remember watching Kalp figure that out in the early days of Byzantines. Like, Kalp used to have this very interesting U-shaped format for assistance, and then he'd just frontline using Praesidium to defend. Great coming in. One Mango already down. Springalds are going to take out the second. Anatan can't get a good hit out. Actually hits into a Gulam by accident by the looks of it. Now Rams are moving in. That's going to be it. GG gets called. Anatan says without the siege, there is no hope here. Not even the one Mangonel tower can save me. So game 1, we open with a Killjardy win. And we're going to follow up with something interesting here, because game 2, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to Frisian Marshes. Now, I'm curious because we've got Killjardy in the chat here. Without giving any spoilers, Killjardy, did you think this was going to be a Chinese game? And did you feel like the HRE was the right choice? It's probably your only choice, right? Because this is an interesting thing. He has Abbasids, but we've seen Abbasids versus Chinese. I don't feel like Abbasids should win that often. We did see B beat Anatan in that matchup with the Abbasids, but that was a very weird game, right? With the dock drops, that everything about that was like unorthodox. I think in standard play, like Abba is kind of difficult up against Chinese. You were thinking Abba as well, but I didn't like that he had JD. That's true, because the thing you have to remember about JD, folks, is JD is basically French, so you can see the trade post locations, which means you get scouting advantage. So it's kind of scary. I think like actually Jeanne d'Arc versus HRE is still scary for HRE as well, because that same factor, because of where the marketplaces are, the fact that Jeanne d'Arc can see that, it means that Jeanne d'Arc can get a scouting advantage. But we will be heading into Frisian Marshes. However, it's not going to be Jeanne d'Arc at all. Instead, it looks like Anatan wants to save that. That's actually really scary, because I think the final map was Dry Arabia, right? Jeanne d'Arc and Mongols ticks a lot of boxes up against Malians or Abbasids. Kind of feels like a coin flip. I think in Killjardy's eyes, maybe the best option he can get is, I want to say Abbasids versus Mongols, maybe. Abbasids versus Jeanne is dicey, because I think Jeanne can just farm that up. And if you get Malians versus Mongols, we've been seeing some really disgusting Mongol builds right now, where they spam 20+ spears, and then they just eventually move their Deerstone into your base, right? Like, we watched B do it to multiple opponents, and I actually think it is the correct approach. That's going to give Mongols the win percentage as that matchup continues on in the coming months. And a little bit of talk about setting my own Kickstarter. Maybe. I thought about it. Like, I want to keep growing so I can justify that. I just, like, I don't want to feel like everyone, like, a few people have to go deep in their pockets and then, like, you know, remortgage the house to make that happen. I definitely do want to start doing tournaments. Unfortunately, Microsoft have not been receptive to any sort of messaging happening right now. basically, like, there is a way in which we can ask Microsoft for funding for tournaments, and they've been downsizing a lot. So I think they have like one person doing 4 jobs right now. So I'm not the only one that has literally been waiting months for a response about funding. It's a little bit unfortunate because there are a few ideas around leagues that I want to do, especially. All right. Anyway, let's hop into game number 2. Let me get the point on the board for Killjardy, a well-earned point. And off we go. Game number 2 between Anatan and Killjardy. Killjardy struck early. He struck fast. Really impressive execution from the Ibids. We now hop into Frisian Marshes. And this was very interesting from a drafting perspective. Killjardy, it was really going to be HRE or Abbasids here. I'm actually glad he went HRE. I think Abbasids is difficult because, one, Chinese, we've seen Anatan actually execute Abbasid players multiple times. And also, Killjardy highlighted himself. He didn't like the idea of Abbasids if his opponent had Jeanne d'Arc available, which Anatan did. And we have to remember, like, Jeanne d'Arc is not a weak pick on this map. It's strong as French were strong as well because you know where the trade posts are, and it means you get a scouting advantage. Unfortunately, that means neither way that Killjardy could have went would have put him in advantage in that department because either way that Anatan went, Chinese or Jeanne d'Arc here, both civs have a scouting advantage. For Jeanne d'Arc, it's the fact they know where the trade posts are. For Anatan on the Chinese here, it's going to be the fact that he has the extra 25% vision to see all the sheep before his opponent. That being said, on the start, Killjardy's got to be happy with this, man. He is only making his first drop-off. That is the difference here. But so far, he has grabbed 17 sheep. Meanwhile, it's only 14. Anatan, I'm a little bit surprised he's coming back this early. That feels like a mistake to me. I know from this position, realistically, you should be wrapping all the way down because after you've done that initial sheep drop-off, you have got enough food to get you all the way to the south side and back in time. So, little bit surprised. Feels like he gave away now more sheep to Killjardy because Killjardy, with the second scout rotation, he's got enough sheep at home that he can go all the way to the corner and then all the way across if he feels like that area hasn't been covered yet. So, Killjardy. Another interesting thing to me is that he didn't go for a double scout opener. Personally, I'm a really big fan of double scout openers, but I guess like the reason he didn't do it here is, especially against Chinese, it's kind of underwhelming. The reason it's underwhelming is because the scout patterns you take, you can't really get an advantage like you would against other civs. In general, I'm a very big fan of double scout openers for HRE because what it does is it makes your civ less one-dimensional because it keeps options open, right? Like if you go for just the one scout, your chances of going Burgrave is quite low. If you go double scout, it's very high. I think the reason why Killjardy didn't want to do it here is usually on this map, more so than any other map in rotation, you have a good shot at going Burgrave even with one scout. Any other map, it's kind of your super gamba, right? Like you won't have enough to make a good Burgrave, so you'd have to take some risks. But on a map like Frisian Marshes, because the sheep count is like, I think 36 or 40 in total, I think it actually might even be higher than that. You can almost always guarantee it'll be enough for that play. So unfortunately, he's been a little bit unlucky on the rotation here to find sheep. Should find a few on the wraparound. And, well, Anatan, yeah, this is a little bit surprising to me that Killjardy, I guess he expected Anatan to go straight for the sacred sites. I've been noticing this Frisian Marshes typically spawns like 3 or 4 sheep on the same screen as the sacred site. At least this one it most definitely does. Like, this has been pretty consistent over the last like 4 games I've watched. So I'm wondering if Killjardy knew this, and he thought that Anatan would prioritize that area, and that's why he went wider. It does mean that the scouting rotation is going to be complete, but I like the approach now from Killjardy, because he's going to arrive in the enemy base at a point where he can figure out what he's doing, right? Is he making a move for a Barbican rush, for example? The timing is actually going to line up quite nicely, because he'll probably hang around here to see what he does with his gold, and it's going to let him know whether he needs to rush an outpost up at home to defend. Knowing what Anatan does, that there's no forward gold spawn, I don't think he's going to commit to a forward Barbican. Like, actually, Anatan very craftily didn't waste extra time checking the back here. He just saw that there was no forward gold, so there's no outpost rush potential. So instead, we're going to get a macro game. All right, guys. 1's if you think Killjardy's favored here. 2's if Anatan, because this is looking like we are going to probably get a Castle Age rush on each side. Kind of a dicey matchup, actually, I think, for the Chinese, right? Because if this is a Castle Age rush and you're both going to spam, say, your Men-at-Arms types, it's really bad for the Chinese. So I feel like Anatan has to grab Stone. I don't think you want to just Castle and Castle rush this. what you do is you go Song, you go 2TC, and then you send a few villagers out to wall off the relics. Killjoy should be a pretty clean and clear choice. Not ideal on the Arkham, but this is the reality of what usually happens on this map. What I don't like is the amount of sheep he clubbed down here. Killjoy, like right now, is going to hold his hands up in chat. He's like, I'm sorry, guys. I've been littering. Left a few sheep behind, right? So this is why typically if you see that your Archon has to be elsewhere, high-level players in HRE have gotten used to shifting the sheep over time. You can even gradually club them as you go, but you basically want to shift your entire food department to the north, which is what he eventually done here. But yeah, he definitely left a few scraps around. I'd argue these scraps were not even worth taking, right? Because it's just 40% worse. So you would have been better off just shifting your villagers immediately over to the new sheep and then leaving this to the very last. Jadi, we're AoE 4. AoE 2 is the one where the units expire. We don't have to worry about that. Which, when you think about it, really makes us look desperate. Imagine there's just like this slab of meat that's been on the ground for 5 years and you're still willing to eat it, right? We must be hungry. So Killjoy on his way up. I'd love to see a Burgrave play here, but I've got a funny feeling we're not going to get that. Interesting thing on the other side, Anatan did not go for a second TC at all. So he's now targeting Castle Age as well. The interesting part, though, is with Song Dynasty, he could afford to send 1 or 2 villagers out to wall. I just think now it's too late. If you were going to do this play, it would have been much earlier. Yeah, I think Anatan's actually scared of the idea of the Burgrave spam, and that's why he didn't want to go 2TC. Right? If this had been 2TC, Burgrave spam wins. Instead, I'm expecting Killjoy to just play your standard Regnits. The fact that he already revealed this info of Horseman is a little bit surprising. I don't think that was 100% necessary. One tough thing about... Wait, what? Oh, Killjoy, you're nasty, man. You're so dirty. The bait and switch. Okay, wait, make up your mind here. It was a misclick. Okay, you're not that dirty. I thought that this was a bait and switch. That would have been actually genius. By opening with stables, there's no way your opponent would expect Burgrave, but it is actually just going to be Regnet. So this is just standard orderly play. I'm not going to lie, I actually think Burgrave would have slapped here. Wolves are already going up from Anatan. Did you... No, he's seen it, so like you didn't get a fake scout moment. He's coming to your base with scout. Yeah, I thought you bait and switch, but the problem with this is like you're trying to bait and switch. You know he has Song, right? So you know he hasn't got Tang anymore. Did you time that right? I'm now questioning it because without Tang, he might not have seen the switch. He's going to see it on the way back. I mean, still, like, you've had some impact here, right? He's walled himself on the front side. I assume he still saw it. Right? Oh, gotcha, Killjoy. You mean he scouted you? Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Maybe if you built the Burgrave here, that's less likely to be scouted, right? It's difficult to stop, though. That, by the way, for anyone wondering why did he open Horseman and reveal that there's a potential cav, that's exactly why he opened Horseman. He was hoping the Horseman would do this. The problem with this play for Killjoy and why it sucks here is you were doing this against the Civ, like, that has Tang, right? I'm actually curious. Like, I love that we got Killjoy because we get 100% confirmation because I'm never going to catch everything on my own because I'm too busy being a terrible observer at the same time. Killjoy, did you scout that he'd done Song before you built the stables? I'm assuming not, right? I'm assuming that was part of the bait and switch. Because, like, if you wait... No, okay, yeah, so that's the problem, right? Like, so if he still has Tang in your eyes, you're never going to find the scout with the Horseman. So I think really what Killjoy done this for, and he knows that he was unlikely to find the scout, like, this was just fortune in the end. Because if Anatan's paying attention, he'll always just dodge you. The reason why he built the Horseman is to bait his opponent. Yeah, got you. All right, I see, Killjoy. I love the bait and switch idea, though, right? Like, at the end of the day, this still now works out because although you didn't get the Burgrave value, you still have the stable value, which should secure the relics. But Anatan, looking to match that, already has Knights coming out as well. I don't know. Does he see all the relics now? Yeah, dude. He's just about scoured every relic of the map. What scares me a little here for Killjoy is he's actually not stronger at this initial search point. He can't build more Knights than Anatan can. That's the power of the supervision. Prelate is going to get sniped out. Sick move there by Anatan. It's really important to slow down this initial timing. Like, the whole point in the HRE is the first 2 minutes of the Castle Age is critical, right? Because you need to get that surge off the Relic Gold. But delaying him by 2 Prelates is actually such a huge margin of difference, especially when you're playing the Chinese. Especially if you have that ramp up. Supervision is in there, so really well played by Anatan. It's taking 14 seconds to get these Lancers out. And his economy is big enough to actually sustain that at this stage. The reason why Scouts are not faster than Horsemen is because that would be broken. Scouts literally would have no counter. Scouts literally right now only have 1 counter. And that's Horsemen. Actually, there's a second counter, and it's if I'm playing, I'm going to send my Scout underneath for TC. But like for most high-level players, they don't send their Scouts under TC. So if you didn't have Horsemen being quicker than Scouts, there would be literally no counter in the other game to Scout play. Which is such a ridiculously broken thing. Like, they're already strong enough. And no, he's not double supervising. He's supervising the wood. Anno now adding the spears. Kiljadi's doing the same, which is quite interesting here. Not even trying to go into Men-at-Arms, just too expensive, right? Like, his food income's kind of underwhelming. And the Prelates are going to be targeted here, so Warlord's going to come out, but that's a big no. And he can win this fight. He's even going to take the Relic, and he's going to Warlord instead. Kiljadi has to turn and burn. Men-at-Arms a little bit too late to pull away. Okay, dude, I hate this game. That's definition of cyanide pill on the mouth, right? Like, we've turned him. This agent works for us now. Just hear the crackling of a tooth. You know what that was, guys? That was, so that was actually the German being so happy to find Confucianism that he just dropped dead. He wanted to go to his next life. I feel like Kiljadi's getting outplayed on these small micro battles, and that's no small thing. Like, when you're both doing the exact same thing here, that's literally everything you need to win a game. Knight's gonna wrap around the back, so it looks like this Monkey's gonna at least get denied. No, dude. I don't know if that was intentional. It didn't really matter. I also, by the way, I love because it's close to the water. Did you notice the way the Monk just disappeared into the ground? Like, he didn't even fall over. He just sunk. Oh, God. I love the death interactions near water. I like to think that in that situation, the Relic was so damn heavy that poor old man got crushed underneath its weight. And Kiljadi has recovered on the second wave of this fight. Decent amount of spin in the mixer. And Anatan right now doesn't have his troops here because he's getting ready to raid the enemy base. Oh, no. Kiljadi. Quick reaction, my friend. Where's your wheelbarrow? Classic HRE players want only one thing, and it isn't to stop the people's backs from giving out. No wheelbarrow here means a slow retreat towards safety. Most villagers are going to get away, but the woodline could be a problem here. If the Lancers just charge straight for it, big damage can be done. Eco's going to get hit. Huge idle time here. Meanwhile, on the other side, it looks like a loss there as well. Spearman able to buffer this away all on the lonesome. So great strike there. Anatan throwing away a lot of military, but the idle time is notable here. Third Relic is at least on the way home now for Kiljadi, but there's no way you get this home. I'd be incredibly surprised. The Lance has been queued up. Yeah, this is looking shaky in my eyes. He's already out sheep, right? On the other side, you can actually see that Anatan's still got 5. This is why I actually slightly favor the Chinese the longer this game goes on like this. The thing you have to remember is that the HRE might gather 40% quicker, which is better than 20%. But the thing that I always try to re-emphasize to people about the HRE that makes them kind of sucky in these situations, they exhaust their safe resources 40% faster. That's the other way to look at it. The reason China is so absurd is that they don't exhaust theirs 40% faster. They don't exhaust theirs 20% faster. They get 20% more of limited resources. On top of that, they then get taxation, so they're adding additional gold safely in their base. It's insane just how much better Chinese are the longer Castle Age goes on here. For HRE, your goal is to get those relics and get the hell out of Castle Age. The longer you get dragged around here, the worse it gets. SCB's now arriving. And this is perfect timing, right? Because Kiljadi's got a few farms added in. Anatan knows this. Like, what Anatan has done with that last little raid into the base, he's like, good idle time. Also, my opponent is out of sheep. I just saw that. He was even on berries. That's how bad it is. So that means he can't afford to build knights. This is the perfect time to switch into Nesta Bees. Great read. Landsnake now also being added in by Killjadi. An interesting choice, but makes a lot of sense. We saw this in the tournament earlier, actually. If you guys remember the Byzantine-Chinese matchup, this was the exact way that the Chinese ended up losing, as the Byzantine players spam Landsnake, which beats both Palace Guard and Spears. The problem with Killjadi here is, like, compared to the Byzantine economy, where that Landsnake spam kind of feels permanent, it's less so for you here, right? You don't actually have this increased gold gathering rate. You only have 3 relics, which is still pretty good, but for Landsnake spam can feel a little bit underwhelming. And on the other side of this, we're now talking about a 2 TC build for Anatan. He done on delay. He also now has fishing going. So, like, from an eco perspective, it's undeniable. Anatan is now a mile ahead. This is kind of wild. If this was a farm transition needed, this would be a very different game, right? Like, if we had this timing where HRE were adding in Landsnake, and Anatan had to add in 3 granaries, Anatan would be like, oh, I'm kind of dead. Like, there's no combat game build that's going to win this. But this is the difference Frizzy and Marshes makes, right? And this is where HRE kind of looks underwhelming a lot of the time on this map. Like, if you think back, how often do you see HRE in a dominant position in the first 15 minutes? Like, that's when they win, right? It's similar to water maps, ironically, right? These ponds make it similar to water maps in a different way. On water maps, HRE is all about that Archon on the first wood line to win water. On this map, it's all about the gathering rate boost with all these extra sheep to win the game quick. If you reach this stage in the game where you have to start thinking about fishing, you've basically lost your big advantage as the HRE. And the problem is right now, because of all those Lancer losses, he doesn't have anything to stop Anatan from taking advantage of this. Oy, oy, oy. Things are looking bad, folks. Killjadi, it's mainly just Spears against Nesta Bees. Love the trebuchets as well. We've been seeing a little bit of this recently from the Chinese. Stone could start to be gathered. I really love the idea of a keep drop follow-up here. It's very effective against the Imp Rush builds, and realistically, like, from Anatan's perspective, he should be a bit paranoid about the potential for that. He hasn't scouted the base recently. He's coming back in now, and this should confirm that he doesn't need to worry about cannon placements, which is such a huge relief, actually, for the Chinese here. Love the outpost in the center. The amount of vision you get from this just dictates the flow, right? Guarantees that Killjadi can't sneak troops in. Guarantees he can't get a backstab going on. Looks like we have got some spin break at the backside. Villagers are moving out for a long wall. Anatan basically just trying to secure his long-term eco. If he can lock in all of these fishing ponds, he can end the game before he goes to farms, which makes this so much simpler, right? If you have to do a farm transition, the HRE are already doing that, right? Their late game is getting set up. You don't want to have to resort to this. Juicemoon at least going to keep running in. I wouldn't even be surprised if Anna plays out under the central resources. Yeah, dude. It makes sense. You've got map control. Boar is almost as good as Shoreline Fish, right? It's better than going back for berries. So, really smart play here by Anatan. Anatan, who now has a 40 eco lead. Treb setting up. And this is where the Empire's going to begin to crumble. Killjadi basically has one very strong punch. This is classic Killjadi logic. With this many line stacked, like, I'm just already, like, I wish I heard him on a VoIP so I could just imagine his voice to go alongside this. He's probably saying, if I can just get one punch, one really good punch, this many line stacked is that punch, right? This is him doing his best one-punch man impression as the HRE. The difficulty is, like, these are still very fragile units, and you are against Nesta Bees. So by the time you reach the enemy, you're going to be at half HP. If he staggers and start stepping back, you could just get wiped. Here we go. Lansk, wrap around on both flanks. Nice little splinter groups here from Killjadi. Notice the spread, notice the breakup here. Nesta Bees actually attacking the wrong target. Anatan having to back up. Nice, riding in, but the clock tower, Nesta Bees are incredibly tanky, and there it is. That's the one he needs to target right there. The line stick mass. Shot's not going to come out quick enough, though. Anatan finally gets a few flurries out, but the Nesta Bees are down. Killjadi Finds that firm strike, but is it going to be good enough? Only 9 Landsneck left over. It's a decent fight, but now you don't settle for decent, right? You need overwhelming here. Killjoy, if this was a game where their economy was even, this would feel like kind of a GG push. But now, in a game where you are over 40 economy behind, as sick of an engagement as that was from Killjoy, it's simply not enough. Now, it's the reboom that scares me. Right, gold access isn't great here for Killjoy. He's got 4K over here, but that could be denied. Nestabees did get cleared up. That's golf clap. He saved himself some time. But now we're talking about just as many spears as yours and the crossbows that can start trickling this down, or tickling this down, right? Like, you need to essentially maintain over 20 Landsneck. Let's say you lose half those each fight. That's 1,000 gold. And Anatan can afford to keep meat grinding for another 30, 40 minutes quite easily with this type of map control. In fact, Anno, with this type of lead, you saw the grinding being dropped. A full farm transition is doable. When you have this type of eco lead, it doesn't kill you anymore. Like I always say, when you're above 85, it feels good. We're at 110 now. Gap close coming in from Killjoy. Landsneck need to start fighting though. 15 of them go for the swings, but second wave of spears comes in. And this is just going to get torn down. Pretty much all your cannon fodder is dead here. So Landsneck, your premium unit is now being sacrificed. Crossbows just continue to back away. They have broken the front line, sure, but it's just not good enough. And that micro from Anatan. He drags the remaining away. So before you can get that sweet, sweet cleave in, you've been ruined. I think we're going to a game 3, folks. Anatan, dude, what a sick read here. Killjoy, kind of reminding us why Landsneck for Order of the Dragon might be good, but Landsneck spam for HRE still has a long way to go. I mean, even with that good fight he took earlier on, even with one more Ura coming in, the next one's going to be ugly. Anatan, if he gets up to 3 Nestabees, the way you're going to have to take this fight ain't going to be pretty. And that's, yeah, it... Oh, Killjoy, wait, did you scout the... You scouted the second TC with the Spearman running in, right? The Spearman saw it. The TC was very late, if I'm not mistaken. It came after Castle, right? I'm not imagining that. I mean, someone call me out if I'm wrong. I said it came in after Castle. Ah, the 2 Spearmen went into 19 minutes. Yes. That was kind of unfortunate. Yeah, it was 11, 12 minutes, I think, yeah. Well, I'm thinking now forward to game number 3, because I think that's what you have to do at this point. We've got Sprills coming out, but they're kind of worthless if you can't defend them. Oh my God. And you cannot defend them. Oh boy, that's going to be the GG push. Gold is about to be forfeit. And Killjoy, without gold, are you really even HRE? Without relics, are you really even HRE? The answer is most definitely no. Europair is at least going to come out and make it last a bit longer. Nestabees flurry does come in. Second Nestabees is still here, though. With no Landsneck line left to defend with, there's only one way this one's going to end. So, game 3, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be going to... I'm trying to remember what it was now. Was it Dry Arabia? It might have been Dry Arabia. Tough one as well. If we're going to Dry Arabia, your opponent has Mongols or Jean, and you've only got Malians and Abbasis left. Ideally, what you want is your opponent to pick, I think, Malians here, and you go for like an Abba pick. But I've got a weird feeling Anatan's going to look to whip out those Jean. And Jean can work well against either Malians or Abbasids. Good execution by Anatan in game 2, though. Killjoy, dude, imagine how different this game would have been if that scout had not seen that Burgrave, though. Ifs and buts, folks. Game 3. On the way in a second. So, game number 3, I'm pretty sure it was Dry Arabia, right? So, Malians or Abbasids versus Mongols or Jeanne d'Arc. It's really tricky, because if it's like Mongols versus Malians, I think it's like an insta-GG. If it's Mongols versus Abbasids, you have a little bit more of a comeback, but I think you have a harder time with this Jean. I have a feeling Killjoy is going to lean on the strength of Malians and competitive to try and get him through. Whereas, like, something unorthodox from Abbasids might swing better. Let's have a look. So we're heading to Dry Arabia. Yeah, it's Malians. Dude, Anatan read him perfectly. Marlians versus Mongols is fine. You just have to have a decent spawn. You say that. I have been seeing some really odd builds at the moment, Killjadi. Like, we're talking never-ending Dark Age, which you think is better for the Marlians, but it's all about timing. I agree spawn matters a lot. If you get, like, 2 safe golds, thumbs up. If you get, like, an exposed secondary gold, that's where it becomes really problematic. I will have to see which way it can go, though. This matchup, by the way, this is an interesting one, actually, because this matchup used to be dominant for the Mongols. Recently, it's swung the other way. We've been seeing the Marlians actually absolutely contempt the state of the game. They get away with it. They just spam Donzos, and it's A-OK. What's interesting to me, actually, though, is that in this tournament in particular, Mongols, I'm pretty sure, have like a positive win rate of, I want to say, like 60-65%. They've been looking pretty damn good against this Civ. And spawn-wise, like step 1, the option for trade later on, it's not going to be there for Anatan. But Anatan has been scrimming a lot with B, and B has been responsible for a lot of those Mongol wins. We might get a prolonged Dark Age here. Let's see, is he chopping the tree? He is. Okay, so Rax is definitely on the way. I'm looking at the spawn. Killjadi did get double spawn gold back, which isn't too bad. It's very defendable. I'm hoping he's going to read this for what it is and prep the Rax straight away. You can kind of knee-jerk react to the Rax play of the Mongols afterwards, but you can get in early and see what your opponent is doing, right? Like when you wrap around the back here and you check the Uvu, you should have the info to now know to move onto wood. So we'll see Killjadi probably switch over in a sec. So the thing that I think makes this prolonged Dark Age spam really difficult, if that's what Anatan wants to do, it makes it really difficult for the Killjadi because eventually the straggler trees run out, right? And then you're already spending a lot of wood building Donzos. You then have to take a pause to spend time building a lumber camp and shifting out to your primary line, right? When you consider the double production plus the fact that the Mongols already have their tree line optimized, that's where they tend to get the edge. What matters most, though, is the food count. You can only make this prolonged play if you get a good food haul. So far, both of them pretty low on sheep, because I think they scouted a very similar area. In fact, they're about to intercept. Anatan should have an edge here, though. Oh, and also remember, he has the Falcon. He also has the maneuver arrows, so he can see ahead of you. Looks like they're going to get a glimpse of each other. So unfortunately for Killjadi, he's now walking in the shadow. This could quite quickly escalate into like a 2/3 split for Anno from here. There's still a little back corner here checked, but unfortunately for Killjadi, he might like check this area, see no sheep, and assume that area's already been covered. So, hit the 2x speed a little bit here. Speed's already in the way. Free and escalating. And okay, he's actually just going to go for the Saharan Trade Network. Golf claps. This is really smart. Like, the Marlians never want to do this, right? Like, we've seen Marlian players just go Mansa because they're so greedy. What Killjadi's doing here is not something we ever see. Like, even when you're up against Mongols, players always still go for the Mansa, and they just choose to get into the Donzos instead. I think Killjadi just didn't really feel great about the sheep haul, so he knew if this turned into a Donzo spam, he'd just lose the game, right? So it's actually a very smart read by Killjadi to pivot like this. Outpost is still going to go up. Anatan, in fairness to him, is going to deny a lot of gold in this area. So this is still going to be a frustration, and that outpost will go up before the Saharan Trade Network. So at some point, Killjadi is going to have to find a way of burning this down. Nano, I think he'll at least get a little bit of payday, right? Yeah, he gets the burn. So 25 food, 25 gold. He will not be able to get a second house. Funnily enough, against old Mongols, against old Malians rather, you would have got 2 houses before the network went up. Because remember, old houses used to have 400 health, so much easier to get in torch range. Dude, could you imagine if Anatan just ran in and burned that as it started? Other side of this, Anatan now has kind of a bit of a problem, actually. This is a terrible, terrible map for Silvertree. Like, I kind of want to vomit looking at it. It's right next to it. This is why I've been a little bit about Dry Arabia for Mongols recently, is I've noticed that these spawns, they've been a bit more wild. You very rarely get the corner spawn anymore in Dry Arabia. At least not in the Mongol games I've been watching. Sometimes you even get these weird spawns mid-map. Like, for example, the players are here, and the trade post would be here and here. which is still not ideal, right? You can't get full distance straight away near your base. So kind of sucks for Anatan. It's going to take a little bit of time for him to move the Silver Tree out into a position where it's good. He hasn't even taken superior mobility yet, right? Because in the early game, at this stage, 100 resources is actually quite expensive. So how are we looking overall? 2 sheep left over, 12 on the other. Dude, this is gold. There's still 1 sheep left here. Killjadi, did you know if you found the sheep at the back of your base, you would increase your sheep count by 50%? This is pretty brutal. I also love the fact that Anatan is just microing out Spearmen to get extra torch damage in, and then he's going to garrison them inside, right? Because the Saharan Trade Network isn't garrisoned. Dude, this is so disgusting what Anno's doing. Oh, this is brutal, man. So remember, houses, like, they don't actually have that much health. So although it looks really pathetic, these archer shots coming out, like, over time, you are just dragging more targets down, right? You turn this into a 150 resource refund play while also denying all gold away from Killjadi. And, you know, this is the negative you get sometimes, right? Like, sometimes having 2 pit mines together is, oh my god, you're on top of the world. I imagine when Killjadi got into this game and he saw the double gold like this, he probably just wanted to rip his hair out. Like, Mongols is a civ you do not want this against. If this was another civ, you could set up some sort of outpost quick enough here, right? Against the Mongols, no chance in hell. You could have tried Saharan Trade Network deeper, sure, but like, there's a reason he built it in this specific location, because his villages would be protected by the TC. Anywhere else, he's dead. Are we about to see the Cardinal Sin? Oh my god, he's actually doing it. He's going on. Oh. Oh no. He's gonna have to go on to berries. He's going on to deer right now. Oh dear god. Anatan already now setting up the traders. Keshiks are already on the way. Now, here's the interesting thing, actually. Anatan, I think, has misread this a little. In that, if he went for archers, he'd probably be a lot stronger right now because of the lack of gold. Going Keshiks is kind of weird against an opponent who doesn't have gold access. Because the only thing he can really build is Donzos. So you're giving him a bit more bandwidth here. By some miracle, Killjadi is going to find another pit mine here to try and secure. But it has immediately been scouted by Anatan. And there we go. The archers are swiftly on the way afterwards. Wait, what? Dude, that trade post... Okay, this is the weird part about what Anatan is doing. That trade post is actually further away. Like, they're closer to it than this one, I think. It looks like, based on the map, he would get more gold trading through his own base. At this point, I feel like he's just BMing, man. Like, there's no reason to trade here over your own. Except for the fact that Killjadi's not like the scout there, right? Like, okay, so the Gigabrain moment here is like Killjadi... He doesn't see trade towards the Silver Tree, right? And if he runs over, he might just rotate in a way that he sees the Silver Tree with no traders. Okay, it looks like Anno is switching over now. I guess, like, I'm trying to figure out what the real logic is then. If it wasn't because he's trying to hide the trade, what was the real reasoning here? It should have been the hide trade, because there's no other reason. Like, your opponent can't build sofas. He has no gold. I don't think the pathing would be that frustrating, right? Like, this tree line's a little bit in the way, but outside that, it's fine. There's not much difference compared to this tree line, which is partially blocking you as well. So we have got a pit mine operational. Other side of this, though, archer count looking kind of spooky. We have at least got jabs now being added in. But as this trade escalates, that's where the Keshik count is going to get very difficult to contest. Also, the way that Killjadi's now playing, like, he has to play on a wide flank. The negative of doing this is you have so many villages out here, you either have to spam outposts or you have to guard. If you're guarding, who's guarding home? Right, so this is a smart read. Anatan should be able to keep idling up this wood line, slowing Killjadi down. I'll do more than just bloody well idle it. He'll find some kills. Movement in, Killjadi. A little bit slow on the reactions there. So 2 villagers going down. Great little strike there for Anatan. And bloody hell. Talk about being out of food. It's a 10-villager lead. Well, it's not all villages, right? Like, I think Killjadi might have missed 1. Okay, no, ignore me. Wait. No, he definitely did. It's 8 traders. 11. No, I'm an idiot. You know me. I'm having a dumb day. It looks like he missed maybe half a villager, if I'm not mistaken. Because there is a very small gap here. And that's impressive, because remember, Anatan would have also had idle time, moving the TC across to the tree line initially. So I feel like when he ran out of food on the sheep, Killjoy may have not had enough food to get a villager for like 10 seconds or so. Dude, this trade is actually so obnoxious. How do you react to this now if you're Killjoy, right? Like, the moment you had to go on deer here is the moment that the Marlians look really underpowered. Because you just don't have the army flex to go everywhere, right? Like, you can't split between your main base and the deer and then also contest trade. Killjoy's going to try, but this is usually the undoing of a Marlian. Most trade is already shifted away. I like how Anatan's like, I'm happy with Eva. I'm just going to switch to the other trade post now. Bye. Oh my god, dude. I would feel so griefed right now if I was Killjoy. Wolves are also going to start going up, so it's looking to restrict the options of the Keshiks. Khan is at least going to get sniped out. He's making his move. This is dangerous, actually. Killjoy's pulled everything. So if these Keshiks rotate around towards like the gold, towards the food, Killjoy's going to have big problems. Then again, in his eyes, right, like Killjoy, if anyone's wondering why would you make this move, his mentality is this game is already a problem. Like, I am already far behind. It's trade. You can't outboom the trade. So your only option is to move out like this. And unfortunately, because of the state of his economy, he doesn't have the gradual Fulani coming in. He doesn't have the potential to go into sofas here. His only option is to go all in. Okay, hit the trade. Army out of position. Actually, a beautiful stab on both sides there. So a few Donzo drag the main army, and it means he's going to have to idle up the trade on this side if Anatan wants to keep it alive. So nice little move in there by Killjoy. Has to get some troops back to deal with these Keshiks, though. They're low on HP, but they are still a dangerous threat, especially with 7 villagers out here with no wheelbarrow. Are you kidding me? He dodges it. Dude, that would have been GG. That difference right there would have been death. Spread to him. He's going to survive. Garrison's going to come in. Villagers are going to be chipped away out here, but it looks like the Keshiks, they do throw their lives away underneath the outpost. So a little bit unnecessary by Anatan there. Actually, I say that. If he doesn't stab this Keshik, Killjoy. Oh, thank God. All right. So Keshik's going to go down. Clash from the other side is not looking great right now, though. Archers are moving in. Donzo's getting baited into the engagement. Keshiks are at least going to get cleared up. So this is about as good as Killjoy can hope for right now. But he's not idling the trade, right? The trade is still fully operational, and he's now in full retreat. So do I have any idea how players have over 400 APM in the game? It's usually like a combination of control groups and like separate kind of like TC spamming. So like there are a lot of ways you can do this. So for example, if we control group 1 these, control group 2 these, and then you usually your control group 5 these, maybe do 4 for this. So like, so you're switching back, bum 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 bum, QQQ 5 QQQ, and then you'll like in this fight at a high level you'll be doing this constantly. Right, to like switch back and forth between the spear and the archers. So it does add in quite a lot of APM there. And then on top of that, like a player like me, for example, I click a lot. Like anyone who's watched me when I very rarely play the game, instead of just casting it, I mash the crap out of right click in the fight. Like for a knight, I'll be like, like I actually lead them on the cycle because I'm a MOBA player. So like that is definitely an element that still exists for some RTS players that will add into it. They do a lot of unnecessary actions. Yes, the reason why they do it, though, is so that they are warmed up for when those aren't unnecessary. That's the logic. It's like when you get into intense moments, you need that APM. So, more Keshiks moving in now. Anatan. I mean, Killjoy basically has like one opportunity to fight, I think. This game is getting away from him quickly. He didn't shut down the trade. He's also now being idled up on the food. This man still does not have wheelbarrow. Oh my god. He only just realized. Killjoy staying true to form. Who needs wheelbarrows before 10 minutes, huh? He's like, I'm going to walk my villagers out here, and they are going to stay here. He's at least going to stab him on the trade. So well played. Killjadi getting some return fire. Anatan quick to peel the rest away. Army is marching across, but not many Keshiks to fight with right now. Like, one weakness of what Anatan is doing here, he hasn't respected the javelin count. This is a problem for him. This main army, but the bigger issue is like Killjadi, he has an opportunity to take like a decisive fight right now, but every time he goes for it, you're noticing Anatan is kind of just drifting away from him and looking for economy instead. Yeah, the raids really have done the damage here. Archer mass also big enough that you can actually insta-snipe down jabs. It's kind of not too bad now. Can't. That was bold, charging the enemy line on your own. So one problem here for Killjadi is if he doesn't start actually microing for the back line, he's going to be in a problem here because these archers, once they gap close, this many will snipe you out quite quickly. Like, it's kind of wild, right? Like, yeah, jabs do counter archers, but when you have this many, when the blob's this big, anything is going to die that you target. Last of the Donzo's going down. I mean, this is now officially a problem. Killjadi, in this retreat, he could lose a lot. He mainly just has javelins left over, and you can see the hesitation to even turn and burn for a second here. Archers now starting to reach those jabs, and this should be it. Killjadi, even if he turns around for a second here, it's going to cost him dearly. Remember, these javelins have an insanely long wind-up time. Long enough that the archers will return fire. More Keshiks on the way as well. This is where it's just getting away. I think Killjadi, it's kind of writing on the wall at this stage, right? Like, he's only got 2 ranches set up. Sure, he's got his pit mines operational again, but without a melee front line, this is becoming truly problematic. And behind this, the trade continues to boom up. We're now, like, what, 11 traders? I think there's a lot more than that, though, if I'm not mistaken. I just think some of them have still gone idle. God. I mean, the economy lead is just insane in this game. I'm trying to think back, like, what Killjadi could have really done different. I think Anatan just kind of done him dirty on that opening. And also, you have to remember that, like, although Marlians usually have a very strong economy at this stage, Mansa Quarry being missing is actually quite painful for a guy who's lost so many villages and is so far behind in economy, right? It's just even deeper in the hole. I think the way that maybe this could have been done differently is if Killjadi potentially adds in a few sofas, but sofas just feel rough here, right? Like, if Keshiks mirror you out, you're never winning that fight because they heal off you. It's very difficult. I think the spawn played a very big part in this. The lack of sheep was the biggest problem of all for Killjadi. It's not even just the gold. You can kind of play no gold if you have enough food, but being drained on sheep so quickly just inevitably led to this situation where now he's being peeled apart. Villagers trying to just garrison inside. I mean, I guess the plus side of having no economy is you have enough room in your TC for all of them. But, oh my god, he's going to try to snipe on the other side. Anatan, though, with the outpost, early warning to get out of dodge. Main army is now on the way. Archer count big enough to just butt this back. Butt this back? Bat this back. A quick kick to the butt, actually. And Killjadi's like, I'd say he has like a maybe 3% chance at this stage. It's really, really brutal. The reason, you know, some people might like, is this not over? Why is he not called GG? This is match point, right? Like, every series matters. For him, it's 25 bucks. I don't think at this stage Killjadi could make it to playoffs, but he can still play Kingmaker, and he can also still secure himself extra money. With being the final game of the series, there's nothing left to play for afterwards, right? So, Keshiks, in the meantime, in the base, are still proving a nuisance. Killjadi continues to be idled with basically a third of his economy. Jabs are at least going to be able to escape behind the wall here, but Anatan now with almost a free military advantage. Right, 34 to 100 at this stage. I think the only thing left for Anatan now is just go Castle Age. When was the last time you saw 86 archers in a game of Age of Empires 4? I mean, I'm all for the way of the bow, but that's one of the most nutty things I've seen in a long time. Looks like he's going to stop building them, though. There we go. Cancels the units. Kurotai now on the way. Killjadi will take one more fight, but that fight is not going to be very fair. Turns out, jabs don't really counter archers when you're talking about Kurotai and veterancy. Looks like Killjoy might have the correct read. It looks like he's maybe starting to stockpile food a little bit and gold. Fulani will be built. The issue is it's probably not going to last very long. I am gutted, by the way. I didn't see the Deerstone build. Was really looking forward to the Deerstone in the middle of the ranch. Well, guys, calm down. It might be 130 pop lead, but the Marlians are OP. Look, he's got a pit mine. And another pit mine. Wow. And then the ranches. He's got, like, 20 extra... Oh, I can't be delusional. This is about to be one of the most one-sided fights I think we're going to see all tournament. Killjoy's still investing more into army. He's not teching up yet. He's in for a rude awakening. Anatan, dude, I'd just get moving straight away. Like, when you see your opponent stuck in his base still, you can make a move. If he had God Vision like we do, he'd just be going in already. Instead, Anatan's going to show a little bit of respect and wait a moment here. But that's going to be even better, because that means that Killjoy is more likely to start locking in the tech up instead of adding in more army. Khan says, fight me. Keshik Veterancy is coming through so swiftly as well. And we've got a few of those still prowling, right? Like, these guys are about to hit like a truck. Fulani now on the way from Killjoy. This is difficult, actually. The timing on this, the Kurotai packing up and wheeling up, by the time you're going to be getting your veterancy on the jabs, you're going to be stuck in a fight. Anno adding in even more archers now. We're at risk of breaking triple digits. Good God. Even Iron Man would be scared of this many archer shots coming in. Like, he's like, maybe one of them penetrates. I don't know. The fact that he's actually killing this pit mine with archers. Kurotai in position now, moving in even deeper. He's going to go straight for the Fulani. I mean, go for the Fulani for the juggler, right? Set up the Kurotai right next to it. There's nothing stopping you from taking it all down. Fulani, almost complete. Here it is. Kurotai now on the way across. And Anno looking to dive in. Movement speed arrow is going to be activated. Tech up is complete, but for what? What do you do with this? Villagers being hit. Be free, little cattle. Be free. Oh, God. I always wondered what 90 archers shooting a poor cow would look like, and now we know. Javs have to contest this. Upgrade is coming through fairly quick, but even then, I mean, the Kurotai buff being there, this makes the Archer army nigh on unstoppable. He's already got the range level 2 increase. Javs barely anywhere left to run. I think the writing truly is on the wall here. Killjoy, he opened this series in impressive fashion, but the more this has went on, the rougher it has looked. I think out of all the ways that Game Freak have ended, this is maybe the more sour. The sheep spawn really mattering, but can't take anything away from Anatan. The rotation by his Khan, the cutoff of the enemy scout was critical there, and it led to exactly this. Kurotai unpacking for what I expect to be the final time in this series. And it's going to be a series win for Anatan. So this is how he kept the dream alive. An important series against Killjoy. Gave him the potential to make it through. But as we know, the story of Anatan will end in the group stage despite this impressive performance. The series that we saw on the weekend up against B did end up being a 2-1 in favor of his 3D Clan teammate. But I think what we're seeing here is promising from Anatan. I mean, very, very clearly talented player. Just shy of making the top 8 of the Elite Classic 2. Fair to say that I'm expecting a lot from both of these players as we get deeper and deeper into 2024. If you guys like what you've seen here, if you like these two, I definitely recommend subscribing to the channel and making sure you're following on all my social medias. I think I upload more Anatan Killjoy games than literally anyone else out there. Even more than 2 players, actually. Those 2 have got to start uploading YouTube videos. Come on. The Killjoy comeback, of course. He just needs to pull the cows right now and head to the enemy base. He needs to strap C4 on their underbellies and offer them as president. As presidents? Presents. President Cow. Well, I think it's fair to say that this is not looking like a very full Arnie right now. It's about to be fully empty. I'm sorry. You gotta make jokes at a time like this, guys. I mean, he's dead. I'm wondering, like, if Mongols versus Abas's would have worked better. I think it can, because like Abas's, you quickly gather your gold, you get the military wing, and you can actually block out the outpost rush. But as we highlighted, like the reason why Killjadi chose this instead of going for the Abba pick, if this had been Abba versus Jean, you're just as screwed, right? I think Killjadi was just looking at the potency of Marlins and saying if there's anything that could beat Jean, this would be the Civ. If it's Mongols, he said himself, he sees it as more of a 50-50. It is definitely very map spawn dependent. But Imperial Age complete. That is going to be it. GG called. Anatan takes the series 2-1. He's not dead. He is a hero. No, he's very dead. Check the pulse. The Trojan cow. Dude, that's what we need. So Marlians, that's what they're missing. They need the ability to strap C4 to cows. I'm just saying, you know. We need a Marlian variant, like it's Marlian China. So they've taken all their gunpowder tech and attached it to cows. They've got explosive cows. They've got cows with cannons on top. I'm going to stop. Good God. No, just stop. Yeah, they need to fix that EGC Lipany for sure, though. Like, that was kind of unfortunate, game 1 just having 4 relics. I don't think it mattered too much in the end, but it's still kind of stupid. C4 pigeons, don't start this crap, all right? Don't make me get into stories about, like, the CIA deciding to strap Semtex to bats and how that was a bad idea. Good God. Oh, yeah, sharks were freaking laser beams. All right, so another series done. What else should we cast? Who else did I want to look in on? There was another series I said I really wanted to hop into next. Oh, Doomy versus Puppy Paw, right? Doomy versus Puppy Paw wasn't cast. So, of course, we got to check it out. So, let me update the title. We're going to Doomy versus Puppy Paw next. No, so what happened with the trained bat with the bats? They weren't even trained. So Poetic, the idea was that they would put explosives on bats, and then bats would like fly underneath enemy air bases, and they messed up because what happened is they strapped the C4 to the bats, and then they flew underneath an American airbase and detonated. My favorite one, and they bloody deserved it, was the Russians. Who decided they wanted to strap C4 to attack dogs. And they trained the dogs to basically, with like these explosives attached, crawl underneath enemy tanks. And then they explode. Can you guess how that one ended, guys? Because it turns out the Russians didn't have many captured German tanks lying around that they could have used to train with. So no one saw the silliness, the stupidity of training the dogs to crawl under tanks with Russian tanks. And you know what? They deserve that. How dare they kill the puppies? All right, so let me get the Doomy versus Puppy Paw series ready. So let's have a look here. So we've got... Oh, I need the draft. 1 second. Did I poop on a fancy car this morning? You have a fancy car? Dude, look at this farmman guy with a silver spoon in his mouth. Fancy cars? You can afford that stuff? This guy. He can afford this stuff and he doesn't even subscribe to my channel? What the fuck? Golden Spoon? Dude, Golden Spoon, he isn't even tier 2 sub to this channel? What the f... Oh dear, oh dear. Alright, there you go. Let's get the draft ready for this series. So, oh, I'll run 90 seconds of ads now so people don't have to worry about it. So here we go, do 90 seconds of ads and I'll eat some of my breakfast bar as well. Whoop, whoop. So 90 seconds of ads, put the music on, and here's the draft. You're waiting in your prime? damn well better be. Who else you been giving Prime to? I guess there is a way I could show the score in lobby, right? If I was feeling really nice. Oopsie. Oh, no, look at that. You guys didn't look, right? Don't look. So there is a way, if I just pull. Is there a lobby score graphic? Did I miss that in the package? I don't see it. Oh, wait. Hold on a sec. Let me have a look. Yo, what's up, Failgain? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Appreciate the support. Am I missing something here? Is that what you mean? Like that? No. Wait, sorry. Oh, no, that's the... No, that was the series manager. What? I'll reset that. I'm definitely pressing the wrong things. All right, let's see if Cal can quickly set us up with what we need. Oh. Thank you, Cal. Perfect. Now I just need to not move, and the score will be in my eyes. Oh, it's really hard not to move. Crap. Does that work? Does that look good? I feel like that's like with this layout, that's probably the best it's gonna look, right? Probably. I think. And that's already linked in where, yeah. No. What do you mean you can only get 9 points? Scam. Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere else we could put it. Bigger is better? Yeah. I mean, I want to make some comment about your mum, but you did just subscribe, so I won't. Sorry. So, like, if you make it bigger, it just, like, looks really out of place. The 2 zeros not on the same height. If they're not, that's Cal's fault. It's because you've got a capital L on one side and then you've got a W on the other that's lowercase. So like your size logic is not like it. Also, it's the background because the background shading. They are definitely like aligned. I'd show you by dragging another asset next to it, but I can't be asked to have everything out of alignment and then have to figure out extra stuff. What did I used to stream before AoE 4? Primarily, I would have streamed Dota 2 because like I had a very small community when I streamed Dota 2 because I just like I done my casting on tournament channels and I just played some Dota 2. Before that, variety streamer, a bunch of different things. Probably one of my biggest success runs was with would have been with probably Foxhole. Foxhole actually, if I stuck with Foxhole, Foxhole was around the time when I decided to prioritize esports. If I stuck with Foxhole, I probably would have been a decent sized variety streamer because I basically built a reputation as like a roleplay streamer. Because, you know, I do the voices, so the voices were quite popular in that game, yeah? So I think we were like we were trending towards like 150, 180, 200 CCV. Concurrent viewership. So we can see you commentating fighting games? I don't know, man. When the fighting scene is like actually big enough to like reliably make a living, it would be nice. Fighting scene is still very much grassroots. They've been struggling to attract sponsorships. I know it kind of sounds like I'm having to put the cart before the horse, but like, let's be totally real. I'm already doing that with AoE 4. I think the worst thing I do is when I need money, hop into another Zoom that doesn't have money yet. That would be tough. I'd want to do Smash. I'd want to do Smash, probably Street Fighter. Probably some Mortal Kombat too. Like, dude, I mean, I'd love to get involved in the fighting scene as a host. Like, I don't know. I think I excel as a host. I've been feeling really confident about that recently. Which is why you guys need to make sure you get that Kickstarter for EGC funded. So they have to hire me literally every day of an event. And then I can feed my baby. Whoop, whoop. All the money's in FPS now. Sort of. BRs are really popular. FPS is no. It's BRs. People, like, arena shooters don't do well. Just to close this out before we hop in the game. Arena shooters do not do well. They suck. Which is sad, because actually some are really good. But people get bored. You want the LAN? Yeah. I don't think the LAN, like... I told Pesty to go ahead and try and see how it would raise. Like, there's no harm in trying. But, like, realistically, the likelihood of that, like, being struck was, and is, very, very low. Because the thing you've got to realize about Kickstarters is, like, Kickstarters in general... turn this music up quickly. So Kickstarters in general, the way it works is, like, most of your progress will be made in the first, I think it's 48 hours or 72 hours statistics shoot. So, like, the chances of, like, getting much beyond that is quite low. It's impressive that, like, it's up to $5,000, or £5,000 rather. Or if we put it in dollars, so this is 6,000 euros. So 6,000 euros with 15 days to go, so halfway through. It might hit the elevated production, which is what I wanted, by the way, because I'm already aiming to pitch a bunch of segments for the EGC shows to different sponsors, and one of them being the idea of, like, you know, Red Bull's replay, right? Like this type of thing, or like X's MVP, or another one would be, let's say, as an example, like WD Black's replay. Like, I came up with some names in this. I can't be. Like, my brain is fried at the moment. But basically, like, there's some cute ways you can brand it. Because, like, I think the idea of having an analysis breakdown after the series, where it's short, trim pieces of the replays, the highlights, would be really good. Highlights during the weekend, during the break, were cool. Yeah, they're quite nice. Like, there's a lot of things you can add in, and the whole point is, like, from a sponsorship perspective, it makes the sponsors feel special because you're finding a unique part of the show, right? Like, that's things that I want to do on here. Like, FapLop especially has been on my ass about getting the screen and screen. I'd rather wait until we have, like, a sponsorship where, like, I can just be like, hey, sponsorship, screen and screen's your piece, right? And then it's like they become part of the experience. That's when it's worth it. When you don't have that element, increasing the production with, like, no income is really expensive. Do I have an ideal sponsor? See, the problem is if you say your ideal sponsor and then you're pitching to someone else and then they see this, they're not going to like you. I would really like to get one of the peripheral/laptop companies, the ones that do both, would be pretty cool. I think an obvious one is like an energy drink. I quite like 2 or 3 different energy drink companies. The problem is the ones that I like they're not really attracted to small streamers. It's not a case of not being worth, like actually statistically. I actually like that we're having these little talks before we hop in. We'll hop in this in a sec. For anyone who came to watch the game, we will be getting this in a sec, but this is a really interesting fact for you. If you look at the costs per dollar, the acquisition, like the value, the conversion, micro streamers and mid-sized streamers are actually much more profitable than large-scale streamers. But the issue is, like, there's a difference between saying that for each dollar we spend, we get this much dollar back, and saying for this amount, we reach this many people. That's the difference on why a lot of these big peripheral companies, these big different brands, would rather deal with your very sizey departments, right? Like, for example, let's say you're looking at DHL. DHL, if they had the choice between sponsoring ESL or sponsoring EGC, if you think about the viewership that EGC can get on a lot of their events, if you price it as the correct percentage of what they got in ESL, they're still going to go with the ESL because it's less work. Like, it's not enough to say that, oh, this is the cost that I bring, right? And this is the return that I get, and it's better than that big person. For the person on the other end, there's the extra cost of them having to organize 10 influencers versus organizing 1 influencer, right? There's a very big difference there. Like, that's where it gets a little bit weird. If people actually put time into working with micro influencers, though, and looking for creative people, they will just absolutely destroy what you get from high scale influencers. Because a lot of high scale influencers, and this is not all of them, but there's a reputation, and it makes sense because you just have all the options, are hard to work with because they are high maintenance or they are hard to get to activate on certain elements, right? They basically do the bare minimum, these sort of things. Whereas, like, the people that will succeed in the branding department are the ones that, like, basically they craft something unique. They provide all the info with full clarity. They go the extra mile. Like, that's why I'm convinced once we get to a stage where, like, I can start opening the doors to these sponsors, once we can start getting them in, I'm going to be able to keep them in because, like, dude, this is the stuff I've been doing for years on big tournament shows. I know how to explain how a product works. Also, because I'm, like, basically sourcing sponsorships for, like, some other influencers and also, like, you know, helping out that on the EGC side, I'm understanding, like, how to sell, right? Like, for me, 2023 was a very big year of learning the importance of marketing. People don't actually give enough credit to marketing. Marketing has a really bad reputation as being mood boards in a room full of talking, right? Mood boards and presentations is what people think of when they hear the word marketing. But that's actually not what marketing is. Good marketing is understanding how to penetrate an audience and actually how to provide value within that environment, right? And that can be through instant explanation of sales, or that can be through more cute advertising methods such as memory building, right? Like emotion evoking type experiences. Yeah, like that is something that, interesting enough, like if there are a lot of content creators that are very good at doing marketing from their own content side, but if they learn how to shift across to marketing other people's products, they'd be making huge bank off of sponsorships. All right. Anyway, let's get ready for the series. Hopefully that was a little bit educational. Hopefully people are ready. So, all right, important series on the line here for Dumu. This was the difference between qualifying or not qualifying. At this stage in the Elite Classic 2, at the very end, he needed a win here. After getting a win over Louis MT 2-1, he needed to beat Puppypaw, another strong opponent, to stand a chance of making the playoffs. But it was definitely Finn, because it wasn't just this series that needed to go right, it was the series of someone like Vortex that had to go wrong. Now, we are watching this from the future, right? So we already know the outcome is that Vortex won his series. But I think it's still very interesting to check in on Dumu to see if he actually has the potential to take on someone like Puppypaw and take them down cleanly. Because even though we know he can't make it into the playoffs for the Elite Classic 2, it's still going to be a higher ranking for him. Still going to be improved scoring on the ATR. And it's also going to be promising for upcoming tournaments for Benny Boy. Because I think a lot of us have been waiting for this. For Ben to make a comeback. For him to be able to actually shine through as a player again. You know, I was looking at this the other day, and I'm pretty sure the last time Dumu won a tournament was back in Steel Series, right? The first few months of release for AoE4, which is a little bit rough. Like, I'm not saying that to do him die. I think Ben has the potential. He's shown it in the past, but he's just unfortunately not been able to like find it, at least in 1v1s, right? There was the Winter Team Championship, but of course that was a team format. For 1v1s, yeah, I'm double checking it. It was December the 19th, 2021, where he took a finals against Vortex 4-3. Has been pretty consistent on seeing a lot of placements around, like I'd say, 12th to 8th. But I'm still waiting for the Ben to return that can make it into like the top 4, top 6. So, interesting matchup to open here, by the way. Because if Dumu was to keep his fate in his own hands, this is one way to start. Delhi versus Japanese, on paper, is a hard counter. Japanese is about 70% favored in this matchup. I think it's even higher in competitive formats right now. Unfortunately, there's not a website that compiles that data, so I'm going off of the rough games that I've gauged. This is brutal. Like, Japan has so much flexibility here. Whether it's a fast castle or prolonged feudal, they have access to the answers to shut Delhi down. But if there was one player that I would trust to take down the Japanese right now, this is the guy. This is the only person I've seen solve Japan as Delhi in this entire tournament and also the weeks running up to it. So we could have a very interesting opening series on our hands. Hopefully that's not too much of a spoiler for anyone. Like I think like I'm just being real that we're doing a recap here. We know the outcome of the other series, and because the reason I mentioned the Vortex series because we're not going to be casting that one, not the one that like really mattered, because we already saw the outcome. But this is interesting. Puppy Paw, looking at his spawn, playing on a map like Lipany as well, you get a lot of berries. So there's a lot of benefit if you're ever able to reach out into your base. And it's kind of interesting because, like, compared to Dry Arabia, you think maybe this would be better for the Delhi, but you have to remember that the Japanese, if they ever get on the map, their gathering rate on berries exceeds the Delhi by quite a bit. When you get level 2 wheelbarrow, so Tawala into Takazaiku, you get a 50% increased gathering rate, which completely annihilates the Delhi's increased rate. All right, so Tower of Victory going up. Forge. Ooh. Puppy Paw does what Anatan does. I love this. This is a really good opening. I'm a big fan of this. You can't just fast castle with Naked. Fast castle Naked is bad, especially if you know your opponent has gone Tower of Victory. So you need to be present in the Feudal Age, and this build gives you access to a quick Daimyo level up, which allows you to play into Bannerman Auras. Bannerman Auras are how you will beat the Delhi. Because of the melee tech advantage, you have an extra level, right, in melee tech. On top of the Bannerman Aura, adding in on average 1 to 1.5 damage for most units at this stage in the game, it puts you ahead, drastically ahead of what the Delhi can do. And you also have to remember now, with the early Daimyo and the Kura Storehouse, the longer this feudal goes on, it's very weird to say, but the better it actually gets for the Japanese. Because they're going to fill out on farms. Those farms are going to have a better gathering rate. Then you're eventually going to try to crawl into a level 2 Daimyo. That's when things get wild. So for Dumu, and he'll understand this very well in this matchup, his goal is to thread the needle, to flirt the line between too long in feudal and too soon out of, right? And it's been a weird line that actually, like, even the best in the game have failed at time and time again. Dumu is the only one I've seen consistently find that line. See if he can do it against one of Canadia's best. More villagers across on the stone. Is this going to be a 2TC build from... Dude, this is a 2TC build. Is he going to do 2TC fast castle? And if so, where does the TC go? Do you use it to secure the berries on the ford? And then wall the short? Yeah, dude. We've read it. That's exactly what he's going for. So the villager might be able to block this out. Unfortunately, Dumu... Oh, no. He stepped to the side. Okay, this is sick. I actually really like this build from Puppy Paw. It makes a lot of sense for his positioning here because now you have this strong defense to stop a raid through this side. You can short wall between the 2 tree lines, and then you can even wall here on the side of your gold. Maybe just slap one down here, right? It's not too far of a reach afterwards. So you're pretty secure in this position. And Dumu, he's going to go for that standard Ghazi opening, but this is tough, man. Like, I've seen Dumu win against the Japanese 1TC builds where they go for the Daimyo. I haven't yet to see him play against a 2TC Japanese player. And what's interesting to me is what the 2TC Japanese player can do. With food, but also a lot more wood access now, we could be looking at eventually even archers being added in by the Japanese. For now, it is going to be a stable opening. A little bit surprising he wants to try and match the pace of the Ghazi this early on. But at the same time, if you're going spears, you're going to be a step behind, right? Like, naturally, Delhi's flow is to go Ghazi into archers. By going for horsemen, you now force them to go for racks. And then you go for racks. Galliano didn't do 2 TC. He done the 1 TC, right? Or did I miss? Oh, that might have been a separate series. Anatime typically doesn't do the 2 TC though, right? Like he tends to lean more into the Daimyo. That's why I like this a lot more. Like this is pretty cool because now Dumu is gonna have to be more all-in-y. And if you think about it, there's one thing that Delhi kind of suck at is being all-in-y. I think like if you think about every game we watch Delhi lose, it's the all-in games, right? Like I still remember, for example, Kazva's game in the qualifier very vividly. We saw 1 or 2 of those type of all-in games from the Delhi actually in the main event already, and they both backfired. You have to play the map, play Sacred Sites, and take time. But because of this early TC timing, Sanctity only just unlocked. If you now go capture the Sacred Sites, you're not going to get a win condition until 19 minutes. Think about the villager advantage that deep in the future. That's going to be, what, 30 plus villagers in favor of Puppy Paw. That's crazy. Horseman, a little bit ambitious here. I'd love to see Steeled Arrow out of Puppy Paw with the way he's playing this. Like, he's relying on the TC a lot. And Undermesh is already being prioritized. Dumu did go for the double Blacksmith opener, which I love. It's so effective here. Actually, I think it was Blacksmith Stables, then Blacksmiths afterwards, if I'm not mistaken. Which makes a lot of sense. Like, you double Blacksmith when you see your opponent does this 2 TC build, because you need the extra tech to get the dive in. Ghazi getting down for a Horseman. Interesting. So Puppy Paw, he's relying heavily on the TC and treating the Horseman as just a buffer to keep the Ghazi away. I love it when Gully's like, the dives are great. He can just heal the Ghazis back up. And the Ghazi dies. Oops. The question now is, what? Puppy Paw is going to raw try to out-spam him on Cav. And that's crazy because Dumu is expecting a Rax transition into Spears. He's like, okay, this is just wild. And it makes sense. Dumu's like, oh, I'm not going to be tricked by that crafty little puppy, that little chihuahua doggy. I'm not going to fall for that. No. I know what he's going to do. Of course he's going to be going into Rax because, as I know, Japanese, they love that Ona Bigisha Horseman comp because they can attack and defend. Instead, he's going to go for extra Horsemen and add in archery ranges as well. I love this build so much, man. You can't go Rax here because double Horseman spam is too expensive on food. If you then add in Rax, you're going to be short. But by going for archery ranges instead, what is the one thing both of his TC secure? Wood. And a lot of it. This is a really cool build, man. Puppy Paw has been doing a decent amount of Yuumi spam at the moment. I've got to say it's really powerful. Now the issue is like Dumu, if he ever backs away, if he ever lets up on the pressure, Puppy Paw can, after scaling a bit of army, sneak into Castle Age, and Yuumi Castle Age is no joke. Like, Vet Yuumi actually slapped pretty hard. Guys are being pushed back in the meantime, so Horseman will exchange out. Remember, Puppy Paw has been gathering some stones, so we're heading eventually into a Daimyo effect here as well. Daimyo could be good for the Yuumi, but it also can be incredible for Mass Horseman. The Uma Bannerman effect at this stage, you get those +2 melee levels in. All of a sudden, you're adding in an extra 1.5 damage. Which means you're hitting harder than Ghazi. Nice, taking him so long to circle the base as well. So the other thing I like about this TC, close enough to the primary that you have to run all the way around the base. And it's annoying because if you want to harass the excess food, this is the area. But if you want to harass the gold, it's on the opposite end of the base. Makes it very difficult for Dumu to just shift back and forth between the two. Villagers gonna get chipped. Puppy Paw has got a 12 eco lead right now, though. And I love that he's sending Horsemen across the map. You're playing against Delhi, right? They're going to have to come out into pocket resources. Meanwhile, you're just content staying at home. Yuumi numbers going up. Daimyo. Upgrade is coming through. So moment of truth here on whether we're going to be getting the Uma Bannerman or the Yuumi Bannerman. That's coming in. You need to be careful about the timing here. You need a lot more Yuumi. Remember, the 20% increased attack speed is effective here. But the reason why I actually really like Yuumi against Deli Archers is Deli Archers are going to overkill a lot. Yuumi are incredibly squishy, but they're very cheap. That's the trade-off, right? They are worse versions of Archers, but it means you get a lot more of them. It's kind of similar to when you watch people have way too many Lombos and they overkill an Archer, right? It's like, oh, this trade actually wasn't too bad for the Hex player because that guy's shooting too much in. Similar thing here. And Yuumi Bannerman also now gap closes the statistics by default, right? Still a health advantage, but the damage has mostly been offset. Farms. Being hit up. Nice from Dumu here, just trying to keep the additional farm spamming in here, keep the extra wood away from his opponent. The Puppy Paw, he's on his way home with the Horseman, so sacrificing some free farms here, but if he cleans up the Archers on the backside, which he most definitely will, it's going to be worthwhile. This is way too many Horsemen. I think Dumu's overstepped here. Puppy Paw has to realize it as well, right? 14 Horsemen, 12 Yuumi could easily wipe this out. That's exactly what he's looking to do. Yuumi, with the extra movement speed, will be able to close this. Will be able to shut this down. Dumu, only choice he's really got is to try and slow it down with the Ghazi. Instead, it's going to be a total surround with the Horsemen. Archers going down. And notice the Ghazi don't even go after the Archers because it's not worth it. Dumu can't afford losses. Dude, this is such a sick build. This is what I was highlighting before about the Japanese is interesting as well. Like, we've seen so many iterations that counter what the Deli do, and this is showing they still have that extra verse, that extra breadth to their builds, right? Like, this is a really cool build, and it's interesting because we haven't really seen much 2TC play from the Japanese recently. Maybe later in the game after you go Castle Age, but not at this point. Dumu. Now trying to contest here, but the Yuumi Bannerman numbers are scaling upwards. They're now neck and neck on Archer count. Horseman Ghazi numbers are comparative, but like that's not a good position to be in. What that is saying to Dumu is, in the next 3 or 4 minutes, I'm going to overtake you. I'm going to eclipse you. Yes, Dumu does have 3 Sacred Sites. It's only just locked in, though, and they are being decapped. And sure, he is getting gold to trade away, but remember, over time, the trade rates get worse. As long as Puppy Paw is able to just have a little bit more food to work with, he's not going to run out here, right? And we are getting to a stage where this Daimyo is adding quite a lot of food into his economy. And there's a good question around whether you go Samurai here. I don't think so. I think you just keep spamming Yuumi. You spam Yuumi and Horseman non-stop. Eventually, you can get to a stage where you can kind of actually, weirdly enough, just run Yuumi because there's just so many of them. Like, this is just Zerg on an earlier level. You know how everyone always targets the Onabgisha? And Onabgisha feels weird and feudal because sometimes it falls flat. The reason is the expenditure. Look at the difference here. You're spending 65 resources instead of spending 80 resources. And the resources you're expending are much more accessible at this stage than the golden food you'd spend on Onabgisha. You mean? Spoken in Prodden. Horseman of Peels. They've gone for the eco! Dumu now hemorrhaging at home, and this is where you have to dive. You have to go, but the Ghazi count is not that good. I'm trying to find a way to be nicer about it. I didn't actually swear, so I guess that's good enough. I could have said that it's absolute... Because it really is. Ghazi, 8 Ghazi, diving this with mass archers. Yuumi just going to back up. TC likely to be forfeit here, but the Horsemen are already on their way home. Oh no. New villagers are at least being sniped out. Ghazi count is low. The archers, they've overextended this time for the final time. The Horsemen are home. Woo-wee, and this is going to be the backstab he needed. Villagers are not going to be here in time to repair this, so it looks like the Rams are at least going to get rid of the town center. But the Horsemen will be able to clear this up. Dumu is about to be very far behind on Archer count here. 27 versus 41. The Yuumi Bannerman has at least been sniped out. Horsemen are at least going to be reduced. But now this is going to be the breakout point. Remember, this is cannon fodder to be thrown away. Behind that, good chip damage done, right? The eco kills speak for themselves. Yuumi Aura is going to be in once more. Puppy Paw, sure, he's lost access to the second TC, but he still has plenty of wood on his primary. Dude, this is crazy. Yo, is Fair around? Do we need to have a talk about Yuumi? I know she has her opinion. I know a lot of people have their opinions. Like, I said it a few weeks ago. I think Yuumi are under-leveraged. They are not as crap as people think. Like, maybe you could argue they should be 5 wood cheaper, but they are incredibly powerful. I hate when I just hear people write them off. They have a time and a place. You can't one-trick it. I mean, it's very difficult. It's possible if you're against like Mongol traders, it can work. But if you add in a layered comp like this, it's incredibly effective. I think the meta of Yuumi is going to be exactly what you've seen from Puppy Paw here. It's going to be 2 TC builds. 2 TC builds is the way. It's just so effective because it gives you the spam ability, right? Like, it just becomes cannon fodder. And the cool thing is, you have to think of Yuumi archers like you would HRE archers. It's not just for fighting. It's for raiding as well. This is a mini raider. And if you think about it, in the early game, it's much easier to raid with fast-moving archers than it is with fast-moving melee. Awesome, sniping out the skulls again. Yuumi count now up to 44. And the age up is not far away from Puppy Paw. This is the timing he's looking for, right? You rush that age up, you Yorishiro drop an archery range, you upgrade the Yuumi, and then you flood. And yes, they produce faster than normal archers. It's 13 seconds compared to the 15. Villager's being found out as well. This is actually adding up. Like, he's got textiles, but he's still losing this much. And the impressive part to me is actually the fact that Puppy Paw, I don't know if I'd say like the approach was 100% clean in that, like, for example, he didn't prioritize the melee tech on the Horseman whatsoever. But the fact that the fights have still been going like this without that is incredible. Tech up on the way. This breaks the game. I'm not even exaggerating, because like Dumu is now going to mirror the timing, but I think he understands what's happened here. He's lost control of the state of the game. This is the worst case. You're meant to be teching up from an advantage, right? When your opponent's army is like not credible. But now you've got Mass Archer versus Mass Archer. And one of these guys can unlock his tech upgrade in 20 seconds. The other's going to take about 3 minutes. We have a problem. No doubt in my mind as well, it is going to be an archery range drop for that. House of Learning almost complete for Dumu, but really, what's this going to get you? At this point in the game, like, you need something that's immediate in the next 3 minutes. Realistically, that's one of the issues with Delhi, right? It's like nothing you do at the beginning of Castle Age gives you 3 minutes. You have to have an advantage getting there. There we go. Yorishiro drop, 13 seconds away. It's Yuumi Ashigaru time. Oh, this series just got spicy. Mounted Samurai also following up out the stables from earlier. These look scary. 8 damage each. And remember, he can still get the level 2 ranged upgrade. That's another thing that Dumu can't match him on the pace towards, right? Like, look at it. It's going to take 4.5 minutes for ranged armor too. Oh, God. And remember, Yuumi are faster than these archers. You can't get away from this. Oh, no. Why are you running? Where are you running? Villagers have to escape quick. Yuumi, they're quicker than that as well. Remember, these villagers, 1.29 compared to the 1.38. Nothing can run away from this. Dumu, by the time the archers are upgraded, there's going to be none left. I mean, even Lancers at this stage, guys. 73 archers. Ooh, they're just almost one-hit a Lancer. Dumu's losing so much this line formation chase down. He's got nowhere left to run. He has to turn and fight. And this should be the backbreaker. Start step away. Lancer's being targeted down. Ghazi not able to do enough here. Bannerman does flop dead on the ground, but it doesn't matter. He's got 30 seconds to wipe this army, and that's more than enough. Dumu has to retreat again. And this is wave 1, baby. Yuumi extra on the way. The next Bannerman's going to be running across the field. Mount Samurai are also on the way. So Dumu, these Lancers are going to be outmatched here. Outpaced, and now we're seeing the prep for the Samurai switch. Puppy Paw doesn't have that Bannerman anymore, reduces 7 damage, but even then, you're still taking quite the punishment here. Takes, what, 2 rounds of attacks to kill a Lancer? Not bad, especially for a unit that moves away quicker than standard archers. Puppy Paw, where are these Mounted Samurai? Okay, they're on the way here now. He's got some guards on the flanks. He could actually just chase into Eco and end the game right now. Instead, archers are going to back up. Remember, because they're quicker as well, it means the Bannerman gets back in the fight faster, especially when you start stepping back like this. Mounted Samurai have now arrived, and Dumu, this is the bad news. Because now, if you switch into crossbows to solve the Mounted Samurai, you still got this issue here. 73 Yuumi Ashigaru. And good question coming in. Does this Japanese army comp work against English? Yes, I've watched it work against English as well. Yumi Ashigaru. It's the same logic as why H-Yuri archers can win against English Lombos. Depending on the map, of course. But if it's a more open map, like Cliffside or, say, Himiyama, you don't fight the Lombos, you fight their economy. I'm telling you, man. This is a raiding unit. It's interesting, like, Onobugisha, yes, they fight very well, but their big value is as a raiding unit. You just have to look at Yumi the same exact way. Double the military force. Dimu. Quite the pickle here. More farms have been added in, so Puppy Paw is not going to run out anytime soon. Judge comes in. Mount Samurai just trying to buy a little bit of time as they draw this back slightly, but the Yumi Aura really is the problem here. It's 10 damage now. For some reason on the Yumi Random. Don't ask me why he gets more. 9 on the rest of the formation. These Lances are not even getting a lick in. Oh my god. Dimu, by some miracle, his eco hasn't been exposed on the flank yet, but I feel like it's just a matter of time at this stage. I mean, for Puppy Paw, it shows you how far ahead he is that he doesn't even have to raid that. He can just win the main fight. This game is over. Dimu, even if Puppy Paw backs up now, it'll be to hunt the economy on the flanks. Instead, it's going to be a dive in the base and a dive into despair for Dimu. 21 versus 82 military. Still 58 Yumi left over, and the Samurai haven't even arrived yet. Bannerman is at least gone, so this might be the one moment where you can take a semi-decent trade. Semi-decent might be being generous. Villagers being sacrificed is going to be the GG call. Dimu, although the dominant force against the Japanese, it turns out that Puppy Paws is built a little bit different. Gets himself very early on to match point here. So let's update that score. Puppy Paw does indeed take game number 1. I don't know why. Wait, why did that put on without flip score? Whatever. Anyway, there we go. Game number 1 going the way. Wait, no. Lobby score, please. What? All right. Something's weird with the lobby score. Interesting. So the lobby score can't be flipped. Anyway, yeah. Puppy Paw now already on match point. Looking a little bit deeper into this draft, looking at what we've actually got ahead of us. I think Dimu... Did he draft Holy Island? This draft kind of reeks of Holy Island. No, if it was, like, I feel like you'd save Japan for that, not pull the Chinese. So let me double check. No, it was Coastal Cliffs, Lipini, and Dry Arabia. Oh, wait, did I just do a stupid moment? I think I did. I think I just shoot game 2. Let me double check. I did. I shoot game 2, guys. I'm an idiot. Oops. All right, we go back for game 1. How did I do that? I could have sworn I clicked through them. Did he play? Oh. I think I know what happened. I don't know if this is last night. Maybe it was just now. Maybe Dimu was playing a game off stream. But, like, he basically... There was a new solo rank game that appeared and pushed it down. So we accidentally clicked on that game. Whatever. It's a best of 3. We've still got another game to go. Let's hop into it. Let's pretend that was game 1. Yep. It's fine. That was game 1, guys. Whoop, whoop. All right. Let's... So, game 1, the real game 1, was on Coastal Cliffs. It's going to be Zhuji versus Chinese. I want to say Zhuji's better here. With the Chuganu timing, right? Let's find out. All right, let's hop in the game. Let me make sure that score is correct. Okay, I guess we're doing it the other way around. Apologies for that, folks. So this was the real game 1. Game 2 was the Delhi versus Japanese. We're going to actually see if Dimu was able to take an early lead and get us to a game 3, or if it's already going to be over at the end of this, because we've got Chinese versus Zhuji. This is a matchup that I actually think favors the Zhuji for timing here. Like, the goal is meant to be to force a Chuganu spam, right? And if you can force a Chuganu spam, Zhuji have a better ramp timing because of things like the Xiannan Tower and also the Meditation Garden giving additional generation early on. What I think has maybe soured the water since we last saw this matchup regularly is we have to remember the Chinese did receive an interesting little buff not too long ago, where the Imperial Academy is now much more value, right? It allows you to get into the taxmen much cheaper. And interesting enough, now that I'm looking at the most recent patch, Yuji versus Chinese, yeah, it's still holding true. 76% in favor of Yuji. What could be interesting on this map, though, is Barbican placement. Like, for example, down here to secure the berries, the deer, or on the fort to secure the boar. One thing about Coastal Cliffs that I think has made China look like a decent mid-tier pick on this map has been the Barbican power because of how much of the map it denies and also reveals to you. And remember, like, if this turns into eventual Chuganu spam on each side, you have a Barbican, the Zhuji don't. The reason why Zhuji is usually favored, right, is the fact that they're able to immediately get into Chuganu. You can't as the Chinese. Not just that ramp up I talked about, it's also timing of the fact you have to go into Song to then get your hands on the same unit. So we'll see which way Puppy Paw wants to go with this, how he wants to address this threat. Maybe like a fast castle build could be pretty interesting. I think China's pretty good at hitting that timing. If this is a Chuganu all in, you could probably easily, I'd say, reach up for Clock Tower, get one Nest of Ease, and then ruin the entire plan for Dimmu. We'll find out. Step one has to be Imperial Academy, right? Did Puppy Paw go for the no IO build? He did. Okay, so we've been seeing this. I think Louis was the other player doing a lot of this, where you don't build a single Imperial official, and you rush a Feudal Age, and then you get the officials cheaper. Because remember, the Imperial Academy, it only costs 105 resources instead of 150. Now, you might be like, oh, that's really bad, though, KP, because for, like, 3 minutes or so, he's going to have missed out on 20% extra drop-off. That is true, but remember, not all of his eco is on one building, so it's a little bit deceptive there. On top of that, you've had an extra villager for 3 minutes, which is an extra, like, 150 resources almost. So I think it's actually a lot closer than it appears. Other side, Meditation Garden is coming in. Puppy Paw pulls the wolf. It's unfortunately not going to listen long enough here. So this will be going up. We've got berries, we've got the stone, we've got the wood. Stone isn't really that ideal for the Zhuji usually because you don't really want to be rushing a second TC on this map as you're really far out on that stone. But I think Dimmu's mindset is probably that this is going to be a TC rush on both sides. So bringing 3 villagers out here, setting up the Meditation Garden, then moving Mining Camp isn't too bad. The problem is, like, I think Stone has been kind of underwhelming outside of water maps of Zhuji because of the passive trickle. Unless you want to outpost spam, which it might be a viable option here, but let's say you want this Stone to rush a TC. You're only getting 25 extra a minute. It doesn't really save you much if you think about it, especially considering the walkout here. You're not going to, like, supervise, right? Like, it's kind of a weird one, I think. Like, this map overall, to me, I've never been a big fan of, like, Chinese or Zhuji because of the loose stone. Yeah, instead it's just going to be a pullback. So this is just for the passive stone, which I'm not a great fan of unless you're going hand cannon slits. But that already feels like a negative because in this matchup, you're not meant to be the defending player, right? Like, I think the reason why Zhuji is stomping on Chinese isn't because of what happens 30 or 40 minutes into a game. If you end up 40 minutes into this game, China's going to win. Like that, they are incredibly heavily favored. The income rivals you easily in food. On top of that, they have access to actually good units like hand cannoneers with pyrotechnics, while you're stuck on grenadiers. And Yuan Dynasty is just so easily reachable, right? So they have the movement speed to match you out. It's just, it's very one-sided at that stage. Not to mention the double defensive landmark just gives China more flexi to defend areas than the Zhuji have. So Scout moving in. Puppy Paw curious to see what he's going to be up against here. I think we're going to hit the speed up because I'm starting to get a weird feeling that this is actually just going to be a Castle Age rush on both sides, which is wild. Okay, Barbican being dropped. Is Dimmu legit just going Castle? Okay, no. Archery Rangers are being added in. So this is the moment I was waiting for. So it does get scouted out. He was drifting by. He did just about see it. This is now Dimmu on the clock. It's kind of interesting how delayed this was as well. I'm a little bit surprised it wasn't sooner. He floated over 400 food. Didn't rush into archers. For a moment, I thought he was trying to get Jiangnan Tower, which I don't think is necessarily worth it here. This is a little bit dicey of a timing. Barbican also has now kind of secured the wood line, so that's not going to be exposed. Doesn't secure the food, which is a bit surprising here. It is kind of weird, actually, that he chose to secure the wood. I guess he secures berries as well. There is, for some reason, one sheep here. The true reason Puppy Paw dropped the Barbican here. My sheep. Okay, Chiganu on the way. Okay, now this starts to explain it. He's going to short wall between the two tree lines. Maybe not even between the two tree lines. He's just doing a very small one here, which is a little bit surprising because the gold will be exposed. But if you think about it, he doesn't really need gold, right? He's not going to mass Chiganu on Chiganu. That's how you lose against Yuji. Instead, it's going to be Horseman to contest this. Dumu, he realizes what he's up against here. That Horseman, I don't think he saw the outpost. Yes, he did. There we go. Second one goes in. So villagers are going to be forfeit here. That Horseman is going to find his bang for buck. 2 Chiganu going down to kill 1 Horseman is not a good trade for Dumu. In fact, it's going to be 2.5. Dude, this is so bad. And the villagers as well. Both of them dead. Oh my god, this game might already be over. Dumu's stuck on a 1-unit comp. And the Horseman count is already too big. No Steeled Arrow either. He's not even supervising for it, right? He is, but it just doesn't matter. It doesn't feel like it's quick enough. Oh, dude. That's actually wild. Louis. Look, Puppy Paw. Sorry, this felt like a Louis Chinese build, though. Hence why I said it. Puppy Paw legit just waited until Dumu made his move first. And then this is the power, right? If you're talking about transitions, China and Juji are some of the best in the game due to supervision on military buildings. Once Dumu has made his choice, there's no switch. Right? Once he's built 2 archery ranges like this, what does he do now? Build 2 Raxes? That's 300 wood. The value that you get as a Juji at this stage isn't really in all your extra wood. It's in the power of your 1 building search. Oh man, dude, that's brutal. Puppy Paw is going to have to pull back temporarily. And it looks like we are now seeing a macro up towards Castle Age. But he did stop the outposts. And diving this base is not really feasible right now for Dumu. It would cost him a lot. He doesn't have Undermesh. So Garrison TC would do a lot of work. Puppy Paw now prepping the Undermesh. Love this. What do you do with Horseman in the situation, right? You don't dive the main enemy army. You cut reinforcements. You keep this Chiganu mass small enough that it can't win. And what do you do if you're Dumu in reaction to this? You're going to have to slow down. You're going to have to pull back. And if you have to pull back, that means Puppy Paw can either then just scale more Horsemen in the interim, or he can go towards that Castle Age. It's all free. Oh, dude, he's got the perfect amount as well. 5 Horsemen insta-kills the Chiganu when they reach them. This is brutal. So now Dumu has to hold back and build up 12 Chiganu, if not more, before he comes out each time, right? This is so uncomfortable if you're Dumu. It's not just that, it's also the gold workers that are now going to get harassed, so idle time there. Castle Age, almost ready to be triggered here. Puppy Paw, interestingly enough, is now adding in his own archers. Chiganu to be specific. Dude, this is actually wild. I mean, Nesta Beast is slow, right? Chiganu can move much quicker across the map and just end this game. This is crazy. Just a reminder for people, this is a 70%, 75% favored to Chiganu matchup at the highest level of play. Even if I check the previous patch, Chiganu when they were stronger versus China, that's interesting. 16 games played, they were at negative win rate, but in the most recent patch on the same amount of games, well, 13, a few less, is 76.9% for Chiganu. Small sample group, but makes sense. This Chiganu timing you're seeing was meant to be earlier, and if it was earlier, it would have been maybe a little bit more threatening, but they were both waiting for the other person to reveal their plan. Now, I think it's left him a little bit stuck in the mud. Clock tower about to complete. And Chiganu ready to come out. Just needs a new village to be built here. So more being pumped. Supervision continues. This should be the upgrade coming through. And this means you only need half the Chiganu to now win. Oh, this is about to be dirty. Rax also coming through. So Palace Guard to be layered in. Horseman still keeping the reinforcements at bay. Notice he's not upgrading these at all. These are just here to idle this army so that you can take the main engagement. Puppy Paw, the question now is, do we add in Lancers as well? Probably just Palace Guard is good enough, right? Palace Guard, the issue of Lancers is that if you add in Lancers, your Chiganu can't move as quickly as Lancers, Palace Guard are more comparative in speed. So you're getting double the units to frontline for your Chuginu, right? If you take Lancers, you just have to wait around. You can never engage. So yeah, really smart transition here. Dimu hasn't scouted into that base for a while, right? Like, he had to keep the scout back due to the fact that the Horseman had to keep the scout with the Chuginu. 5 Rams, though. Dimu, this is make or break. This is usually why there's usually been dominating the Chinese right now, is this timing. Chuginu. We'll start to trade, though. Barbican is going to be garrisoned. Every arrow matters here. Palace Guard are starting to hit into the siege. A little bit overly ambitious there from Puppy Paw. That extension felt a bit weird. Villagers are going to shift away, so the Barbican is going to be forfeit here. Dimu, is he doing enough here? Is he doing it quick enough? Because the Nesta Bees have now been queued up. Okay, so this is big. 1 Nesta Bees actually breaks the fight. 2 Nesta Bees destroys the fight. Remember, this is a Feudal Age army. 70 health on each of these guys, and they do not move quick. Barbican's down, though. Horseman still cutting more reinforcements here. And more to come. The Chuginu mass is locked at 36. Archer Ranger is going to be targeted. Rax next on the hit list. Dimu getting rid of all the infrastructure, but the Nesta Bees cannot be stopped here. First one now coming out. This has to be where he backs up, right? Like, if you back up, what do you do with it? You haven't got a tech up on the way. Nesta Bees are going to target the Ram instead, so that's at least the upside for Dimu. Remember that Siege did get buffed against Rams because they have less health now. So these Nesta Bees take out these units much quicker. Same with the Chuginu. Imperial Academy down to half HP, but it feels like a waste of effort at this stage. It's not what you really need to be addressing. Nesta Bees, funnily enough, is still ignoring that Chuginu mass. He's going to turn onto them now. Dimu will go for the staggered formation. So Imperial Academy looks like it should be going down here. So heavy hit to the landmarks, but Puppy Paw is still an entire age ahead, folks. Moving on the Nesta Bees. Villagers to repair. Dimu needs to target them down. Another shot's going to come out, and that should be enough to clean up the army. Yes, some eco lost, but remember, this is Song Dynasty. He can afford it, and now Dimu. Because of that delay, the Horsemen keeping him back, it's enough of a difference to allow Puppy Paw to turn the tide in his favor. Okay, this is the breakout, man. This is point of no return. Dimu, he's back on the goal, but if you stop pumping Chuginu now, Palace Guard Chuginu are going to rush towards your base. This looks close to over. I'm struggling to see a way now that Dimu gets away with an age up and doesn't look weak for it. Nesta Bees Flurry is going to hit again, and that is it, folks. GG gets called, so Dimu will not even be able to put up a fight to stay in the tournament, to make it to the playoffs. Unfortunately, while this series was going on, he was getting the unfortunate news that Vortex was not going to lose as well, which meant that he wasn't going to be able to break him off that 4th spot. But definitely a heartbreaker to not even have a layer control here. Puppy Paw looking dominant with the 2-0. What the hell? I just realized. Why is my account level 70? I lost my 69. Damn it. Okay, so yeah, interesting series. Really well played there by Puppy Paw. Let's see. So I've added that to list. We could do we do like Magic Cat next, maybe? Let's have a look at Magic Cat. Because that's all the Dimu series. Out of the way. Beasties versus Avali? We'll get to that. Don't worry, darling. Like, I have a long list. You know that, right? I can show you the list if you want. You want to see the list? It's a bloody long one. Here you go. What we're aiming to clear this week. So this is what EGC done. I've just added Magic Cat here. This will be the 4th one we've done today. Probably aim to do 5 series, maybe. Maybe 6. We'll still got all these. So yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, darling. We aiming to go through them all. All right, so. Just a few. Just a few. That's why, by the way, it's probably a good idea to subscribe to this channel. If you guys hate ads or if you just want to support me. Just saying. If we're aiming to cast that many games, that's like 20 series. Pretty good. All right, so let me pull up the draft for Magic versus Cat. Because I heard this was a fairly decent series, actually, between the two. So let me find them. Wait, why am I getting T-torsed? I see my special list. Actually, I'm trying to think. Like, is there any... Ooh. Because Cat doesn't play on his main. I'm just trying to think now if there's any players that are likely to screw with that. Yo! What's up, Psychred? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted. You're an absolute legend. Thank you, thank you. There you go. Emma was complaining she didn't have a sub. She's got one again. All right. I'm thinking... Because I'm now just thinking players that will play on their main. Like, for example, Louis is going to play on his main, right? So actually, scrap that. We're going to do the Louis MT versus Recon series next. That makes more sense because I know that Louis will play on his main. So I'm thinking players that don't play on their mains, we can delay a little bit. Versus players who will spam their mains that will mean we'll lose the games. So let's do Louis to be safe. And it's worse still with Louis because Louis is still in the tournament. He's going to do like, he'll do private games. So he'll have custom games that will push the other ones out. So we'll do Louis versus Recon next. I want to see if Recon was able to improve on this weekend because obviously he was ill with COVID last weekend. He'll admit he played like crap. He didn't have a good time because he was ill. Maybe he's feeling a little bit better in this one. We'll find out. Yes. Get all those subs in. Psychred, you're a legend, man. Appreciate you. So, let me find it. I think it was Saturday, this series I'm talking about got played, right? Yes. Okay, so let me get the draft up. Where are you? Louis Recon, Louis Recon, Louis Recon. One day I'm gonna regret selecting that, but nah, I'm never gonna regret that. I love that voice line. Dude, of course I love that voice line. That's why I submitted to have put in Dota 2. Alright. There we go. So, all those in. We're gonna do, let me update the tile. We're gonna do Louis versus Recon. Alright. I wonder if I should have a way of muting the noise on that a little bit. I don't know. I'm just trying to think like, well, that suggests that I'm popular enough to get that many subs. That is going on. Okay, that was the final one. I don't know. Do you guys like that? Because my thought is I designed that laugh to be punchably annoying. That was the intent. When I recorded that, like that was meant to tilt people when you played against them in game in Dota 2. I'm wondering if that tilts people. If it does, I can always turn it up more. All right. So, update, name of the stream. Let's look at the drafts quickly. Whoopsie. Look at the drafts quickly. All right. Louis versus Recon. Bans is where I always like to start. Roos, Ottoman's expected. Things got interesting with the Delhi ban, though. Malians, English. These bans are kind of weird because like usually people will ban to secure another civ. Neither of them secured the civ, right? So like for example, if Recon really wanted the English, you'd ban it away from Louis and pick it for yourself, right? That didn't happen at all, which is quite intriguing. Actually, let me double check. Oh, sorry, no. So this is where, just to clarify for people so you don't get confused, I know on EGC it's kind of done different. On this is Louis' bans. This is Recon's bans. So this is what he chose to ban from Recon. This is what he chose to ban from Louis. So yeah, like very peculiar picks in relation to bans though. Bans are on top? No, bans are on bottom. Bans are the things that are faded. The picks are the thing above. The bigger circles are the picks. So like looking at this, I really like Louis' opening of Jean. It's just a confidence pick. It's a comfort pick. He's incredible in the Civ. Recon is a comfort pick as well on that Mongols. Like, he loves his Mongols. Abbas as a round out is really nice. I think it's like one of Recon's best Civs right now. But I really like Louis' draft. Like, Jean comes out really strong against pretty much every Civ you could play here. You could try to go for Irobids, but I think we've seen some good adaptations to deal with Irobids as well, where you just do Archer form early on. Maybe Zhuji's the one way you could trick Jean, but I just don't think he's picking Zhuji for that. Like, let me double check. Did they by any chance draft a water map? Because this does have a bit of a feel to it. No, so it's Gorge, Dry Arabia, and Lipany. And when we're starting off on Gorge. Okay, so I can confirm that it's going to be a Mongol Jean Dark matchup. Looking at their drafts, that makes a lot of sense. Louis could have actually went Japan here. I think Japan works quite well. Byzantines. For Recon, options more limited. I think it had to be Mongols or Ayabids. This matchup's pretty bad, no? Like, I'm pretty sure Mongols have a terrible win rate against Jeanne d'Arc, like 70%. Sorry, I think it's closer. 47.6%. Actually, Jeanne d'Arc's been losing. That was last patch. Checking the most recent. Let me refresh. Is it the same? Dude, I don't know what's going on with AO4 World right now, but when you switch between different patches, they just sometimes don't update the charter. So last patch, Jeanne had a 62% win rate. Now she's at 47.6. It's dependent on Keshix, though. I think this matchup is map dependent. If you have good trade routes, then that's where Keshix and Mongols win. If you have bad trade routes, you get stomped. This is kind of a bad one. So let's check this out. Let's enjoy it. All right, 1-0. Welcome back to AO4 Action. We are here for the Elite Classic 2 recap. So many series happened and so many went cast. And this one was important to me. Louis MC, the golden boy right now of his group, basically rivaling Marine Lord as we went deep into this group phase. On the other side, a previous golden boy, underwhelming in the tournament so far. Recon, unfortunately, was ill. Sounds like he had COVID on the first weekend of the group stage. Not sure if he's recovered. Even if he has, cannot make playoffs, but he could make a statement to say, I'm still here and I'm still to be feared. We open up on game number 1 on Gorge. It's going to be Louis MT picking Jeanne d'Arc and Recon going to his comfort pick of the Mongols. And I was just saying this matchup is a little bit weird. I think it's map dependent who has the edge. If it's a map that's good for trade, funnily enough, Mongols thrive because although you're building traders into Jeanne d'Arc, those traders get you Keshix, and Keshix destroy Jeanne d'Arc in both forms. Unfortunately, if you get a bad map for trade, like, say, Gorge, like I would say Gorge is not a grand old map for Silver Tree start because of the way that the trade is exposed mid-map, then you can have trouble. Curious what the opening is going to be, though. We might actually be looking at a Rax drop. Typically, yeah, there we go. Rax is coming in. The reason is usually the gold is rushable at the start of this game. Unfortunately for Recon, Louis did get a retracted gold towards the back of his base. But fortunately for Recon, Louis got a double gold spawn on the same side. In fact, he got all gold spawning on the left side. So an outpost here actually dictates a lot of flow, not just the gold. What the f... Recon, do you like have a little altar to Marine Lord that you bow to every day? Blessed M Lord, God of the spawns, give me a fruitful spawn in this game. Because if you are a Mongol player and you're praying for a spawn on your opponent's side, this is what you're praying for. Everything is on the north side. I don't think I've ever seen a spawn so weighted to one side on Gorge. The only thing on the south side of this map for Louis is one patch of berries and the stone. Like, this is insane priority spawn on one side. If you can defend it, jackpot. But if you're against an aggro Civ, you are screwed. And let's be real, it's Mongols. Doesn't get much more aggro than that. School of Cavalry now on the way from Louis. Feels like you're a little bit of a hole you're going to have to find your way out of, unless Recon. No, dude, he didn't scout ahead. Are you kidding me? This is really bad because by the time he realizes what's happened here and darts back, yeah, now by the time you get in position, Louis should have enough gold for at least one night. Wait, Recon? No, yeah, you're correct, sir. It's the other way. Oh my god, the 50-50. So let's talk about Recon Scout Pattern, because this is actually something I'm not a fan of that he done. He chose to kind of circulate the center, which I kind of understand. I think you get like a decent yield of sheep. It kind of balances out. But I think with this build, there's even more value in the long punt. You know what I'm talking about? Where you just go to one side and then go all the way back, which we see a lot of players do, where they divide the map in two. This is a value play for the Mongols because of the outpost rush. Because if you scouted one side of the base, which you would with that rotation, and you saw there was no gold, let's say you scouted right side, you'd already be in position building this outpost. Like, this outpost would actually be complete by now. Instead, Louis, funnily enough, actually didn't hang around long enough to get the gold for an initial night, which is a little bit surprising. But he can still think about getting into wheelbarrow or maybe even into a double broad axe if he wants to go for archer spam. Damn, That's rough. I can't believe that. Louis, by the way, actually got more sheep as well. He's got 12. He's going to get more in these outskirts because there's like 3 or 4 more sheep out here, if I remember correctly. So pretty good haul, actually, for Jeanne d'Arc. And this is really worrisome because, you know, this type of player usually puts France behind, right? Like, this has been a very strong opening historically for Mongols. I don't think it's very good against Jeanne d'Arc. This opening seems good, but what you have to remember is that now, look at what Louis does. You start building into horsemen. Why is that better than the French situation? Because Jeanne d'Arc can consecrate this. And when you consecrate and build Royal Knights, you're saving 35 food, right? 35 food as part of a 240 resource cost isn't very high. This saves 25 food out of a 120 cost. It's a much bigger savings for you, right? Primarily, you're just spending food. So you're getting a truer discount here than when you go for Knights. They're still on the other side from Recon as well. I'm not sure how I feel about this. This has me now worried. Deerstone is like kind of interesting if you want to take the main fight. But your goal shouldn't be a main fight. Your goal should be trickling Keshiks, especially now that you've blocked out gold, right? So I'm a little bit surprised. I'm kind of curious what Recon's thought process is to why he wants Deerstone. I imagine it's so that the Spearman can guard against Night Raids. But like, if that's your concern, you've already blocked out the gold. You've also scouted out that your opponent has got 4 gold veins on the left side, which, if you play enough Gorge, means you've blocked all gold. You know each side spawns 4 gold, right? So I'm a little bit perplexed by the Deerstone choice. It doesn't really make much sense to me. Other than Recon and me are in agreement that Deerstone is underutilized and Silver Tree is kind of overrated. This is one of those matchups, those situations where I think Silver Tree still has a lot of credence, though. Recon. Oh, man. Dude, talk about gold issues the other way. He's blocked out. Oh, no. Okay, this is really important. If he cannot contest gold, if he cannot secure this, the game is pretty much already out of his hands. You cannot play no gold into Jeanne d'Arc. You'll lose every day of the week because you just don't have efficient units to take down Jeanne. You don't have Keshiks. Seeing Jeanne. Looking for a fight now. Nice little cleave coming out. Big damage done there, so archers are going to stand their ground up against the horsemen. They're only Dark Age horsemen, though. By the time they get upgraded, they're basically going to be dead. Nice little pick of the archers, but overall, a lot of XP given over in the other game. This is kind of the worst thing you can do against Jeanne. Like, if you're not taking a fight that is convincing, that's forcing it back, if you're trading, you're losing. Like, you cannot be trading like this. This is horrific right now. This is just messy. It looks like Recon is playing as if he can just roar out skill Louis, and it's not working. I think Louis is winning these micro battles. And it's all because of the Uvu location, right? Uvu and gold, you can't forfeit the front line because if you do, you lose both resources. Yeah, this is pretty much looking done. I think if the Rax and Uvu go down, Recon doesn't really have a recovery arc here. Spearman, Archer, and Horseman, man. It's just too effective. One negative is Louis actually hasn't used Consecrate still, right? Like, the charge hasn't come through yet. Remember, you have to wait for that first charge. So this is before the discount. He's won before that. Now, with this added in, it's actually going to be on the TC. So it looks like he doesn't want to keep spamming Horseman, which makes sense. He's got a 1-1-1 build going. But it means extra food to spend on units now. Oh, one good thing about the Deerstone, you're able to run away quicker. You have to do a lot of that. Shandong looking to move in. Spearman, I believe, are sitting in this outpost. So you could actually just quickly micro out and stab Horseman down. You really need to. If you don't get rid of them right now, you're just dead here. Louis, almost out of the outpost. Once this outpost is gone, that's going to be no gold for Recon, folks. How do you get out of the situation now? I mean, you've still got your production right, but you've lost the Uvi, so no double pump. He has built into Keshiks, but that's a grand total of 2, and he's never getting more. The Keshik is now riding into the enemy base, but this TC still has all the villages near it, so if you dive, you're dead. You don't have Undermesh. Your opponent now does have gold. He's setting up on the north side, so he's eventually going to get Blacksmith techs. He doesn't even need Knights to win this game. He just needs Undermesh and Steeled Arrow. Berry's now being attacked. Food is looking grim right now. He has 3 club down sheep. Pasture is not even going to be complete in time. What could Recon have done different here? I think it's the scouting rotation. being so much later onto that gold, and then also not setting up Keshik straight away. Those are his 2 errors. The timing just didn't work out at all in the end, and now the Gur almost gets sniped as well. It's all just completely claustrophobic for him. Recon has at least snuck out onto the deer, so that's a positive for him. But what he doesn't realize, I don't think he actually noticed that Louis went to the gold on the far side, because if he did, then this Keshik that he built would have went around towards this gold already. Recon. I think another interesting thing is, did he not prioritize wheelbarrow after instead of the first Keshik? Because I think he may have. Which might have also just hurt him here. God, that's tough. It's actually brutal to think how these small little things make such a big difference. Speaking of big things now, Louis. With this many horsemen, the outpost is now gone. So gold and berries going to be resecured. This is really important because Louis is draining himself. He's basically out of sheep. He needs this area for deer and berries. It's a great read here. And that's even more XP. 10 more. And then let's just make that an absurd 42 XP. Dude, Louis is going to get level 3 at like 13 minutes. I'm already calling this, man. And if that happens, this game is over. Recon needs to kill Eco. He can't take the main fight. He needs to be away from this. He's going to get baited into what he thinks is a freebie. Most definitely it's not. Horseman shouldn't be able to really clear this up. It's going to take too long. The best thing actually that Louis could be doing right now is chasing the enemy base, but he doesn't want to give any trades, right? He doesn't want to allow any eco to potentially die. The funny thing is actually Louis could easily build up 4 or 5 spearmen at home and send this army into the enemy base. Funnily enough, it's going to work out fine for him anyway. Because guess where Recon's heading? He's heading home. Khan's down. Army size is way too big. If Recon can get up to like 7 or 8 Keshiks, maybe. He needs units that aren't going to die easily, is the problem. So those Keshiks just feel so expensive. Especially when he has to keep setting up all these outpost defenses, right? That the outpost was already rebuilt. Had to get the additional Gur out here. You know, had to move his Uvu far away, which means he doesn't have double production. Steel Arrow is now on the way. The gold gaps really have hurt him by that. Like, you know, no undermesh here, and also archer count is too low to go for Steel Arrow. Recon now has an issue of too much food, not enough gold. Additional archer range is also coming in. So realize this is behind. Louis, once again, looking to deny that gold. It's so difficult when it's its main torches. Like, this is now 10 more XP. Raid on the other side looks good, but Knights are finally here. Louis, that's the first one he's built. It took 12 minutes to get them out. But now that they're here, Recon has a problem. He only has 3 Keshiks to contest. Spearman count, sure, you can argue they can be good, but where are you stationing them, right? Like, if you get spotted out here by a solo Knight, game is completely out of your hands. All right. Get your predictions in, guys. Like, put a time on it, an exact time when you think Jean's reaching level 3. Because I think she's close. This has been a lot of fighting. Nice. Now clearing this up. We'll chip a little bit of eco, but not really enough to make a difference still. And Recon, like, at this scale, he doesn't have a big enough army to take a main fight. Britboy may have just revealed why he always loses to John. I can tell you, my friend, the math does not add up for it to take 1730. Not with the way this game's been played. I mean, have we taken Boar as well? So the Boar hasn't been killed here, the Boar hasn't been killed here. So like, there's 50 extra XP. If Louis has to move away from this base, I think he just takes that and boom. We're good to go. Love this move as well. Horseman cutting off the retreat. This is leading him across to the deer stack, so this is going to force a fight. Spearmen are uncounted here. It's just cavalry versus cav and spear. Bad fight for Recon to take. He can't hold this area. It means he needs to get the hell out, but he needs to be quick about it. Horsemen do see him. They're going to look to strike. Villagers, they've got wheelbarrow. They're nowhere near the Yam. They only have 50 health, so that's going to be more XP for Louis. Knights now also arriving. Eco lead is going to start building here. Louis, confidence surging for good reason. Spearmen do finally arrive, but it's cost him. Recon now going for a counter-attack. Archers have been held back here, though. There's still static defenses. 5 villagers out on the deer means he's going to be safe inside that outpost. Oh, this is the problem now. Gold has been accessed. He has at least still got the deer behind him, but Recon just gradually is losing complete control of this map. It just feels like every time Recon's trying to make a move, Louis is mirroring it with more aggression, right? Like, I've actually been impressed by the way Louis split his army. The response to switch over from using the archers on the front side to just being full cav in your enemy's face was actually really well timed here. It's not that Recon's necessarily making terrible moves at this stage, it's just that Louis is reading them correctly. This raid on the side is going to be decent, but Archer's arriving again, right? You have at least got Undermesh, so realistically you could contest this, but it's the fact that you're this close to the enemy home. A few knights could just ruin you here. In fact, more than a few knights are on the way. Line formation. Good read by Recon. Already sensing that something wasn't right. It looks like he's going to try to dodge this. What is the route to recovery now for Recon? He's got a decent number of spears, decent number of archers. Louis, however, the longer this age is going on, the worse it's getting, right? We talked about the level 3. We must be getting close now. Jean wasn't able to find that second brawl she needed to guarantee it. So we're probably looking, I want to say like 16 and a half, 17 minutes, because you have to remember that Louis is still bloodthirsty, when realistically he should be going for the boar now. Instead, oh my god, I think he's going to dive the base. Oh my god, look at the size of this army. I don't think Recon can do comparative damage here. Recon has got an army to defend with. It's a Yam aura though, right? It's no extra attack damage. Oh, there we go. 16 in the end. Woohoo! So a little bit later, actually he could have had that at 14 and a half minutes. Like when he came out here for the villagers, ball was taken there, right? Ball wasn't taken on the other side, but he didn't want to let up on the aggression, right? So kind of interesting. Like I got to give credit to Recon. The reason this timing was later from Louis is because Recon was dodging that fight so well. That fight that should have happened 2 minutes ago. Louis was in this mid-ground where he didn't want to go back and like take the ball because that's the cheap option, and he didn't have the ability to die. But now with level 3 Jean, that time has arrived. This should be undefendable. Jean needs to be careful of the spears at least. Has still got the Divine Restoration. Can get the cleaves out as well. Spearman not looking healthy. They actually clustered up there. Second charge coming through soon. Divine Restoration is ready to pump. Louis doesn't even need it right now. Finally it comes out. And it looks like Recon's last stand is not going to bear fruit here. It's not going to allow him to hold on. Jean able to break through. Now able to contest only archers. And this should be game 1 going to Louis. Recon, even villages now being hemorrhaged. Jean eventually is going to go down. But at this stage, the damage really is done, right? It's a 10 eco lead. You've both thrown away a lot, sure, but more knights are on the way from Louis. And this is beginning to become undefendable. Credit to Recon. I think that opening 5 minutes of gameplay put him a mile behind here. You know, he at least tried to find a way back in. He didn't throw in the towel, but Louis very clear on the execution here. I love the way that he used Jean to hold the map hostage, guaranteeing that Recon would eventually starve himself out, right? Like, he could never find what he needed at the right moment. When he needed to gulp the Keshik, that got denied twice. When he needed extra food, he got idled out on the left side, had to shift the other side of the map. It's probably a good thing he didn't go for Silver Tree, because I think in this game, with his opening, he wouldn't have had map control to consolidate it. But once again, like, you know, mistakes of Recon the other game aside, like, I think that the scouting was a critical blunder there. You can't take anything away from Louis' execution in game 1. Notice he's not even buying back Jeanne d'Arc. There's no reason to. Right, like, at this stage, you've reached level 3. In a game where nobody is going Castle Age. Like, if anybody's going Castle Age, it's Louis. He'd be able to force that change, but you don't want to. Like, that's the one potential way you now lose. If you keep this in Feudal, it's better for you. Because by going Castle Age, you allow the Mongols to get their Kurotai. All's going up. I mean, I'm fine with Recon not waving the white flag. Like, realistically, this is 95-5. Maybe like 98-2, percentage-wise. Like, it's very much against him. But the game isn't over, right? And Louis, so here's the thing. Recon is playing against a player that also likes to play the late game a lot. So Recon, realistically, is taking this opportunity, understanding that Louis does this. He's more of a greedy player, right? He doesn't want to just end the game. He wants to guarantee the win. He's happy to drag out later. So Recon realizes this and does get some raids in, but damage in the end is practically nil. Like, we're talking about 19 worker kills to 4 in total in this game. So how could Recon really get back into this? It needs to be these raids. We highlighted it much earlier, and it still remains true. The problem is this corner is just so high value. The boar and the deer are both in the corner, and it's walled off with the gold. It's very difficult to get in there now, and that's where all the economy is that you could hit. The only other option right now is the enemy base. So you're pretty split. You're pretty limited, shall we say, rather, on what you can do. And splitting up these Keshiks means the main fight could just completely go against you. So very difficult to finesse the right way out of this for Recon. Archer's also targeting John, the worst possible thing they could be doing right now. Oh my god, dude, what? Like, Louis has to be so happy with this. Recon is attacking the worst unit possible. Means everything else just gets to harvest you for free. He doesn't want to get hit by the cleaves, right? That's why he's trying to get Jean low enough, but Divine Restoration is still available. Maneuver Arrow is going to be used to get back here. He will just get in range of the Yams to allow him to keep distance. But Jean is now officially in. Oh no! Cleaves coming through. Recon, if you could see the effective HP bar, like you think this number is down at like 25 compared to 45. It's that much of a difference now. This will be the final push. Knight's in, Keshik's at least trying to contest, but it just doesn't work. Divine Restoration comes through. Cleaves are being held from when he gets on top of the archers. Last time this happened, he lost over 10 workers. This time, he's going to lose his head. Interesting opening. I love the fact that both of them played Present Enable. Despite the fact both of these players are known to be defensive and willing to play late game, neither one aimed for that here. They both just looked for that bloodbath, and I think it means we may be in for a very promising series here, but game one will not be promising for Recon. The man who cannot get a win keeps the trend up here, because game one is going to be going to the Beast from the East. Let's speed up now. I think Recon is just accepting what this is. Probably right now, like, you know, if I wasn't casting on the day, I'd probably be receiving a message about like how OP Jean is for Recon. Definitely looks it in game one. So opening for Louis goes well. Let's get him a point on the board here. So one down. I don't know why it does that. For some reason, the right side is the left side. So one down. Now we move to game number 2. Jeanne d'Arc has been used. We've got Chinese, Byzantines, and Japanese. On the other side, Recon has got Ayabids, Yuji, and Abbasids. This should be an Ayabid pick in game number 2 from Recon. Probably his strongest pick. And I'm expecting the reaction from Louis to be... I quite like the Byzantines, actually. Japanese is probably better, though. So let's have a look. Stry Arabia. Yeah, Byzantines, Ayabids. I actually really like the way the Byzantines are able to play into this. Like, you're able to get pressure kind of more for free. Looking at this matchup by raw statistics at highest level of play, Byzantines versus Ayabids, 58.5% win rate. I think it's fair to say that Louis outdrafted Recon in this series and definitely executed that draft. So Recon already back up against the wall, already back feeling like it needs to be thwomped so he can cough up the phlegm, has got to pull off a miracle here. Louis, definitely the favorite player going into this based on their performances, and definitely looking favored when you consider that game one. Let's see if Recon can get some wins on the board against some of the toughest opponents. We hop into game number 2. It's going to be Dry Arabia. Ayabids in the hands of Recon. The other side, Louis bringing out the Byzantines. We're going to hit the 2x speed for the early game here. So, looking at spawn, Berry's pretty nice and tight here beyond the tree line. Has got retracted gold and Berry's. Other side of this, for the Ayabids, gold is... Oh, wow. Gold is actually pretty exposed. I don't like this spawn for Recon. Lombos can make this very difficult to get what you're looking for. And Retracted Gold is incredibly far away as well. You could wall across the backside. It's just not usually in the IBID purview early on. They're looking for that Castle Age timing. In this matchup, I don't think you can play long feudal against the Byzantines. You need to find a way up into Castle Age. Because if this is like Lombo or Javelin Contract, those units dominate in feudal age compared to like, you know, what you can field as the IBIDs. We're probably going to be looking at a Growth Wing play here. Growth Wing is the more greedy choice, but it gets you out of this uncomfortable phase of the game faster. Desert Raider isn't too bad. I think I said it's like a 50-50 depending on your game plan. Like, it can work against the Byzantines because of how late the first spawn of mercenaries are. You can punish them. And speaking of which, I think Louis is worried about that first Merc Pump. He's going hard on the berries. We're either seeing a fast Merc contract unlock or we're seeing Hippodrome here. It's quite weird to do this if you're going Grand Winery, but I have seen a few players exhaust free berries and go Grand Winery still. But this is the type of build you should be doing if you're going Hippodrome. Otherwise, it's incredibly weird. The value, by the way, a reason why Louis is doing this opening is look at his scouting pattern. It allows him to not have to come home. It's actually a really smart read, because if you didn't go for this opening against IBIDs, they get the most sheep. They get 2/3 of the map. You can't allow that in a fast castle matchup against IBIDs, right? If they get, say, 12 sheep plus the berry start, they're going to rush Castle Age and spam lances. Look at what's happened to Recon. His scouting pattern has been terrible. He's barely got anything off the map for it. Yeah, he actually got outplayed. There's a small slab over in the left side, but Louis' rotation's perfect for this. I really like the way that he's been approaching scouting in this entire series. Recon, you know, game 1 was rough enough on the scouting. Game 2 is just as bad here. God, 6. And he started on them. Like, that's the weirder part to me as well, is Recon. This is wild. When you play the IBIDs in this matchup, you're meant to be the one who opens mills so they don't actually have to use their sheep, so they can stay out longer with the scout. Instead, Louis, on the Civ that doesn't get better gathering rate on berries, done it. That's crazy, man. Like, it's almost like they got in and forgot what civs they picked. But here we go. Here's confirmation. Hippodrome on the way. Oh, dude, this is he actually going to do the Keshik build? So we saw this matchup earlier today between Anatan and Kiljadi, and that game looked really good for the IBIDs. It was a bloodbath on both sides. This game to me is very different, though. Recon, he went military wing reinforcement. This makes even less sense why he didn't go on berries first then. Like, I'm a little bit perplexed. This guy's going to have a hard time. Desert Raiders versus Hippodrome Horsemen gets destroyed. Like, it's not even close. He also hasn't set up outposts yet, so if Recon wants to make what he's doing work, he needs to set up outposts on the gold. One thing that scares me with this build is by going onto the berries last, it means you don't have safe food underneath the TC. So the time when these horsemen coming in shuts you out of your better food source. And you can outpost the gold, sure, that's easy peasy. There's no way you want to spend wood outposting the berries as well. Especially if this is meant to be a fast castle build. Alright, so this is not going to be neutral trade posts. They're too far away. Although Supahi would be sick. This should just be a quick Merc House into probably Keshiks. It's a bit weird, because if you go Keshiks, you essentially are building an entire army that gets countered by camels. But this feels like a very, very swift timing attack by Louis. Level 2 assistants coming in. And horsemen are on the way. Recon. He's not even building any... Oh my god, dude. He's just going naked advancement. You know what the best part is? On the broadcast yesterday, I was talking about how Hippodrome, on paper, looks broken, but is like one of the most underwhelming level 1 landmarks in the game. I think Louis is trying to show me something. Something special here. Merc House being dropped. I really like the idea of Lombos here, just to reach in and snipe the gold. Because this is the problem of Recon's outpost. When you're up against Byzantines, same as when you're up against English, you can't build an outpost like this. You either build 2 on the forward part of the gold, or you build it forward of the gold. Typically, you build them here and here, because that means your villagers can garrison in time, even without wheelbarrow. But what we've got here is essentially a worthless outpost against any range play. Now, the only thing that matters, though, is if Louis does go Lombos, he's going to be slow. If he goes Keshiks, he can be fast and consistent on the dives. So, moment of truth from Louis. He's got 800 olive oil saved up. Good God. Yep, it's going to be Western. We are getting Lombo plus the Horseman. Oh boy, and we're going to get a lot of those Lombos, right? Like, he's going to actually have back-to-back contract pumps with this move out into the berries now. Guaranteed with that many villages out here. So, really scary opening here. Recon has already locked himself in. Wait. Did he just cancelled Advancement Wing, right? Oh. Recon, buddy. If you choose a 2-minute tech, I don't like how this is going to look. Yeah, he's going Growth Wing. So remember that whole thing I said about how going for the berries afterwards is dangerous? Yep. He's going to run out of food. He's got 4 sheep left over, and the horseman spam is not going to stop. Like, how do you actually get enough camel lancers out? That's the difficulty. And right now, if you turn around to fight these horsemen, you die. Like, you know there's a Triumph charge. It's very obvious when there's a horseman opening. There's only one reason that you see horseman opening. It's because it's Hippodrome, right? Like, you never see it with a Grand Winery build. Horseman wrapping. I think, genuinely, if Louis scouts out the berry state, that's going to be his primary target. Like, it's not gold. This is the crazy thing. Usually, you can tell whether an IB player is going to win or lose based on the gold. You can tell whether an IB player is going to win or lose this based on their food. Wrapping around on the west side now. Lombos are on their way freely. Desert Raiders can't contest this, remember. Now, you could argue Javelin would be better for getting here faster, but Lombos, I think that they are just going to be a bit more effective at taking out these villages, right? It's so much easier once you're camped in. It's funny, either contract could work, but because Louis went for this option, he has a backup plan if it goes to Castle Age. Right, like Lancenet can actually work quite well. Better than, I'd say, Ghoulam's from the Kesha contract. Definitely better than Camels. Oh, Wombo's now here. Moment of truth. What you got to offer, Recon? He's trying to add in Horsemen. Villages are going to be pushed away. 1 or 2 are going to get sniped down. And Rax incomplete, so Recon has to cancel that. Tech up is almost done. 10 seconds out. If Louis just pivots left side here, though, he ticks every box. Instead, he's going to the right. Really? That's... like, so here's the thing, right? Like, I think Recon can get where I'm coming from, that, like, this play he's done with the berry approach, it's very strong. Like, I can tell why Recon's done this. Recon scrims a lot of Marine Lord, and Marine Lord is probably the best executor of the Growth Wing Castle Age build. But, like, the way you played this, by not exhausting these berries first, means you are wholly reliant on these berries to live, and you might not live long enough. Triumph comes in. Big damage through. No Exploratores. It just doesn't matter, though. Desert Raiders struggling to hold on to this. And Recon, that eco lead that he just got off of his tech up, it's quickly disappearing. Oh, my God. The Triumph charges have been stockpiling for so long. Camelot is at least going to offset a lot of this, but after all said and done, that's a heavy hit for Recon. I would say that this could have been maybe cleaner. Louis wrapping from the east side with the Lombos is weird. I think he actually just kind of gave a little bit of wiggle room to Recon, but funnily enough, actually with so little troops, the second wave of Lombos coming in is going to be a problem. Dude, this game is so weird. This is the type of game where, like, I think this is a perfect example of where it's important to remind people that we have God vision. Right? We see everything. We can see that he didn't go and exhaust the berries down to 50 each, right, before the tech up. We can see that he chose to take the safe food first. We can see that in this game, you don't attack gold, you attack food. But what Louis is doing is approaching this logically. Recon has essentially played the expectation against him, is the way you need to think about this. Louis basically had the expectation played against him, rather. Recon has said, you should expect me to go for berries first. Ergo, I will not go berries first, and I will get more value out of it because you'll target gold pointlessly. I still think it's like kind of a redundant point. Like going berries first still makes more sense, but it's that classic. Like, if you guys ever played one of those games where someone does something they're not meant to, and then you lose to it, it's that type of thing. Louis now adding in Limitane. And Dervishes are on the way from Recon. Oh, Recon. Uh-oh. Horseman. Looking for some freebies. Still no Exploratores, though. This game is so weird, dude. Recon has essentially lost the entire eco lead he got from Growthwing. Louis is, funnily enough, now adding in Limitane, which against Gulems is definitely bold. He's going to start teching up soon. You can't hang around any more longer. Like, you know, at this stage, you've overstayed your welcome. I think Louis probably realizes that there was an easier way of ending this game if he wanted to do that, what he just done. But I don't think he's going to be silly enough to try and play full feudal now. Like, Recon has actually got access to the map now. He has got Gulems. He has got Camel Lancers. You can't counter them from feudal age, not with this quantity. So instead, it should start to be a Maka up here. All right, guys. Ones if Louis takes it, twos for Recon. I actually think like the weirdness of this game has actually put Recon back in the driving seat. Right? Like this looked like it could have been over. If the rotation had gone the other way, like this game essentially should have just been an instant win for the Byzantines. Louis still has decent map control. Dervishes are going to start sneaking out for these relics though. Dude, the weak villager. That is so cheeky. He's actually going to look for more as well. Golden Horn Tower now on the way. Keep in mind, Hippodrome is about to enter its weakest phase of the game because you don't want to build Cataphracts, especially in this matchup. So his landmark is quite worth... Oh, for God. If you just played normal Iabids, Recon. Dude, this guy can't resist it. He's like DD with a red button. He's like me with a cheesecake. He's like a fat kid with candy. He just can't resist it. He sees trade. He wants trade every day of the week. And no, dude, I'm sick of these Whammers trading jokes. Nobody trades as much as Recon. It's not even close. I called him the tricky trader over a year ago for a good reason. He earned that title. The problem was that he just got revealed by the remnants of the units that Louis didn't even want anymore. So here's the funny thing for you guys. You can actually still play Horseman now because of trade. Expilatores gives bonus damage against workers. These guys are workers now. Oh, God. He didn't trade with Mongols? That's because it would be too obvious. Do you guys not realize that like both Recon and Mr. subscribe to the same thought process? It makes sense because they scrim together a lot. They don't want to do the obvious play. They want to trick you. Right? So like they were the first two to realize the Silver Tree bait was super effective, where you basically build a Silver Tree, you double produce one set of traders, pack up, move across map, and then your opponent had to react as if you were trading. They were the ones that like really innovated that build, discovered it, and then evolved it. Here we go. No Expilatores, which is kind of weird, but whatever, it still works. I feel like Recon, even with the eco losses, had an advantage, and this is throwing that advantage away. He does still have a lot of Gulems, but like those Gulems aren't doing anything, and there are crossbows coming. Recon is... The problem with what he's doing here right now with the traders, these actually take away a lot of wood gold, right? Like, sure, it's cheaper than other civs, but it's still quite a lot. The reason that's a problem is because you're going to need a Manjanique. And the money you're spending on the traders, that's the money meant for the first Manjanique. I actually love that Louis is just not sitting back. Recon's reaching a point where he has no choice. Like, he's going to have to go, right? He can't just keep sitting at home. Otherwise, he'll start getting pulled left and right and die. So, he's looking to intercept here. Recon, this is a good fight. This is actually a really good fight. Lancers charge in. Louis, not paying attention, didn't get the brace out. So, Recon, this is the moment where you want to pull back the Lancers so the Gulems can get in. Instead, he's just going to A-click it. I mean, his army is incredibly strong right now. Louis now trickling in the crossbows. Small group are being ignored, but Lancers are going to pay attention to him now. So the charge in is going to get maximum impact up against these crossbowmen. Actually tanks up the longbow in the end. Second wave now arriving for Louis. Needs to get the body blocks right here. You want to keep the crossbows away and throw away the longbows. That's how you win this fight. Lancers already dead. Golem count. Not looking great. Varangian are now in. Okay, this is a problem. Varangian, remember, they have bonus melee armor. So they are quite tanky up against Golems. And actually, sorry, it's not... He's actually adding in his own. What? Dude, this is kind of crazy. I actually think like the Varangian just hold this. The Lancer count is not good enough. There's still no Manjanique. I think Recon now has a significant issue. Louis could just add in a few more horsemen and deal with the trade now. Like, on a delay, this is not a bad move because Recon has essentially now just spent a lot to lose a lot, right? I would love to see Expilatores plus about 6 horsemen into that trade. Relics are at least looking good for Recon, right? He's got 3 of them. That was an expensive fight, though. And food can't be looking great right now. He's exhausted the back berries, right? Like, yeah, there's a decent amount left here. You got to remember that when you get the growth wing, it's 450 per berry, right? So you're actually adding in a substantial amount more. Normal one, you're adding in extra 600, then it's like, yeah, it gets pretty absurd, especially when you have to remember that as the Ibids, you're already adding in an extra 100 berries by default, right? That's a perk of your Civ, same as a Basset. So, like, food-wise, Recon should be able to keep the meat grinder going for quite a while. My concern is he's rebuilding into the thing that's countered. He's at least adding in archers now, but you're already up against Lombos as well. The camp is going to start coming in. What's kind of crazy is, like, Recon has to fight here. Because if he loses this area, not only does he lose his food, but then he also loses his trade, right? There's a wraparound he has to be worried about. What's going up? Recon. The interesting part to me is the fact that Louis ward as well wasn't 100% necessary, but it's the Camel Lancer threat. We can see they're not going to move for this because they have to be here to defend, but better safe than sorry, right? This just guarantees that Louis can rally his troops across the map. He doesn't have to keep anyone at home. Recon having a fight, and this is not a golden fight for him. Crossbows need to clear up those last lances. Lombos need to be sacrificed here. Louis overextends again. Crossbows, like, wait, what? He's keeping the Lombos further away, which is just weird right now. You want crossbows, right? Like, the crossbows are the thing you need to win, but I guess he's worried about the archer follow-up. So Louis may have overextended. I misread that. I thought he had actually a few more Limitana in there than I saw. His Varangian weren't coming here. They were... Oh, no, dude. He just hit the Rally All Army. So Varangian are now not shutting down the trade that they could do for free. He realizes that they're on their way back. Meantime, he has stabilized. It looks like Recon overextended again. And this is about to be the game breaker. For Varangian. No counter here. No alternative trade route. And Recon, our tricky trader, is 16 traders deep. Oh, God. Now, he could berserk this. He doesn't necessarily have to. He did get the kite shields, right? So he's got the extra attack speed as well on those Varangian. If you just stand them here and wallop as things come past, it's not going to insta-kill, but it will on the return. Oh, man. Lanceneck as well. Good God. Okay, so Recon now has the Manjanique. Yeah, it's kind of wild to me how much easier these fights would have looked if he'd done this sooner, right? And I think he knows it now. It's kind of like one of those facepalm moments where he probably thought that he could split the map and raid everywhere in Louis' base, and that's why he didn't go Manjanique, right? If he thought it was ever going to be a stationary fight, you always go Manjanique. Louis, now with the walls up, now with the trade being this fat, has to be pretty content with the idea of just spamming Varangian and cutting down the trade. Because right now, Recon, even if he spams more Golems, Varangian, remember, they do actually fare decently up against this premium Ibid unit. Imagine thinking he dodged it. Whoops, that may have been a 10-minute timeout. Might have to increase the cost of timing people out. Is it me? Or is Mon Manjanique not going to be enough here? Preferably you need 3. Trade is at least secure now, but you pulled a lot of your army here. That's most of your front line. Small front line left over. Manjanique Walt's coming in, but at the wrong target. He needs to hit the back line. Instead, he's actually hitting the melee. Oh no. Last deck in as well. The last deck! 2 cleaves there. Heavy damage done. Siege is going to be taken out, and now it's mass range versus small melee. This might be breaking point. Louis now securing all 3 sacred sites. A lot of gold trickle coming, and also a lack of melee to now just contest this backline of Louis. This is breakpoint. I mean, he moved out, right, to protect the trade. The mistake that he made here was he didn't just wall it in safely. And now Louis has returned for that squishy underbelly for the economy at home. Recon heavily outnumbered. Even if he shoot up with the remaining melee units, he wouldn't be able to take the fight here. So he needs to just hide behind some defenses. Does have a second Manjanique on the way, but that takes a long time to come out. Sprinter's already wheeling its way across the field. More troops now on the way for Louis. Yeah, and this is also now going to be the deer being forfeited. You can already see Louis backing up towards it. The reason why you're seeing Recon just throw away his troops like this is he has to. If he backs away, it's going to be a rotation towards the trade next. So he doesn't have much wiggle room here. And this has been really clean by Louis. Oh no, he stopped the wall going up. That was the final piece. Oh, Jesus. All right, guys. Before the Rangin couldn't catch anything, these crossbows, they'll catch more than a cold out here. This is about to actually be Recon getting the cold shoulder on his trade. Immediate interception. All of a sudden, that eco lead you'd worked so hard to build up is about to completely disappear. Also, remember, like, the eco lead was quite deceptive this entire time, right? System level 4, 22%. That's over double the Golden Age effect. So actually, these guys have been more close than would be apparent. Sure, the Relics difference has put Recon ahead, but not by as much as he would have liked. And now the amount of traders being lost here, you can't delude yourself. He's definitely behind Louis. Second TC now coming in. Recon. This is a desperation play to try and recover. Berserk mode activated. Dude, I love this. When you outnumber, that's where Berserk is good. Berserk is always good when you have more units than your opponent because it's an effective DPS increase for a sacrifice of defense. It just makes sense. And now the follow-up is going to just clear up even more trade. Recon, of course, not one to just immediately back out of a game, but there's no denying this game now with the eco count about to be neck and neck. It's his neck on the chopping block. 60 military to 10. Good God. Here's an interesting thought for you. Army value doesn't get tracked for mercs, right? But if army value doesn't get tracked for mercs, how is it that Louis has double the army value? Oh my God. Oh, that second TC, similar to the trade, is going to be scouted out as soon as it begins. But unlike the trade, it's not going to get much time to flourish here. The villagers are just being annihilated. The only upside for Recon right now is there's no way you're going to see Pyrocyphers, right? Like that's the one positive you have here. But this is the negative. Berserk, oh my God. GG, Louis MT. Able to flex that dominant win percentage for the Byzantines and able to just flex how damn dominant of a player he's been. Unfortunate for Recon, I think you can still see maybe signs of the illness. It felt like he was a little bit behind in both of these games very early on, just weird missteps that normally you wouldn't see out of this player. Hopefully, he'll be fully fit and able and making a deeper run when we see him in the next tournament. Oh, lordy. That was a little bit painful. All right, so interesting. Let's have a look. Did I mark that one off the list? Let me have a look here. Yes, I did. So up next, I said we probably wanted to target players that, like, you know, are going to spam on their mates. Who do we do next? Let me have a look. Maybe a Zerton game? Maybe Lucifron versus Zerton? BC versus Avali? After this or tomorrow. Like, we have plenty of time. Don't worry, guys, dude. We'll do some beastie ones. I want to do the Lucifron Zerton one, though. Actually, I guess we could... Like, how many beastie series do I actually have to cast? Guys, like, I literally have one beastie series to cast, because the other ones were covered. We'll chill. We can save that. I think we'll do, like, the beastie one tomorrow. Cal versus Smooth Operator? Oh, nice. I can see the second worst player in the competitive loser. Hey. Smooth Operator! Alright, I'm quickly going to eat these 2 biscuits, so I'm a little bit hungry. And then we can get ready to go. So, let me get the draft. Huh. And go! This song is how you make lobby screens epic. Alright, I'm going to eat this other biscuit, and then we'll get ready for this series. So, drafting-wise, let's have a look at what the map's going to be. Gorge, Golden Heights, Coastal Cliffs. Yeah, Holy Island was banned out by Zerton very clearly. Ooh. Zerton's draft is pretty decent, actually. Giving Delhi and Jean away is unfortunate. One thing I would say that I didn't like about Zerton's draft is, like, no Japanese pick is kind of weird to me. Where in the UK am I from? East. I'm good old Suffolk boy. So here's the issue with Lucifron and Vortex's thought process about Ottomans. Where they're wrong, where I disagree, is their drafting mentality prioritizes Delhi and Japanese. I do think Delhi versus Otto's very slightly Ottoman favored, but it's more skill matchup. But by allowing Ottomans through, you already screw over your Japanese pick. Japan versus Ottos is unplayable for Japan. It's literally, like, I would actually say Ottomans is the hardest counter to Japan in the entire game. So, with that in mind, for a combo of boys who like to prioritize the Delhi Japanese picks, allowing Ottomans through is a bit weird. That's what I would say. Now, the reason why they probably don't care about that is because you got to remember that they draft Holy Island more than anyone else, and something that is going to pay off for them in the playoffs, in best of fives, best of sevens I think they're going to be actually, is that Holy Island's almost guaranteed to come out somewhere. So if you hold Japan there, you don't have to worry about Ottos countering you, at least in that matchup. I also think we did see some interesting glimpses at a solution to the Ottomans with Iobids. There was a really good game between Vortex and Louis on Frizzy Marshes that we cast. And I think if Vortex hadn't had that classic C-Red full aggro moment, he would have beaten the Ottomans with Iobids in a fast castle. He just rushed was the issue. He went a little bit too quick. Third should be 7-2. See, I personally would have preferred that it was best of 7s into semifinals, best of 9s into best of 11 grand final. Because the weird part for me is your grand final has got your grand final, like it's the counter games with the drafting format, right? Because with a BO7 you don't have any second rotation of draft, right? But because there's only one that has a BO9, I don't know how I'd have to check how they've done the drafting style, but if they've done the drafting style that it's a reset for game number 9, it's going to be weird because you could just get an RNG win, if you know what I mean. Like, you could just punt the guess, right? So maybe they've just got a matchup I haven't considered there that's going to make it okay. Could last for 11 hours potentially. No, because I think what you do is like you're doing semifinals on Saturday, right? Right? I'm pretty sure semifinals is on Sat. And then Sunday is grand finals. It's third place match into grand finals. Best of 11 makes even more sense because of that. Like 100% even more sense because of that. Otherwise, your day could be ridiculously short. Arguably, you actually want the third place match, maybe a crazy, weird little show match, and then a best of 9. Otherwise, your series could be really short. What's my dream matchup, Civs and Map for casting? Most fun to cast. That's a good question. What have I been... I don't know. Chat might know. There's been some... I'm sure there's been some matchups where I'm like a kid in a candy store. I'm trying to think now. Delhi versus Yon? Yeah. Nah, that's like really one-sided. I think like English Order of the Dragon's pretty interesting. And I think it's still underexplored. I actually think a lot of the matchups involving Order of the Dragon are still quite intriguing. I love how English Mirror on closed maps got freaking deleted. I like a lot of Japanese matchups as well. Japan's a really fun civ to watch. I think Japan versus Byzantines is really quite interesting. And still underexplored as well. It would be more interesting if the Byzantine choice wasn't so one-dimensional. If we're being totally real, like if you're playing Byzantines and building anything like other than like Western Contract in 80% of your matchups, you're playing bad, right? Like Javs is really situational and Keshiks is how you lose a game. Right, so let me get these games ready because we should probably get into them. Damn. Wait, hold on a sec, let me check. Could you time out? It's all good. Guys, it's absolutely fine. The future is ours was not subbed. He's gone now. You're all safe from the English mirrors. And I didn't lose money for it. Kappa. I like how corruptible I am. It's like, are you subscribed? No, that's a ban. Alright, so we've got Luciferon versus Zerton. So we have Gorge, Golden Heights, and Coastal Cliffs was the draft, right? We're going to be starting on Gorge. Delhi versus Ayabids. So we said that actually this is fairly winnable for Ayabids. I think Marine Lord gave a masterclass on how to solve for the problem when we saw him yesterday. That was against Louis, and Louis no pushover on Delhi. I think Ayabids is subtly very strong against Delhi. You just have to be very creative with your opening. Growth Wing into like actively building Desert Raiders is really, really strong. When's the next match begin? I didn't find schedule on Wikipedia. Whenever we start. Oh, you mean the live games? Yeah, Saturday and Sundays. Saturday and Sunday, next weekend afterwards. Grand finals will be 24th. Which is like, I'm kind of annoyed because I wanted to go into Insomnia, but because I didn't have any like financial reason to, I couldn't resist the offer to cast a Call of Duty 2v2 S&D tournament. Which is annoying, 'cause actually, like, maybe Insomnia would have been worth it from making some contacts. I don't know. Kind of a weird one. 23rd and 24th is going to be fun. Is it? I don't know. Beastie versus Marine Lord, H3 versus Mongols, Frisian Marshes. Oh, sorry. So you actually meant like, I thought you just meant in general matchup, not the players as well. I don't know, man. I feel like I want HRE Abbasis there. It'd be more interesting. Well, after like 10 minutes, it'd be more interesting. All right. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Welcome back to the competitive recap. It's time for more high-tier Age of Empires for action. We've got Lucifron versus My Insanity Zertin in a best-of-3. Just happened on the weekend in the Elite Classic 2. Pretty interesting series and apparently a lot closer than what a lot of people were expecting. We open up with Ibids versus Delhi, and I'm wondering if this is where the closeness begins, because this matchup before the tournament, a lot of people seem to believe that Delhi was favored here, but after what we just saw on the weekend, especially from Marine Lord in the Marine Lord Louis MT series, I'm starting to think Ibids actually do crack the Delhi. We'll just have to see if Zertin can do it against a Chad like Lucifron. We are going to open on Gorge. Gorge, a pretty good map for the Delhi, right? You've got these pretty tightly formed sacred sites around the center of the map. Typically forces your opponent to come out a lot quicker and also means that reinforcements aren't too far away. Another thing that I really like about Delhi on Gorge are these cliffs. I actually think these cliffs make Delhi a much better pick than if it was open field left to right. Because these cliffs are actually wallable, right? You can wall from left to right, and essentially what you do is you double the rotation of your opponent while having a short route through. It's such a powerful play, and realistically, to wall this, it doesn't cost you more than if you fully wall around a sacred site. So incredibly valuable to be able to split the map so easily. But let's look in a bit deeper. We've got to look at what the opening is going to be here. So this is an interesting matchup. The way that I've seen the Delhi being solved here, I think you go Growthwing. I've got a feeling Zertin's going to lean towards the Desert Raider, and I'm not a big fan of it because although the Desert Raider gives you some tempo control, you should only really be going Desert Raider against civs that play greedy. So typically we're talking, for example, Chinese, HRE, like these civs that don't want to build outposts, you force them to. These civs that want to go for multiple TCs, you stop them from doing it. Against the Delhi, Desert Raider has fundamentally no value. So we'll have to see which way he wants to go. Should be ready to grab soon. Pretty heavy on the initial berries. I like this for getting a quicker feudal age timing. He needs to make sure he pulls off early on, though, because it's very easy to forget and overexhaust these berries and basically lose them, which is terrible when you're going for a Growthwing play. Opening-wise, it looks like Scouts. It's going to be a haul of 8. Make that 9 for Zertin. And 10 for Lucifron. So pretty split between the two, and this is quite interesting, actually. They're going to take each other's side here, but Lucifron gets a sexy edge here. Notice that he actually diagonally moved here to cut off additional sheep before turning around. Means that Zertin's only going to get a few on the backside of this. I think it's going to be 3 compared to Lucifron, that after that initial grab is going to probably be yielding 4 or 5. Actually, he lucked out. It's a terrible spawn. It's going to be the same amount. Don't you just love Gorge, guys? It's such a fun map. It would be. I actually think Gorge would be one of the best maps we have if it wasn't for the RNG of the sheep spawns. That's the one thing that makes it kind of suck. Oh, wow. He actually went Desert Raider. I'm not a big fan of this landmark choice. So we already highlighted why Desert Raider is really good for the aggro openings. The reason why Zertin's doing it here, I think he's believing in the power of the Desert Raider to force an Archer opening instead of a Ghazi opening, which puts the Delhi one step behind. But we've seen Ghazi can actually beat Desert Raiders, right? Like, you just quickly pump out 2, and the Desert Raider has no chance against that. It's really harsh. So, yeah, a little bit surprised. What you have to remember is Zertin's given up a lot to do this. Look at the time this is to come in. What you need to realize is at the point where Zertin is going to be getting Growthwing, if he'd gone for it, it would be almost 20% more economy, right? Like, he's getting, let's say, you know, he's going to be pre-20, right? So by the time it's complete, it's going to be 18 villagers. Add 3 in there. That is a ludicrous amount of extra villagers in your economy. Like, 3 never sounds big until you realize you get it early. Imagine how big 3 villagers extra would be at the start of the game. Imagine how different the game would be. Remember when we had the Golden League and we had the 12 villager start round? Completely changed the format. That's the power of Ibids. But by going Desert Raider, you forfeited it. And, you know, here's the interesting thing. This Desert Raider, if he can't do something in the first minute, you saved 180 resources, right? If you went Growthwing, a minute from now, you would have gathered almost that much. right? With the Golden Age included, basically the same amount that you got from a Desert Raider. The difference is these Desert Raiders come out every 2 minutes. So you could have basically pumped 2 Desert Raiders on a delay. It's just a very weird play. Now, I'm noticing a comment about you can have +7 in 8 mins. You mean this little thing here, the +8? True. But here's the thing about that timing. What are you giving up in the meantime? Like, what are you missing out earlier on, right? Like, Growth Wing just gets you to that castle age even quicker. It gives you more feudal potential earlier on, right? I think there's just a lot of value in Growth Wing. The Desert Raider only wins out when there is something you need to deny. It's always better to go Growth Wing if there's no immediate value play out of the Desert Raider. And realistically, without being too hard on him, I just don't see the value in the Delhi matchup. This feels like one of the worst matchups to do Desert Raider opening in. Don't get me wrong, I actually love the idea of Desert Raiders added in from a stables. I think that's really good. Because you want the aura against Ghazi. Against Ghazi is super effective. What's interesting in this game, by the way, is the fact that it's a double Blacksmith opening from Lucifron. He didn't rush the Ghazi whatsoever. Now that's quite intriguing, actually. Typically, you see the stables on one Blacksmiths, but what this is telling you is Lucifron is looking to just surge out. And I think this is in reaction to the choice by Zertan. By going in for the Desert Raider, he doesn't have this extra eco booster right now. He's just locked in tandem with you for villager count. And if you think about it, Lucifron, he doesn't have to rush out now. He doesn't have to do damage to you. He can wait for Sanctity to be ready and then break out. This is a very surgical approach by Lucy. Rax being snuck in the center of the base behind this, the one spot that actually Zertan can't scout. Other side of this, it's just double stables. Dude, he's been actually red. That's crazy. That's actually very interesting. I think maybe the mistake here, yeah, like the Horseman being revealed this early, I'm not sure if it was good value for Zertan. Because now Lucifron has the perfect counter, and the issue with Zertan's play is like he went double stable, right? Like it wasn't one stable, one archery range, for example. It was double stable. The reason he done this before anyone was like, this is an overkill, if he wanted to turn this into a cavalry-only war, this is necessary. If you don't have double stable, you get outmassed by Ghazi. Remember, this stables has a scholar inside. It's double efficiency. Now the 1-1-1, Lucifron. He's going to have the full comp online before Zertan does. Zertan is still just one-dimensional. And, I go back to the idea of what has this Desert Raider done, right? This Desert Raider hasn't killed anything. Has he denied anything? I'd argue not really, right? Like, you could argue Lucifron can't come out of his base yet. That might be the one argument. But could you have done more with the extra economy for the last 2-3 minutes? Yes, you could have had more units and you could have had options, right? That's the power. And, it's not like this is one of those games where Zertan says, oh, I only want, like, Spearmen, right? I only build a Rax. You have other production builders to get these Desert Raiders. Like, kind of an interesting choice. This isn't me, like, I want to point out, this isn't me drilling into Zertan specifically. This is me drilling into the choice between Eco Wing and Military Wing for Ibids. It's very important because although it seems nitpicky, a small difference, it's actually not. It's a huge difference. It's how Ibid players hold the game hostage. By going Growth Wing, they force you to make a maneuver. By going Desert Raider, they force you to not be able to move. Right? But in this matchup in particular, there is no TC play. There is no fast castle. There is nothing that the Desert Raider denies from your opponent. If your goal was to have him build an army, he was always going to do that. So Lucifron has to be feeling pretty content about this game. I love that Zertan's adding in the archers. He needed a new unit comp ASAP. The funny thing is, like, if he wanted to spam additional Desert Raiders, archers could have cost that as well, covered that as well. So, like, a lot of his build elements here. Final feeling is Zertan, I think Growth just would have fit it a little bit better. So, good job cutting reinforcements. It's the only way he can fight right now. Like, you don't want to try to find, like, the full main army. You just want to find a trickle of troops. Runs into the Spearman, though. Not ideal on the micro. Archers counter the Desert Raiders, remember. Great melee armor, no ranged armor. So Lucifron is going to be able to start moving out to secure the sacred sites. First one already now being locked in. Zertan, meanwhile, playing a little bit out of his base. He did actually get a very nice spawn here. The deer on the back side could not be asking for much more here. Not to mention the gold and also the triple tree line that he can wall himself in with and the berries nearby. There's so much that looks up from a spawn perspective for Zertan in this game. On the other side of it, it's not as great for Lucifron. He has got the retracted berries. That's probably the one positive. It's semi-wallable here. He could even think about sneaking to the corner eventually and walling himself in entirely. So initial spawn kind of for Lucifron, but the follow-up play onto the flanks looks a bit better than actually what Zertan has to work with. Second Sacred Site now being locked in. Zertan waiting for that undermesh. He's behind right now. Steeled Arrow is already in. Undermesh is not. Interesting that he prioritized the Steeled Arrow, even though he was building this many Horsemen. Usually you see it the other way around, because Undermesh is what makes these Horsemen unkillable. Now, remember, if these guys are even on quantity, they're actually not. Lucifron right now, 2/3 of his army have a better attack speed. And although the Camelonese is offsetting the final third, it's still a 2/3 advantage there, right? Like, you're reducing damage to these guys by 20%, but the other component of the army, 20% better at attacking. And Zertan is two-dimensional right now. He's only at Horseman Archers, no Spearmen, despite the fact that that is actually one of the better things you can get as the Iobids, courtesy of how powerful the Phalanx can be at scale. But it seems that Zertan doesn't feel like they're both going to get to that scale point, right? He doesn't see a world in which they both have 80 army, and thus he has 20 or 30 spears. Third Sacred Site now being locked in. This first fight will make or break the game entirely. One side has a lot of horsemen, the other side is the deli, right? So the way this works is whoever loses essentially just gets slapped out of this game. Like, it sounds very underwhelming that one fight is going to decide it, but with the way these two have played it, it's the only way it makes sense. If the deli win this fight, their lead begins to snowball. If Zertan keeps at least half the horsemen alive after the fight win, if he wins it, then that allows him to start hitting the economy behind the enemy base. Zertan. The longer this goes on, the worse it kind of feels, right? Like, the gold is trickling in, your eco lead doesn't exist. Like, if anything, Delhi now have a better economy. Archers force the fight. Spearmen do get baited in range, but this is looking a little bit ugly. Ghazi are going to commit to the charge in and draw the fire. Clash comes in. Lucifron looking to snipe down those archers on the backside. Doesn't even focus fire the Desert Raiders. Leaves the Spearmen to do that. And Zertan, archer count just isn't good enough here. He's down to 12 already. Spear count remaining at 10. I mean, this is it, dude. Lucifron's going to break him. Teeth and jawline and all. Nice peel back there as well. Split the fight into two on the side. Kept the Ghazi over there a long, far away from anything that could counter them. And Zertan now half the army that Lucifron has to field here. Not many Ghazi left over, but that just really doesn't matter. It's the mass archers at this stage. The attack speed, they're just a little bit too strong to take on. So Zertan, he at least has one more fight in him due to the fact of how close this is getting to his base. But remember, we've seen this point in the game for Delhi. There's only one way this really starts to go wrong, and that's if they overextend. Lucifron is a very tempered player. He does like this idea of raiding, but he's also very disciplined in his approach to this point in the game. Do not expect him to all in the enemy base. He's going to keep camping here and looking for another fight. It's a big military lead right now, but the one way you lose this game is if you choose to go into the enemy base. So, comes out again. Every time he turns around like this, he loses more. Ghazi are going to hold it back. Archers just sniping everything. Just a few spearmen left in there, and this is horsemen, remember, not something that can actually handle spears at all. Once again, it's all about that discipline, right? Lucifron reaches this threshold, but never goes beyond. No rams, no diving. Has got siege engineering coming in, but at this stage, with this big of a military lead, a ram doesn't really cost him much. He's not going to aim for it straight away. It's still going to be a focus on holding the sacred sites and waiting for Zertan to come out. But what you might see him do is start to pivot onto the sides. Zertan, credit to him, has already accommodated that issue. He's built up outposts on the right side flank. But now this just puts more credence, more warranty on the idea of going into a ram to clear that all up. Zertan will finally play those flanks. Thought he might try and do this sooner, considering the way he was losing these fights, but it's always risky, right? Like, his paranoia was if I try and take the sacred sites away from him, his whole army's going to go into my base. Nice peel off here, Zertan, sending the rest of those horsemen around the back. Textiles is in though, Lucifron. Isn't going to lose too much for free. Villagers are actually going to fight back. I love this. As my good lad Don Artie would say, Textiles is OP. It gives 50% more health to your military units. And Lucifron agrees. He's going to lose one of these villagers to a wolf by the looks of it, but holds on long enough to push this away. Meanwhile, now pushing the enemy army back in because all the horsemen are not here. It means you've got worse archers to defend and less of them. So great read there by Lucifron to now constrict the berries away from his opponent. Barely any horsemen left over here, Zertan. He's still got some food to work with, but not much. He's playing on the berries. He's been denied the left side. He can't play boar. Like, realistically, what's about to happen is Zertan is about to be starved out. He can only build archers now. And Zertan will be aware of this, right? So, like, his one alternative option to try to build spears to counter the Ghazi mass that's coming, because mass archers are just going to get you killed, right? But the problem now is you can't raid. So in Zertan's mindset, like, he either needs to find, what, a second TC, or, like, he needs to bait Lucifron into a dive. Lucifron, credit to him, he's not committing to that. He's got 3 Sacred Sites locked in. Why would you rush to end this game? Zertan is now the one that has to come out to you. He has to accommodate the fight that you're looking for. Lucy diving in towards that berry patch, towards the gold. Another small melee force, but enough to start burning this down. Villagers also now being targeted. I mean, dude, this is it. This is the dive that's going to break him. We talked about diving too soon. I think you can argue that this is the time to do it. 82 military to 26, all the way back to the wood line. And Zertan, oh my god, the way he's chopped this, there's no way out. This is it. It's not just the army, it's the eco as well. GG gets called. We are going to open this series with a surgical execution by Lucifron. And, well, this is not the Ibid build we've been looking for. We've been seeing Ibids actually starting to win against the Delhi here, but not with this particular build. I think, like, if you want to get this win, if you're Zertan, it has to be the opening we talked about. You need to go in for the growth wing. You need to follow up with Desiree afterwards and set the pace. Force your opponent to react because you do actually have an eco lead at that stage, much earlier than the Sanctity unlocks, but not what we're seeing in this game. Hopefully we're going to see something better out of Zertan in game number 2. I did mention that, from what I've heard, this series is, like, pretty interesting. That game, not so much. So we look next onto Golden Heights, and this is interesting. HRE versus Mongols. He had the English, which is quite interesting to me that he didn't opt to go for it. Mongols is just better, though. If you're going to pick it anywhere in this draft, it was going to be here, right? We already mentioned that the full draft for these two, it was Gorge, Golden Heights, and Coastal Cliffs. You're not going to pick Mongols there, right? So this is the best position to use it, and it gives you the flexibility in game 3 to either go Malians or English. I'm expecting an English pick, maybe? It's a coin flip. If you go English, but your opponent picks the Chinese, easy peasy. If you go English, but your opponent picks Jeanne d'Arc, you get Jeanne dunked. That's like a 70%, 75% Jeanne-favored matchup. So we'll see if we get there. For now, let's hop into the second here. Ignore that. Zertan most definitely did not get the opening game. Lucifron takes game 1. We move into the second here, and we all know how Mongolian Heights goes, don't we? Slap down your axes and show me what you're worth. Uvu already dropped for Zertan. And Villager is not being pulled. So they are both going to stay at home until they are convinced, rather, that they actually have the military lead. This does get a little bit weird, by the way. If you get an equal number of sheep on each side, the issue for the HRE can be that the longer feudal age or dark age goes on, rather, the worse your efficiency becomes because the prelate can't buff your entire eco, right? So you either have to start making concessions, building extra prelates, or eventually choose feudal as the better option. On the other side of it, with Uvu having 1200 stone, that's a lot of extra spearmen. Like, you can actually play that long Dark Age a bit better as Mongols if it goes deep enough. The question is it going to go deep enough? Meanwhile, scout pattern. Actually going to be a 6 sheep haul so far for Zertan. 9 on the other side. So actually a lot better for Lucifron. And Lucifron, dude, this timing is really cool. He can hit the Uvu. Unfortunately, he cannot hit the Rax. The Rax is going to be in range of the TC. Great read there by Zertan to take the small tree line. If he'd moved to the south side to secure the gold, he'd basically lose the game at this stage. Lucifron now scouting this out, says not worth it. Starts to rally back. I'm curious, could you actually sneak a villager at this stage? Probably. It's a little bit risky, but at this stage, considering your opponent is only now engaging in this, you have a spearman advantage. You could just walk a villager wide north and then come around the back of like this tree line here. Right, like this is walkable. You just dock here, set up a tiny little wall. Your opponent might not even ever scout it. It is a gamble though. Like we have God Vision, we see that this is the time to go with the Khan back at home. For Lucifron, he has to anticipate that the Khan could be anywhere in the mid-map. And you have got to worry about the maneuver speed arrow of the Mongols that allows the spearmen to get there quicker. Alright, what do you think, guys? I always like to do this, whether you're watching it live or later. Ones, if you think Lucifron's got this, choose if it's Zertan. Stake your claim. Ooh, nice scout rotation. Lucifron. Bloody hell. Okay, that is an insane haul. 8 sheep versus 16 on this map. That's practically all the sheep. There's maybe like 2 left over. So really big advantage now for Lucifron. I don't think you need fishing now. I think you spam spears and maybe consider feudal. Like actually, I think the golden tier play is just to go up. Because Zertan is just building more and more spears. If you could find this with the scout and you just choose feudal, you win, right? Like Zertan, it's kind of awkward the way you have to play this because with the HRE's better gathering speed at the stage, you do have to kind of overkill your production a bit just to make sure you don't fall behind. It's why you're even seeing him adding in extra spears that aren't double produced. And okay, Zertan now sees the gold gathering, so Lucifron agrees with our idea. Unfortunately, the timing is kind of bad. He moves the spearman out, so this is at least going to posture to keep Zertan away. But now Zertan, this is the point where you either pull a villager or you just rush up feudal yourself. I think it's too late to pull a villager. You just have to go towards feudal. Okay, that is interesting. I actually really like that. Zertan, at this stage, you have less sheep, and the sheep gathering rate is better for the HRE because of the 40% buff from the prelate, right? You can't just play sheep on sheep now. Now that this is turning into a feudal age rush, now that it's not pressure, it means that you can actually look for the deer. Would love to see Zertan also just micro these spearmen to push all the deer right next to the Gur. It's not as big of a deal with the Mongols because, of course, you can move the Gur, you can pack and unpack, but it still just saves you time on having to do that element, right? And you haven't got anything else to micro on right now. So Lucy, gold is about to be gathered up. We could be seeing an Archon drop, say, here. It's a bit sucky long-term because of the cliffside, but like most HRE games don't tend to go beyond castle on this map. I feel like this is the map where it's decided quite quickly, especially with this player. Lucifron is not really the type of guy who hangs around on a 1% chancer. And if he's ahead enough that he's dominating you to the point that you're at 1%, he's more likely to all-in you than just play into Imperial. So yeah, Archon between the Golden Wood. Pretty good. Spearmen are going to back away as they see the Zerglings coming. 13 spears here, up against just 11. And Lucifron's adding in more, so that's very smart. It makes a lot of sense, right? Like, the upgrade doesn't take long to come through, just 15 seconds. Need to be careful about the way that you pursue this, though. Does peel the injured spears back, so sick little micro there by Lucifron. Moves back just before the spears would have surrounded him. Miner Camp hasn't been cancelled yet. Lucifron says, I'm not going to lose it. Has he repairs, right? Other side of this, Zertan has now got the silver tree on the way. Oh, this is interesting, actually. If he keeps the contest on the right side of the base, he could even think about setting up traders here. Bold choice. I feel like Deerstone's been looking a lot better on Golden Heights at the moment. Just because of the short route to your base, right? Like, it's very easy for your opponent to scout in on that. Villager is now moving out, so here we go. All right. This is what I was waiting for Zertan. Prioritizes the feudal age, moves out for the fish now. This is a good read. And also remember, this is a safe read. He's had the spearman out here. He knows that if Lucifron's going to make this dot play, it's going to be into the corner here. And Philo's Bow, I agree. Philo's Bow are our resident Mongol spammer. I agree that trade is good. I just think with the way that this matchup's being played, and also kind of like the nature of the short route, it is very dangerous. I hope he delays the trade or focuses on the fishing. Spin burning in. No upgrade coming through yet. Lucifron, dude, are you kidding me? He's all-inning. Oh. If it wasn't for the fish, this is the right read, because he got more sheep, right? But the fish is going to be the game breaker. And I don't think Lucifron even knows. He's now pulling a villager himself, but that is unfortunately not going to end well. Wolf already heavily injures him. He's going to sneak into the north side. If he sneaks that north side, he's dead. Spearman. Spread out the lines. Good micro there. Zern with the bigger numbers. Able to make it look oh so easy. And now these men-at-arms are going to be underwhelming. Look at this. I mean, they're just pathetic. Plastic swords at this stage. Spearmen are going to trade out well here. And an expensive unit loss as well. 120 resources compared to the 80 costs. Great fight. Zern just able to overwhelm Lucifron. Doc. Okay, he's actually going to sneak it. No way. Are you kidding me? I can't believe this. Zern stopped patrolling. Did he select? Wow, I think he selected all army earlier and then just stopped this guy moving. So now he just doesn't patrol anymore. Okay, that's actually really bad. Lucifron doesn't know his opponent is on water yet though, right? That's also important. So he's probably going to open with fishing boats, so it's not going to be an immediate loss of food for the Mongols. It's critical that Lucifron gets this. Oh my god, dude. He has the read. He's going to lose the villager now, but he already got the dock up. Galley is on the way. That means Zerton is going to need a quick reaction. Squirrel ship should be the natural choice here. Meanwhile, men-at-arms are at least pushing this back. So Lucifron, the one weakness of what he's done here, because he has to secure water first, it means he doesn't actually have long-term food. In fact, he's now moving on to berries. Good news, at least, that Archon Chapel keeps it in range. Men-at-arms, still outnumbered. This is a bad fight. This doesn't feel great, right? Like, you need to have close to even numbers to really dominate this. Getting surrounded, worst case scenario. So heavy loss there. 3 men-at-arms being spent. Actually, I think it's 4, and then return he got like 2 spears. Heavy damage on the line, sure, but Archer Mass also now an advantage for Mongols. Galley wasting his time on that spearman. Means Zerton actually buys the time to now get into the Springald ship. And Phil Osberto, he mentions the trade. Well, here's the thing, Philly. You would have remembered to unpack your silver tree, all right? Zerton, instead, is more focused on a little bit of aggro here. More archers being added in. Has got the Springald, has got the Galley on the way. I love that as well. He hid it in the corner until Lucifron got too close. And now, with Defender advantage, you have that heal, right? This is really annoying for Lucifron because he can't just stalemate this. His opponent has fishing, so he needs to get rid of this. Otherwise, it's food advantage that you don't have. And Lucifron also greedily is considering Castle Age here, which I actually think that might be the mistake. In this type of game, that's what could easily kill you. Like, you're talking about potential silver tree, your opponent has fishing as well. Light Jug is at least going to get scared away. And it's going to be Naval Arrow Slits on the way. Yeah, I really like this approach. It means you can always just keep coming back for the deep water, then pull back and do shoreline fish, and your opponent can never dive you. It's a very cost-efficient solution. It means Zerton can focus more on land aggro as well. So Arrow Slits comes in. Jung is going to just about be fine. Hulk has now overextended, so heavy expense there for Lucifron. Yeah, man, the sail's way too late. Dive coming in on land. In the meantime, it's going to be a Burgrave. With what food? Are you guys going to, like, eat each other? I'm trying to figure out who's going to pay for this. I think this is probably going to be the most underwhelming Burgrave we're ever going to see. He has no food. He can't even access berries right now. Oh my god. I don't get it. Alright, tech up complete. He queues up 2 men-at-arms. There we go, guys. 2 men. That's all the men-at-arms he can afford. Yo, what is up, Profanity? Shout out to the absolute legend. Appreciate the raid, buddy. Hopefully you had a good stream. You're just in time to see the possibly like the most underwhelming Burgrave Palace I think I'm ever going to see in my life. Well, he has somehow got the food together for a few more. These men-at-arms have yet to be upgraded, though, by the way. And Lucifron doesn't have the gold for that. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, no, no. He needs to gather a lot quickly. This is not in Arkham range either, so it's not efficient. Archer's just moving from through. They're going to go for the villagers instead. Smart choice here. Lucifron gets a little bit more gold in the bank, but remember, while Zern is doing this, he's also stockpiling for a tech up himself. In the meantime, he's also denying on the water, so deep water fishing is back online. Archers with the Pursue Arrow were able to just find an extra few villager kills here. Lucifron, tail between his legs, stuck just chasing around his own base. This is the worst case scenario. He needs to be moving to the enemy base. Instead, he runs back with the villagers. No! He didn't know. I can't believe. I mean, how would he know? This is the first time he's scouted this area. The dead end means dead on arrival. So many eco deaths. 14 worker kills now. This is over. Like, there's no coming back from this now. You don't have fishing. You don't have enough food on land to survive here. You don't really have any gold access now. This is it. Zern, he was thinking about going Castle Age, but after that damage, why bother? Villagers with shivs out, have to defend against the remaining archers. Sure, they're going to clean them up, but it's even more eco kills. And Keshik's now on the way. Oh my god, dude, what an insane turnaround there, Zern. Still looked like he was in the driving seat, but Lucifron, by some miracle, was somehow finding the food and gold for a Men-at-Arms spam pump that might have actually gotten back in this game and gotten him a 2-0 instead. Zern is now in perfect position to take us to a game 3. Small groups of Men-at-Arms are getting cleared up by static defenses. The Keshiks also sustaining on this. There's no heavy maces here, and trickling in troops is the worst thing you can do. Zern has finally unpacked the Silver Tree. I don't think it's even necessary here. I think you're just better off adding in more Keshiks and going for the kill. God damn. Desperation mode activates for Lucifron. He has to move out into the deal on the flanks here. So even further away from safety, and he just doesn't bother. He knows it's done. No Men-at-Arms. Burgrave needs impact in 5 minutes. This one wouldn't find impact in 20. Means we are going to go to a deciding game here between Zertin and Lucifron. So 1-1 on the board. Now, this gets interesting because we talked about this draft. When we go deeper in, I actually think Zertin is at a loss here. This focus on English Malians, getting Malians to defend the English pick, actually hurt him because the map pool doesn't really support it. I think, like, if I remember correctly, it's Coastal Cliffs. And Coastal Cliffs is decent for English, but if you had, like, Coastal Cliffs and Cliffside, that's a map draft where this draft makes sense because you have flexibility there. You've left yourself predictable here, and it means that the final game up against Lucifron is going to be on Coastal Cliffs, where he has either the Chinese or Jeanne d'Arc. This is a no-brainer. You pick John every day of the week here. So let me have a look. Golden Cliffs... Golden Heights, Coastal Cliffs, yeah, Jeanne d'Arc versus Malians. Malians struggle here. Usually you have only one safe gold. The rest typically spawns forward to your base. Jeanne prioritizes that. She forces you out. On top of that, you know, you couldn't have went for English. English versus Jeanne is absolutely atrocious. You know, there's a reason we had her burn as a witch because we were losing in that war. Same as we lose in this game. Like, English versus Jeanne is like a 70-75% win rate right now for Jeanne. This... a bit better. I think it's closer to like 50-55. But on a map that's so tight, where the gold can be quite undesirable, it's fair to say that Lucifron is getting an opportunity to set the pace. And he's doing so on what is essentially an extension of his favorite Civ. Remember, Lucifron's signature Civ is the French. Jeanne d'Arc plays very similarly, especially in this lad's hands. So let's get to it. Game number 3. Gonna hit the speed up. The opening, you're already seeing on the spawn where it looks a little bit ugly. Lucifron gets the easiest gold to defend, just one short wall, easy peasy. Meanwhile, look at Zertin. Very open out here with a double gold nearby. Seems like a good thing until you worry about the arrival of Jeanne, right? The fact that you're going to have to fight away from your base. Early scaling matters a lot, and you want to be able to do that safely underneath your TC. But when you have to come out that far, you don't really have that flexibility. So, scanning rotation. Gonna get 10 on one side, 10 on the other. That's actually really good news for Zertin. He needs to take a decent amount of sheep away. He can't allow Jeanne to have an advantage. This Civ thrives on the ability to just keep pumping safely at home. One negative I'm seeing is this spawn. Boar plus deer right in the head of the base. This means that what can happen here is Lucifron can basically just set up a rally point that runs through to naturally defend this area. It means actually in this matchup, because you've got this double pit mine area, Turling might seem good, but it also hurts you a lot in this game because it means that you're not able to come and contest these very easily accessible, better gathering rate areas that Lucifron has access to. Sock on the way. Lucifron does this a lot. Typically, it's going to be School of Cavalry, and he'll look to maybe set up like an archery range or something afterwards. And then he should be ready to go with level 2. With this pacing, actually, I think, yeah, he needs to gather some wood for that. I think 3 villages might be not optimal, but Lucifron does have this quite funky build that I like, where he spends about 10 seconds walking towards the enemy base, and then he gets to level 2. And it has been scoured. Okay, Lucifron has his prime target here. So now Lucifron's mindset is, okay, locked in. This is the one place I have to go. It draws all attention. And it's where we're going to fight non-stop. The woodlines don't really matter as much. It can be an afterthought where you can sneak knights in later, but it's not really a primary. Zertan at this point has to be considering the idea of like going into maybe an outpost after a little bit of contest. He has to open with Donzos though. There's no alternative option here. If it's not a Rax and double Donzo to defend, the first knight can just ruin you before you get your second pit mine. And if you can't get a second pit mine, good luck with scaling Javs. Other side of this should be pretty cut and dry for Lucy. We've been seeing a lot more Hunter games at the moment. This is not one of them. You don't want to be building Hunter form up against the Marlians. Javelins just destroy you. They don't have a great answer for Jean Dark melee, though. I will say that Marlians in some ways fare better than other civs. The reason is that by going for the Donzos compared to standard spears, you have extra health, extra melee. Mainly defense anyway, so you don't die as quickly. That means you're still dying. House being built. Lucifron, with the amount of wood he's gathering, this could naturally be an archery range drop, which would explain like the delay. He's even having someone else set up the lumber camp, so... Okay, no, it is him. Okay, yeah, that's much better. So this should be enough XP after about 7 or 8 seconds of walking. Like I said, Lucifron has this different build compared to other people. Even without wheelbarrow, he'll start walking towards the enemy base. A lot of people are going out to wood, actually. Scout is going to sniff this out, and there it is. It sets up the outpost. So this is going to delay. This is going to hold it back and buy some critical time. The problem, though, is Zertan's still going to struggle with the idea of getting a second pit mine up. He also, because you've done this, didn't add in the racks first, which means you definitely are getting a pit mine up. Another thing that's pretty ugly about this type of outpost placement is you don't have wheelbarrows, so this is a very long walk. Also, you don't even have a mining camp. Oh my god, dude, no. Zertan, this is looking a bit scrambled. He doesn't have a pit mine at all. He doesn't have a mining camp, rather, right? So the drop-off isn't there. He prioritized the lumber camp and the racks. Dude, I feel like this is stretching your economy a bit too thin. And Zertan will be aware of it. He's like, I'm really tempting fate here by building all these things at once. Arrow Slits is at least on the way, courtesy of the fact he has Mansa on stone. This is something I love about Mansa that makes it such a top-tier landmark in Age 2. Flexibility between greed and defense. And let's be real. One knight is not going to burn down this tall outpost quick enough. So it's going to be a backup for Lucy. And Lucifron has, of course, got the Woman at Arms form sitting at home right now, weirdly enough. Yeah, this is like classic Lucy, really fixated on this specific micro on the other side of the field. There's no real reason for Jean to be sitting here. Jean buffs the build speed, not the gathering rate. So this has no impact. Oh, wait, dude, I know what he's doing. Okay, that's wild. He's actually doing it. You do not see this on Coastal Cliffs because the stone is so far away. But it makes so much sense because of what Zertan's done. The wall, the outpost, the Donzo now. This is the freest 2TC build I've ever seen. And now we know why Lucifron's sitting here. He could be rotating early for the ball. Ideally, it's worth doing, actually, because it preps you for the second ball sooner. He's waiting until he has enough stone and wood to pull the villagers to build this TC. And then he sits here with Jean for the extra 33% build speed. Lucifron has been one of the most impressive players for this detail. Most people don't actually bother to do this. It's such a big mistake. It's an extra villager. It's extra safety. It gets you the TC on average, I want to say like 30 seconds quicker with this many villagers building. Great read here. So Bort is going to get chopped down. And look at the build speed coming out. Like, remember, this is just 8 villagers. This is almost like your old TC timings, right? Like, remember, TC's got nerfed on build speed, cost as well. This essentially takes you to a pre-nerf factor. Really strong play here. I think you're going to see a lot more of this out of Jeanne d'Arc. Players haven't really gotten like perfect at optimizing the route yet. There's an argument that Lucifron could have easily went to the second ball first, came back, and then built this TC in time, right? But he probably would have missed out on, like, I'd say 25% of the TC progress. And also, it's very difficult to do back-to-back ball kills because, remember, Divine Restoration starts on cooldown. All right, so Zertan now has a problem, and he's about to discover it. All right, let's go for a listen-in with Zertan. 9! I'm sorry, German people. This is so frustrating now. You've delayed your second pit mine, you went for an outpost, you built a bunch of Donzos, and now you just discovered you're against 2 TC. This is especially annoying because you're not playing a Civ that can come out. Not against Jeanne. You have to wait. So you have to accept that your opponent's now getting Boar, he's now getting Deer, and there's nothing you can really do about it in the other game, because when you try, look at what happens. Look at that cleave damage. Dude, like, remember what I said, Donzos are tankier than standard spears. But this is permanent damage. You can't repair that now. And that is 2/3 of your army that has lost 1/5 of their health. So Zertan, now at this point, his mentality should be, I just kind of need to get enough to survive and tech. I need to be spamming. So you've already got double mill. It should be double pump on the cattle coming out as quickly as possible. He's going to need to make sure that he's actually got enough villagers out here to afford this. It is a danger. But the nice thing is once he has this wall up, he can focus all of his Donzos towards the outpost area, which means he should be able to defend this for the next 2 to 3 minutes. Because the risk of what Lucifron's done here, the weakness at least, is whenever you choose to go into the second TC, you're not going to have a very strong punch at this point in the game, right? So that's the confidence with which Zertan can play. I'd also love to have seen him play into like a second outpost in this area. Aristlitz is critically underrated up against Jeanne. Jeanne is not that tanky. She has 2 ranged armor, she can get maximum 3. That means 70% of your primary damage goes through. And then, of course, if you garrison inside, extra arrow fire, quite a pain in the ass. Lucifron, does he go all in here, or does he match the castle timing? I feel like matching castle timing is setting you up for failure, right? Like, you want fights early on as Jeanne. And also, the Fulani is only really impactful once you have the full ranch, right? So you can't rush it. So you know if Zertan's trying to rush it right now, he's not putting anything into army. It's a good read. Walls are going up. That wasn't quite scouted by looks of by Lucifron. He's going to pull the boar away, but unable to take it. I like that Zertan's actually posturing. The worst thing you can do right now is just back up. Zertan's whole logic here is if I look strong, if I contest the ball, Lucifron isn't going to think about diving my base. And it means I get away with what's actually a really greedy play. What I don't like is he's starting to overextend a bit. It's good to contest the ball. It's bad to move towards the TC. You lose production advantage, and you also reveal how weak you are. Because if you're here, Lucifron can believe that there's extra spears sitting back here. If you're up here, and he doesn't see anything behind you, he knows you're feigning aggro. I actually love these type of dances. These are some of my favorite games to watch where it's almost a bluff, right? It's the who blinks first type thing. It's what I like to call like these kind of implied odds. It's like, oh, I am meant to play this way. I am meant to do this, right? But there is an opportunity to beat you by not doing this, by doing something off the cuff. But what's required to do that is denial of information. You have to really find that balance, that negotiation between being too greedy and not greedy enough, especially as a civ like the Malians that relies on this Fulani to thrive. And he's still producing, but he's guys, like you're telling me he's not bluffing when he does. Like, dude, there's no way you're telling me a guy's not bluffing when you've got this many ranches going. He's not putting everything into army. Like, this is what we call dishonesty. That's why Lucifron's trying to contest it right now. And what I love is, dude, Lucifron's not putting everything into army as well. Oh, wow. Javelin's overextend. Wait, what? I have questions. Many questions right now. I can't believe that. The Donzos, because they had the Javelin throw, they A-clicked from far. So wall doesn't go up. A little bit more XP. Now, this is where things get scary because Lucifron's Knight count, we've seen the evolution in Jeanne that's much more aggressive. Usually the Fulani is scary, but something you have to be conscious of is that Jeanne's have found a way of making it less fearful. it's Royal Institute. If you go Royal Institute, it gives you your mini Imperial Age effect. And although that means Guildhall is missing, although that means this late game potential is stripped, it means you don't need to get there. Like, your goal here shouldn't be that either, right? Like, what you're essentially doing is, it's not even that risky because Marlene's hyper late game feels a little bit weird without trade. So what you're doing is you're accelerating your peak, you're amplifying your Castle Age timing to try and count your... Okay, ignore that, he's going Guildhall. Really? Color me surprised by this. I actually really like the idea of Royal Bloodlines to contest what his opponent is doing. Because it just means, like, Donzos won't be able to defend this at all. Like, with this type of Knight count, and the amount of XP that Jean would farm up, like, the game would essentially be over. I guess Lucifron's a bit paranoid. Like, he's giving a lot of respect to just how powerful Donzos can be. So he says, instead of trying to rush the end game now, I'm going to be, like, more content with the idea that this could go Imperial. I guess from, like, a player perspective, this fits as well. Because the interesting thing you have to realize is, like, I think if this was Vortex, this wouldn't have been a Guildhall. This would have been a Royal Institute. Lucifron is more of a raiding player. He's not an all-in player. Vortex is the full aggro bro, right? Like, it's a very different perspective between the two. So Lucifron's trying to chip you down, right? If he can't chip you down, he's not going to sacrifice his ceiling. So, yeah, it makes sense. I do think there's a missing opportunity here for sure. But we have God Vision, right? Like, he doesn't know exactly what was happening behind this, just how many Donzos there are, right? And you've gone into Archers. It's not like you have an immediate arbitrary transition behind you. Knight's now showing up. Tech up is complete, but Lucifron's looking for a fight. He's fishing for it right now. He has the advantage. He should be securing the Sacred Sites. Jean could be easily doing that, but instead it looks like he wants to take a fight before the upgrades come through. This is difficult. Remember, the Marlians, they get these upgrades in 30 seconds. Archer's trading out. Good start here. Donzos cost more resources, ergo they are worth more XP. This wall right now looking like an XD. I love how the gates give XP, but the passe walls don't. What? Charge comes in. Oh, that's a big freebie! Half the javelin's just gone like that. Zern, too greedy. The wind-up animation lasting too long there. Clash comes in underneath the Fulani. And the Knight count's just too high here. He pumps the Divine Restoration. John is going nowhere. Target fire is coming in. She is going to die, but it's worth it. Zerson loses everything. Gets caught in the middle of a sofa transition. And now it's too late. I mean, there's no coming back from this. Archers are splitting up. They're looking for the villagers. No textiles in, and that is it. GG called. Lucifron, with the perfectly timed assault, beats his opponent to Castle Age, and then beats his skull in. Whoo! Wait. Oh, no, enough of that Donzo pun, all right? We've done that 15 times already. Actually, the newest pun for Age of Empires 4 is my Droman on one. Did you guys like that one the other day? I was like, this is extra cringe, I'm gonna say it. We had like the B game, and we just kept going on about like how bad Byzantines are. I was like, I think we should stop droning on about this. Ha ha! Anyway, so interesting series. Did I add that to the list of done games? Let me have a look. So we had... No, I need to add that. It was the... Dude, am I blind? Where is my Lucifron? There, it's Lucifron versus Zern. So nice. That's 5 series down. Painfully puns? I think you mean incredible puns. They're like music to your ears, like massaging in your eardrums. Okay. So... Yo! What is up, Makomi? Thank you for the raid, my friend. Hope you had a good stream. So, guys, I think my partner's going to cook food soon, if I'm not mistaken. So what I can do is I could put a replay up, and then we come back and do, like, maybe one more series. I can either do that or I can end now. I would feel bad ending now, with good old Makomi also coming through the raid. So, what I'll do, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put... Let me check my partner. Emma, is food ready? I'm assuming it's going to be ready in a minute. She said ready for 5, so it should be ready in a minute. So, what I'll do, I will play a video of one of the previous series while I eat. Let me have a look, see which series we've got here. Let's not do Elyon versus Beastie whilst we got here. Magic versus Poppy Paw, maybe? Nah, let's go for... Elyon versus Luciferon was quite an interesting game, because we were talking about the Delhi before. This will show it off. The Japanese IBID game was wild. So, I think what I'll do... Actually, let me have a look. That might be one, or there might have been... And B versus Avali actually was kind of wild too. Was this the game I think it was? Yeah, I think it was. yeah. Because B was the only one playing IBIDs. So... Alright, what... Yeah, I think I like that one. Alright. I just realized how many series I've got here that we could choose from. God, you guys are getting spoiled. Alright. So, because Fit's going to be ready soon, what I'll do is I'll go for the B versus Avali series, which we cast last week. It's a really cool game. Actually, I don't know. No, quick in chat. One's if you guys want another Elite Classic series playing, or two's if you just want like a pub 1v1 game playing while I go and eat. I don't mind. We've got plenty of replays of each. You guys want Elite Classic? Wait, don't put ones for Elite Classic denied, twos for pubs. All right, we'll go Elite Classic series. So we've got B versus Avali, Mongol IBID opener. Pretty rough matchup actually for the Mongols at the moment, especially on this map. So what I'll do, I'll put this up. I'm gonna go eat. When I come back, we're gonna cast another series. So definitely hang around. Enjoy this one though. We cast this the other week. I think a lot of you probably didn't see this. Those that did, dude, like it's worth watching back again just for my reactions in game number 2 because that game was weird. So I'm gonna go eat. And after this one's done, I'll be back for more live series. Let me actually close my game in the background because I can hear it. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe. This is just day number... Dude, this is just day number 1 of 4 days we stream in a week, and we'll be doing like 6-hour plus stream. Boom. Value. More worth needed? I don't think so. Absolute jackpot. I'll see you all soon. Off to the races we go. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires for action.
Wait, what?
It's time for another best of 3 from the Elite Classic 2. We've got B in the orange, kicking this one off the IBIDs up against Avali. As the only Civ that he drafted that seems to be aggressive, the Mongols. And I'm not kidding, folks. Avali. Okay, so I'm going to like... cover your eyes, pretend that you could not see that Avali picked the Mongols. A lot of us have seen Avali before. We know how Avali kind of drafts. If you had to name 3 civs that Avali would pick, and Roos is banned, what would they be? Maybe you'd say French might be in there, but like outside that, it's got to be like Chinese and English, right? This guy drafted Chinese, Juji, and English to go with his Mongols. On the other side, gotta say B got the better side of the draft here. Getting his hands on the Delhi, the Byzantines, Ibids, and Malians. I already love this first game, by the way, for B. This is a really smart read on the draft. Rocky Canyon is the opening map. Avali's most likely pick is going to be either, I'd say, English or Mongols here. You can play Juji, but it requires a certain specific matchup. This is a really smart read to go into Ibids. Ibids right now are dunking on the Mongols. Like, honestly, it's like watching Kobe just dunk on a 10-year-old on a basketball court. It's not even close, because... what the Ibids do on this map, they just unravel you. They still get their fast castle timing very effectively. It's practically impossible to block them out. And then once they get that fast castle timing, and if you're trading, which you're probably going to be trading, because why wouldn't you be trading in Rocky Canyon, your camel raids from the Ibids just slaps everything. So really the only way you can win this with the Mongols is early plays like this, and this early play is not going to work out as intended. Villagers are pulled to deal with the outpost. Great read here by B. Forces the cancel, even gets the shivs out for the villager. He's going to have to pull a few injured away. Khan is trying for the dive in here. Will get it. So nice little stab there. Avali, good start. But he needs this outpost up. This is step 1. You need to complete step 2. B has yet to gather enough gold to... Okay, he does have enough for his Steeled Arrow upgrade if he wants to go blacksmiths. But he's going for the Desert Raider. And this is a problem. That's a 20 HP villager. Avali needs to position perfectly to stop this Desert Raider. Here we go, B. Rallies to the left side. This is such an advantage. Oh, no. No, Avali. Not like this. Not like this. Moving in, strikes him low, and now he just needs to whip out the bow for one shot. If he just touches it, just a little lick, it's going to be dead. Oh god, this is so awkward. Avali. Surely you just send villagers in. Yeah, just go. The villagers are aggroing right now. The Deserator can just dive on in here. And there we go. Avali, it's a outpost. Oh man, B, the patience there. Threaded the needle, 5 HP left on that Desert Raider, but mission accomplished. Avali now just has to go for the Silver Tree. Desert Raider is going to die off. Couldn't even take the sheep with him. So well played there by Avali. At least gets rid of that little threat, but... that was a wild opening, man. B had to be on the edge of his seat when he went for that villager pull, and it started to look messy. It started to look scrappy, but props to him for threading the needle, forcing that idle out, and then forcing the cancel the first time was critical. Also screwed Avali over a bit because he did spend wood on that, right? And then the damage done meant that he didn't get the full refund. B still contesting with villagers here. The spearmen are finally going to have to give up as the archers do come out. Now, you'd think that building archers would be a bad sign for the Irobids, but not necessarily. This is one of those civs that actually does scale into archers. Even though they don't have composite bows or military boot camp, it's just a civ that uses this well in conjunction with camel lancers, and because camel lancers are so expensive, you kind of just get a nice balance in your economy, right? Like all the food and gold going into camel lancer production, and then the remaining wood can be used on those archers. It's a nice 1-2 punch. I'd say it's like the most common 1-2 punch we've seen out of the Irobids so far. And Irobids, although they were idled out, they are now getting access to that gold, and funnily enough, B is anticipating Keshix. He's going to drop the racks. That's a pretty smart read, actually. I don't think he scouted this out. Like, if we check B's vision, yeah, he's still around the mid-map, right? So that stables, I don't think it's been there that long. So it's a pretty smart read. It makes a lot of sense, though. We always say, if you're going to see Silver Tree, you're going to see Keshix. It's just a reality of Mongols. Keshix is the only unit that's gold-heavy in the Feudal Age that you can build, and that's what you're getting from trade, right? And you could realistically sell the gold and just get food and wood and build spears and archers. But it feels like you're just not taking advantage of one of your biggest benefactors, right? Unfortunately, you're now going to be facing off against the Irobids, who, well, are one of the better civs in the game for going spears, that's for sure. I actually think, by the way, as the game goes later and later, the best unit for Irobids is spears, funnily enough. Phalanx plus the Mamluk's Bravery, giving you 25% damage increase and movement speed, is incredibly powerful on just normie spears. Silver Tree. B. Okay, he doesn't go for the block. That's surprising. Did he see that? It looks like he saw it because there was a lot of aggro behavior there. So instead of actually blocking out the Silver Tree from deploying, he looks for a raid opportunity. Unfortunately, there's already Spearman Garrison aside here, so we'll not be able to dive in. I mean, surely you just block out the post, right? Unless, hear me out, you're B, you're about to get Lancers, your opponent is going to start building traders. Why would you block the Silver Tree so that he built more land units, when instead you could force him to build more eco units by allowing this? What to see, Scout? Maybe not. Oh! No! Okay, so he doesn't want this trade to go up whatsoever. Instead, he just wanted the Lancer, he just wanted the Desert Raider, rather, to force a fight with the Keshik. A fight that a Keshik won't win, by the way. Like that, I don't even know why Avali's trying this right now. You'll never beat a Desert Raider in melee form with one Keshik. Other two Desert Raiders already being pushed away by the spears. Awkward fight. This Khan also just having an awkward time trying to fight this. Finally, the next Keshik's going to come out, so the Desert Raider's going to get cleared up. But meanwhile... So you can kind of tell how long this has been happening by the fact that, like, what? You attack every 2 seconds, right? So every 2 seconds you attack for about 10 damage. It's attacked... it's attacked, what? Almost 30 times? Like 25. So this Silver Tree has been stuck like this, unable to deploy after reaching this location for well over a minute. We're about like a minute and 20 seconds now. Oh, this is so brutal. Think about what that difference is, by the way. A minute and 20 seconds? Wow, that's basically like most of your tech up as the Irobids. Growth Wing on the way. And B crafty. Look at this. He left most of the berry patches. He only exhausted one, so well played there. He's going to get so much extra safe food. That's a really smart call when you're up against mass Keshiks, because it now means that you don't have to play out into the deer outside your base, right? You can just play close to the TC. And you're going to benefit from an extra 500 food here. Khan should at least be able to snipe down the scout. It's always a bloody annoying thing, actually, about dealing with the Khan, is this factor. Like, once he gets you low, there's no getting away. So, scout is going to die. But he already has stables, right? So, realistically, you can build another one. But you know what the funny part about playing the Ibids is, guys? And let me know if you knew this. Like, let me know on YouTube. Just, like, I'm curious. Like, you know, let me know in the comments. Say you did or didn't know. Same on Twitch. I feel like a lot of people don't realize this. Camels have more vision than standard cav, right? Like they see a little bit more, from what I've been seeing. Like usually, I think knights will see like here or whatever. So it's really nice with the camels. They have a bit more vision. Lancers are the ones that have. I haven't checked Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders look like they might not. Then again, it kind of feels like they do. But camel lancers have like an extra tile worth of range in their vision. Which makes sense if you think about it. It's a balanced choice because for camel lancers to be good, you need them to charge from a long distance. So that's why they have the extra vision. But it means that like this Civ, when playing Cav, can afford to be blind on scouting more so than other Civs. What's going up? B, this is ambitious. Yeah, so there you go. You see the vision? I mean, funnily enough, you can see villages when they're this close to you, but like on the other side of this, look at that. The Desert Raider clearly sees more. Looks like going to shut down the wall there. B, a little bit of a gluttonous mistake. Now, the Growth Wing means he has got extra villages, so he can kind of afford that, but not really the way you want to spend your tech up advantage, throwing it away to a few Keshiks. Yeah, bad start to this series would be with that move. Like, the opening was good, but that mistake there is not a good start for his Castle Age timing. Avali isn't going to be in castle quickly. I don't think you can rush it here. You need to get more Keshiks together. It's just awkward because the more Keshiks you build, the better Lancers are, right? In fact, as soon as I said that, it looks like Avali is just halting all production. Keshik raids not really finding enough after their initial little excursion. Lancers are now in play, so they'll be shifting across, targeting onto the trade. Trade, which, by the way, is literally now only just beginning. I don't think it's going to get much life to it. Still, really well played by Avali to have 7 worker kills at this point in the game. Like, he's definitely been punishing B, but the smart read to go into the Growth Wing and just completely offset that effect. Lancers should be able to clear this up. Archers are not going to fare well against it. So Avali, right now, surely this should have just been buying time. Instead, he's decided he needs to keep playing in the Feudal Age. Oh, dude, I actually think this game, that Silver Tree not deploying may have just screwed Avali's game plan here. It took him an extra, what, almost 2 minutes, I want to say, to actually get that up. 2 minutes, think about how many traders you missed out on here. You build them every 21 seconds. That's 6 extra traders you could have had. That would have given you a scaling eco that would have reached up into castle in the next minute, minute and a half. Now instead, it gives you a vulnerability. It gives you a compromised economy that is going to be milked and killed before it even returns its cost. Lancers on the way. B, close to taking the military lead here. Definitely has the quality on his side, that's for sure. Double the army value. And Lancers uncounted because Avali, the problem is he saw archers, he didn't want to build in the spears. And it means B baited him because B didn't even rush in additional archers. Instead, he's now shifting into relic gathering. Oh, dude. Lancers now hitting onto the eco. Warp on the villagers. Avali, slow with the reactions there, is going to lose 2. There's just not enough spears here. I mean, these Lancers can just camp here indefinitely. Archers at least going to be able to trade out up against the spears, but you know, you're building into Keshiks, you're building into Horsemen. This is a big part of why actually the Ibids will destroy Mongols on maps that have trade. When you go trade, we mentioned already you go Keshiks. You're building Keshiks against a unit comp that already counters you, right? Like Lancers can beat Keshiks. On top of that, the Unis guarantees it. So this just felt like an ugly game for Avali. It's a shame that he wasn't able to get that starting outpost up. That would have changed everything about the course of this game. It would have idled B up for so long, but B's clutch reaction, his timing on that Desert Raider, I think that in conjunction with the scout in the corner and the Desert Raider pulling the Keshik away, if I had to highlight any detail that made the biggest difference in game number 1, it's that. That's what's put B in complete control of this game. So confident in that control as well, now playing out onto pocketed resources on both buried locations. So B definitely going to have the income to keep this Camel Lancer pump going. And I love the sneaky Ram behind the tree line. He could use the camels to assist with this, but right now he just wants to scout with them, right? He wants to see where his opponent's coming. Yeah, look at that vision. That's just insane. For a unit that's meant to be a risk of running into a spear at any moment, it is pretty powerful. Keshik. Oh, going to discover there's nothing they can kill here. This is where you just peel 1 or 2 Camel Lancers and chase them around now. Like, you have surplus. And the rest of the Lancers, they're going to go after the trade. So let's give you 1 trader down. Luckily for him, the other one's able to peel away. But unluckily for him, there's not really much else you can do here. If you're going to try to trade the south side, I've got bad news. The wall's already up from B. Avali, how does he get out of this hole? It's a matter of buying time, right? Like, you have to essentially survive the next 10 minutes of Onslaught, because that's what you're looking at here. You know, B has a slight eco lead already. You don't have trade. He's about to have 5 relics. You need to just weather the storm. The problem is, realistically, all B needs to do is just scale into archers now and add a Manjanikin. And everything Avali does is counted. Maybe Avali tries for a second TC, but that also requires your opponent not contesting you. It's possible that could happen here. Like, B might consider just going back, adding in his own TCs after the relics. But we talk about this critical point for Ibids, right? Like, after they reach Castle Age, after they gather the relics on the map, they have 2 choices. They either build 2 or 3 TCs and boom up because the game's going to go late, or they say this game is winnable in the next 5 minutes, and they put everything into army. And I think, correctly so, B is looking at this game and saying, they don't get much more winnable than this. Villagers pushed off the gold. Avali not going to have the ability to build more Keshiks at this pace. Probably a good thing for him right now, because they are just underperforming. Lancers are at least going to get sniped down in small groups, but the main army is starting to form outside your base. And that's the thing right now that Avali cannot contest. Lancers on the north side just clobbering these spears. Oh my... Dude. These fights don't even look remotely close. Spearman will finally be able to at least take out 1 of these camels, but this has been expensive. Second raid now hitting the south side. I mean, we're reaching a point now where you just clown car in and start deleting the buildings. This is before B even uses all these troops, by the way. He literally has over 10 extra units sitting here doing nothing. Ram's at least going to be attacked. Spearman comes out to the micro. B, he's control grouped the units inside the Ram to different buttons so that he can pull them out quicker. That's really smart. Allowed him to get the Spearman out straight away on top of the Keshik. Tries to do it again. Of course, there are archers this time. Ram is going to go down, but guys, like, he finally realized. Imagine you're Avali right now. This is what you see. You're like, yeah, get out of my base and don't come back. What's that? What's that? What is that? And then he's just making this noise that kind of sounds like a cat screeching, but also someone dying. Avali is about to make that noise the last time this game. I mean, the Lancers, not the best of trades, but the Archers are now here, and this is a thing that he doesn't have an answer for. His Keshiks, even with level 1 Undermesh, do not even last long against this. Last Spearman just being sniped down. Keshiks, all gone. And Avali will be gone from this game 1. GG gets called. B strikes early, puts himself on match point, and we're already highlighted on the draft. This is looking fierce. Big shout out, by the way, to Mr. Cow. He did actually fix the draft. Look at that, guys. That looks wonderful. Thank you, Cow. I appreciate you, buddy. He even actually assigned the ones that had already been used so far in this series. So, game number 2. What are you looking towards here? You're probably anticipating that B is going to use either the Malians or the Delhi. Actually, who am I kidding? This is B. I haven't even pulled up his data yet. I'm going to predict it. I'm predicting it's Byzantines. I think it's Byzantines because I think B is going to be content with Byzantine versus any of these civs. And oh wait. All right, I'm gonna run ad time, so make sure you subscribe. You're about to miss this interesting detail because someone redeemed ad time. Just... Guys, what, like, if you're going to Holy Island, what is legitimately the worst Civ to pick here? Actually, no, like, all of B's Civ picks look bad for Holy Island, right? I don't want to draw him on about it, but he's about to play the Byzantines on Holy Island. Okay, so this Civ... I have watched 3 Holy Island Byzantine games, and they all look like an absolute steaming pile of What's B's plan? I'm really not sure, because Avali, all of his picks make sense for Holy Island. The way he's drafted, now this makes a bit more sense, right? Like, I think it's still overkill to go Juji, Chinese, and English, but it kind of makes sense why Avali would have had 2 of these 3 at least, considering that English can flexy elsewhere. But Holy Island, you know, if you're not going to get the Japanese, which ban-wise, I believe was, yeah, indeed banned by both players, it makes sense why you go for the Juji. But B, going for this Byzantines on a water map. How to put this politely? I should probably just get the sensor beeps ready again. The unique Byzantine ship is underwhelming. Incredibly underwhelming. This here, the Droman, not worth it. You just get kited non-stop. So I'm curious as to what B's approach is going to be. He has at least set up a dock, but I'm wondering if this is just all-in feudal on land, as opposed to playing sea, right? Like, literally just build fishing boats and get arrow slits to defend. Because that's the interesting thing, is with this Civ, remember, you do get stone from building structures. So realistically, you could actually get a kind of defensive format going here, just playing on the deep water fish close to the shore. We'll see. Other side of it, Avali has already gone for his dock drop. Should have been a little bit quicker than his opponent. Weirdly enough, no, they are mirrored, so it looks like Avali pulled his villager later here. A little bit surprising. I also think Avali had maybe less distance to run to drop a dock. This kind of looks like it. We're looking for a good meditation garden. I don't see like a crazy one. Actually, maybe here. I think this one, yeah. So, oh my, dude, are you kidding me? Yeah, it's insane. So he can get 75 stone, 25 gold, and then it would be 48 food. That is bonkers. That's post-nerf, 148 resource meditation garden. B. Let's speed this up a bit. I'm curious. I want to get like to the feudal age, because like there's no weird choices being made yet. Just some scanning rotations. B, if he does want to go for a full land-only eco after some initial aggression, he's only got 12 sheep, so it's not a crazy amount to work with, but villagers now moving out into the gold. This has to be Hippodrome, right? Like, that's the way. That's the one way I think Byzantines can make it work, is Hippodrome kind of makes a little bit of sense here. And, oh. Oops. He made a whoopsie. He didn't realize there was a gold right next to him, even though he walked to place a dock, so he should have known. Interesting system out here, by the way. I mean, it doesn't have crazy value, right? This villager's gathering quicker. That's nice, but it's one villager. You could eventually daisy chain it in, but that's a long build. And Presidium's kind of nice, but it's a 5% reduction. It's not exactly going to break the bank. Avali should be looking to break the bank soon, though. Food should be dropped off in a second. He sees it. He wants it. We are going to be getting the fattest of meditation gardens here. So here we go. Check us all in range. It is. Every single box is ticked. He almost clipped an additional stone down here. Unfortunately, that was just going to be out of range for him. Yeah, Holy Island is kind of egregious for the disgusting spawns you can get. And actually, yes, that's a fair point from Kamin. You can get the increased production speed. Note that increased production speed does not help for fishing, though. It only affects military production. In fairness, like, wait. I'm going to slow this down because I want to fully embrace whether I'm a genius or an idiot before I say it. What if he just spams full galley? All right, I'm going to stop now. But just hear me out. With the production speed, every 20 seconds at level 1, like the speed at which you can pump these out is better than the Chinese. So what if you just hide, build like 10 archer ships, get a blacksmith upgrade to the steel arrow, and then rush your opponent? Okay, no, he's building the thing. Go game free. Go game free. I've witnessed this Droman multiple times on this map, and without droning on about it, it's bad. It's so bad it's worse than that pun. What can at least maybe help B is the fact that he's playing some land aggro potentially. He did go for the Hippodrome. Hippodrome was the correct call. You have to go Hippodrome here. Is there any sort of neutral trade? No, I don't think you murk Chuganu into Chuganu Mass. But Horsemen are going to be on the way. And just to show my disgust for this, there you go, guys. Like, I just can't. This is absurd. The interesting thing is actually now Avali, like you could go second TC on land. I don't think you do that. You just use this to get arrow slits to defend yourself against any push. And B. Okay, wait, hear me out. What if he's building a Droman to try and force Avali to build into mass demos? And then you just reveal your true hand, your arch. No, it doesn't work. Like, if you saw Droman spam at you, you just build Spriggles. It's fine. Because you can kite them. Archship is going to dive in, so well played there. Avali's striking first. Galli's at least here to slowly kill him off, but these fishing boats have to be healed, so well played by B to do that. Still, Galli should be going down. Droman in the meantime. I just... This ship is so bad. Yeah, get him! No, now you just run. On land, Horsemen have arrived. I don't think we have Expilatoris. No. Like, usually you wait to get Expilatoris until you've got, like, 4 to 6 Horsemen at least on water maps. The reason, like, it's lower on water maps, I usually say, like, 10 on land maps. On water maps, it's a case of your opponent won't have enough yet. And, oh boy, someone forgot to man the sails. I think this Droman, like, can he kill it? It's going to be tight. No, okay, Avali's lost the opportunity now. That was a little bit of a whoopsie. The way he tried to start a step it, so he turned slightly. That's not going to work. So Droman will get back in time to heal. There is a second Droman. Whoa, big boy. But wait. Okay, biggest of boys right now. Demo. Nice split there. Avali, he's going to lose one here. That's guaranteed. He'll at least keep the other alive. Land's a problem, though. Horseman forcing the spin reaction now. And Triumph is going to be activated. So here we go. We'll move into Sniper Village. Wait. Oh, no. He got stunned. Did get a worker kill still in the end, but should have been a little bit cleaner than what it ended up being. Okay, so we've only got level 2 on the system, but check the production rates now. These guys can come out every 17 seconds. A little bit of surprise it is actually going to be Master. I can't say it without laughing. That's so bad. Alright, I'm going to just say it though. B is outplaying on land right now. The fact that the Horsemen keep finding those kind of little kills is really important here. Still needs to find a lot more, mind you, but realistically, remember what he's doing here. The Triumph charges, the tickets are recharging. That's going to give him heal over time. It's kind of like when you play Knights and you cycle in the Knights to kill, and then you get Chivalry to heal them afterwards. It's a similar effect you're looking for. All right, Droman's on the move. I love how we've got the wedge formation. Demo ship almost goes down instantly. Dromans are in. They maybe, like, I'm trying to figure out whether they're better at scale. I'm just not sure they are. The problem is that hitboxes are so big that not many of them can be in range, right? That's one of the biggest issues, and then you can just get kited from there. Still, I think what B is looking for is a timing here, where he distracts with a fight that requires Avali's full attention, and then these Horsemen go. And Avali right now, he's seeing them circle like sharks. He's got to be aware of this, but even when you are aware that this threat is looming, that is there, it's so difficult to always keep track of it. Especially when you keep seeing them go in and out of vision like this. Avali getting ready for an all-in maneuver here. Spiral count is pretty good. There's 4 demos though, and he only brought 2 archer ships. Funnily enough, it's Droman, so those archer ships should be fine. Unless they walk up like that. Demos round the back here. Avali gets caught out of position. Only 1 junk left over. B pushing in with the demos, and he will get the connect in deep. Springles are able to retreat away from this, but Avali should be counting his lucky stripes. He did not lose more there. That was almost a catastrophe. Last second clutch up, but now we're about to see a castle up. Shaolin Monastery on the way. You notice B has the same option, just needs to gather the last of the gold. For the time being, he's going to take this opportunity to keep pushing into Avali's side of the map. Large ship being sniped down though. B, going fully idle on land is not a good sign here. He's setting horsemen in one by one. I think he did get a glimpse of the landmark there. Should have seen the villagers building something. So now it should just be a gather of gold and a rush up himself. In the meantime, there's going to be a counter-offensive. Spearman now moving in. You can activate the Akratoy though and keep these guys away pretty easily. B. B. Or you could just run. I guess that's an option too. Horseman now going to go in. Oh man, dude, could you imagine if B just spotted this? I can't believe that. Imperial Official's still going to go down. Triumph is still there, right? So we could see it die. Big shout out to Always Cursing coming in with the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm, my friend. And the villagers... Oh, well, he did activate the Akratoy, but he also got baited. Is it me, or should B be going deeper than this? Like, this is wild. He's got Lombos, he's got Horsemen. Like, why be here when you could be here? I feel like there's so much more damage to be done, but instead he's focused on the housing situation of Avali. Might be the correct read. Meanwhile, in water, a dive comes in range of the Dromans. What? Out of all the ways you can fight this, Avali may have just chosen the one way that Dromans can win. Demo is gap closing as well. B could go even deeper. Instead, Avali just stops moving. 2 boats go down. Dromans, another demo comes in. Avali, no! Oh my god. And just like that, B is now in control of the game. Triumph still activated, rushing into the base. Avali with a greedy 2 TC Castle Age timing somehow has both collectively lost land and water. I am at a loss here. Out of all the ways this could turn, out of all the civs you could lose on water to, this cannot be how Avali's series ends. It might be. Lombos, Horsemen now on the back line. 15 worker losses in total for Avali. Imperial official count is down to none. Soon, his fishing boat count will be down to none. It's all looking thumbs up for B. This could be a quick closer. Demo ships rotating around, but B just mirroring it. And the tech up is complete, and I cannot believe I am about to utter the words, the Byzantines have won the Holy Island. But they have. It's undeniable. They've done it. Avali, he's got nothing. He's got a little bit of food left on land. He's got a berry patch, and that's about it. Docks are now going down. Oh my god. Avali, he's not even moving anymore. I think at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a camera on him. His hands would probably be over his face at the humility of losing to the worst boat on water. Even galleasses have more of a relevance than this thing. But that's where we find ourselves. B now with a 17 eco lead, double the military. Avali, 0 fishing left over. Food income is not looking impressive, and although he may have pushed the Horsemen temporarily out of his base, they're just waiting for their upgrades before they come again. Dude, what a crazy game. I think Avali just was outplayed on water. It's that simple. I don't feel like this matchup should be a loss for Zhu Ji. They have some very big advantages, but you know, part of it is to B's credit, the way he played into the Lombo Horseman timing and found the entrances on land. The other part of it is just Avali getting disoriented by the multiple assaults. He just didn't seem able to react to both what was happening on sea and what was happening on land efficiently. We even saw moments where, for example, the Springwalls were just sticking in range of the Dromans. They were basically dove into at the point that Dromans were able to hit the back line with the torch damage. So, you know, these details are substantial. Like Dromans, if there's one way they're going to win a fight, it's when someone else is just A-clicking and not paying attention. And that looks like what happened. I'm going to hit the fast forward. We've got a third TC coming in. I do not have high hopes for Avali's recovery here unless he can somehow get 20 plus spears together. And right now, he doesn't have the food to even get 5. Doc's gone for good. B has got the entire seaside for himself. Meditation Garden is now being torched down. That is going to be a permanent loss. They fixed the bug. You no longer get double resources when you repair. Bull on the flank here. Looks like the Shaolin Monk will be able to get this one back. Those two guys too heavily injured. But B, he's got Cataphracts on the way. And Cataphracts right now are uncontested. 4 crossbows, 2 spearmen. I mean, I would back the Cata to win that. Oh, dude, what a brutal one. B also now going for relics himself. 4th Monk on the way. Lombos will be able to tickle away his pass guard. No undermesh. In fact, Avali is only now getting the level 1 range damage increase. Remember, he also went Shaolin Monastery, and he's going to get 1 relic off the map. Like, there's not really much to be positive about here for Avali at this stage. Maybe if he could get some Nesta Bees together. I mean, wood and gold is the 2 things he can access right now. But there's a lot of horsemen. You still need to somehow find the food for spears. Not just horsemen, folks. It's now Cataphracts, 3 of them on the way. They come out so bloody quickly when you get level 5 system. Just check the timing on this. Hippodrome pumps them out every 20 seconds. For any other Civ, that's the speed it takes to get horsemen out. Cataphracts, just such a smart read. I think B has surgically found a way to close this game out. Cataphracts, if you guys aren't aware, is the perfect answer to Nesta B spam. You just charge over and on top of them. But they're not even going to be here in time. They're not even going to be here for the final shot of the game. Triumph gets activated. Horsemen and Cataphracts are riding in, and this is going to be it. Avali over 30 eco behind. No way back from here. B is going to make it an absolute dismantling of Avali. Woo, damn. Good series. That was, I don't want to, no, I feel bad showing that one for Avali. Dude, Dromans should not be winning anything, man. Like, so anyone who watched the stream yesterday when we had the, when we had the Droman game from B, now you have context as to what I was referring to on like how bad it is and how it's not meant to win, but it does there. But welcome back, folks. We're back live. We're going to be doing another series. Should at least do one more series to round this out. By the way, I saw someone make a Reddit thread about the idea of Fun Day Monday, and it got me thinking I might try to come up with like a committed day. I don't know if we're big enough yet to have enough people to regularly do community games. We'll see how it goes. But like, something like Fun Day Monday, because like when I was reading what Fun Day Monday was and what Day 9 done, my brain was like, oh, we kind of do that already, right? Because like he does things like he would be like, oh, this person can only build this unit and this person can only do this thing. And like, well, we didn't go that specific. When you think about the different mod modes we had, we were kind of already doing that, right? So I might look into doing some of that. So let me have a look quickly. Let me open up the game and we'll get another series going to round out. I'm thinking maybe... Who have we not done today? Did we do a Numenor series? Fuel Age only? Dude, that's what I mean. Like, dude, you could do Dark Age only. Dark Age only would be hilariously dumb. Like, I would literally just pull out a bottle of whiskey while casting Dark Age only. For real, right? Dude, it would be so hilariously bad. Right? Could you imagine someone adding like 40 farms in Dark Age? Dude, could you imagine like an English player getting to the point where he's like, I now have ranged advantage, pulls villages with short bows. Oh my god. It would be so good. It would be so hilariously good. Scout spam. Oh god. Yeah, the true cavalry. The 1 damage. All of a sudden, Donati's statements around like textiles being OP has never been more true. Dude, I can't. Oh, I need that so badly. Wait, we did do a Numenor. Did we do a Numenor series? I can't. Let me double check. Did we do the Magic one? No, we didn't. So we haven't done a Numenor series. I think I want to do the Magic one next time. Is Puppy Paw versus Numenor on the list? Or maybe. Ooh, that's nice actually. I don't think we done. Did we do a CSO? We didn't do a CSO, so that's perfect. Let's do Numenor versus CSO. I like that. So let me update this, and then let me go ahead and grab the Numenor versus CSO series. if there's a series where people are like, well, KP, what you're not doing? Don't worry, guys. We're doing 4 streams this week. Well, 3 after this one. We've got 3 more to do this week. We will be covering the series. I'm actually quite confident that we will cover almost all series. It's going to be very close to all. Like, we had a list of 24, and we've already cast 5. By the time we're done with this one, it'll be 6, right? So, let me just... Oh, God, I forgot about this. Some of the players bloody don't change their names, so they're a pain in the ass. So this was... Actually, the main one is literally just... It's always CSO who gives it a weird name. So, let me just quickly... do that. Okay. So... I don't think did I have this one on my list? Yeah, I did. Okay, let me shift that into done. Alright, so let's have a look at this draft quickly, because it's kind of interesting. Numidon, I feel like he does this a lot, right? Avali does this as well. It's like Chinese usually goes in. Usually for Avali it's English, but CSO took that away. Byzantines and Ibids I like, though. That gives him a nice breadth to this draft. Map pull is going to be Frisian Marshes, Gorge Dry Arabia. Okay, so Frisian Marshes. Interesting. Opening map. It's going to actually be Ibids and CSO is going to pick Mongols. Dude, that's a really hard matchup for Mongols. That's a really difficult one. By the way, guys, guess what? We're drinking. What? Dude, it's less than a total 7 days until we're at the weekend. Like, technically, we are now 5 days away from the weekend. So I'm going to have a very strong... weird version of essentially a sex on the beach. Instead of adding orange juice, and cranberry, I've added Fanta fruit twist. I know, this is already a sin. And then, of course, we had the peach schnapps, the vodka. And then, how about this? To get that sex on the beach element, anyone knows their cocktails, a woo-woo is what this is at this point, a discount woo-woo. I added Grand Marnier. More alcohol and a nice zesty orange. I think I'm going to need it because I'm pretty sure I'm about to watch another Mongol player get slapped by Ibids, which apparently is just my destiny at this stage. All right, let's get to it. Dude, am I ever going to see a Mongol player beat an Ibid? Maybe this is the one. I hope it's the one because these two, both are capable of taking it 1-0. Welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires for action. We have got Mongols versus Ibids. East versus West. CSO up against Numidon here. And we're kicking off on Frisian Marshes to open the series. Interesting draft actually coming out of the two. CSO drafting in a more aggressive fashion. Numidon, outside the Ibids, I'd say taking more of a kind of greedy perspective. Numidon's draft in total is Ibids, Chinese, Byzantines, and Zhuji. So very gluttonous civs. On the other side, CSO, this is what I love about watching this guy and John rather Louis right now, is they're more aggro-ish in their approach. Louis may end up in the late game, but he doesn't set out to get there. Jean d'Arc, Mongols, English, and Japanese. This is full bonsai, send it. But we kick off with Mongols versus Ibids, and I can't help but feel like CSO got slightly tricked here on the opening. There's no way he thought that this was going to be Ibids, right? I think he was expecting Chinese. That would make a lot more sense. Chinese or Byzantines would make a lot more sense for the Mongols to face off against compared to Ibids, where the aggressive timings are very hard to shut out. He's probably going to punt and pray that the gold is a good location, but unfortunately, CSO is going to learn the hard way that that gold is a bit too far out. And, well, he's still going to go for it. Rax is on the way. Honestly, I can't think of a better spawn for Numidon in this game. Let's check the sheep count. Like this wide rotation, this is really smart. It makes sense. In this matchup, Berry Gathering Civ doesn't have to actually worry about coming home quickly. On the other side, the Mongol Civ needs to directly run across your base to see where your gold is so they can contest it. Interesting detail about the berries, right? He didn't actually go for it. Makes sense. He doesn't want to give the burn over. If you build a mill here, there's a risk that Spearman can stand here torching it. So he didn't want to give that over at all. But because he dropped off the initial sheep quickly around the starting location, because he actually circled his beginning, he actually got just enough sheep that he's going to get away with this. He's actually got 6 club sheep down there. With this many villagers, that should last him about another minute and a half. So he's going to get enough time to complete the rotation through the center here. He did also run across the critical location in the middle, where typically you get like 3 sheep spawning. I think he grabbed 2 in that case. So overall haul, looking pretty gorgeous. 20 sheep compared to 16, which... is probably as much as you can ask for. The thing about Mongols that makes them very good, same with Chinese, both these civs have edges on scouting. For the Mongols, it's the movement speed arrow. For the Chinese, it's the sight. Every other civ is below them. The civs that can at least contest them are berry civs, right? So Ayabids, Abbasids, Delhi. Even Japanese, actually. Japanese, they have this really cool build right now where they open up with houses on the berries, and then they immediately get Tuara. It's very effective for longer rotations. Well, Numinon, he's backed in. He's got the Desert Raider on the way. Wait, is CSO going for the food? Yeah, that's smart. Okay, so he cannot go for the back gold because if he does, he forfeits the forward gold. He sees what wing it is, remember. He can see it's being built. It's obviously military wing. This is a smart read. If that Desert Raider comes out, 2 Spearmen won't protect this. Like, you will lose the villager. So that's actually a very mature choice by CSO. It does, however, mean Numidan's still getting gold. The funny thing is, like, Numidan, I feel like he kind of done this intentionally. And what I mean by that is there was nothing to stop him dropping an outpost here and making this impervious to assault, right? Like, that's the crazy part. Numidan, luck of the gods on the spawn. A back gold like this in a Mongol matchup. Usually against Mongols, the weakness against, for the Ibids rather, is that you have to go double outpost, one on each side of gold. But when you've got a tree line like this, that's not required. On the side of this, I imagine we're going to be looking at trade. Yep, silver tree in the way. Now, this is a big part of why Ayabids actually destroy the Mongols, is because of that trade, you leave yourself quite exposed to Lancer play at the opening of Castle Age. One positive I'll give CSO is on this map compared to others, Frisian Marshes does have a more defendable location, right? Along here, it's a lot tighter, a lot more protected because of all these small tree lines. They're kind of like pseudo mini walls. It means that your opponent's options to stab in are more limited, and you can more easily block them out. Desert Raider now on the way. Completely just bypasses the outpost, right? Makes a lot of sense. He wants to try and idle out the gold. CSO's already pulling back from there. And archery range is going to be the opening play. Makes a lot of sense. Remember, the cool thing about playing Ayabids, even if you didn't have your gold, you do have your rams, because like the Abbasids, you start with siege engineering. So archery range makes a lot of sense. There's typically the players to go rams. I don't think you necessarily even need it here. We're probably going to see it just to give the safety and also the more important details, you strip vision from your opponent so he doesn't know what you're up to. But realistically, like what CSO has done here so far is kind of mostly irrelevant. It doesn't really stop Numidan at all. It does, however, feed him free information. Outpost now coming up. Archer's going to be able to push away the Khan. Trade, now shift across corner. We're going to hit it 2 times here a little bit. Desert Raider is just going to keep torching the Gur. He can start to poke and prod at the traders. Like, actually, the better thing to do with this Desert Raider is move north and just intercept the traders and start hitting them in melee form. Because this is too short of a distance to hit in melee with a TC nearby. CSO archers are now coming out, so that should be enough to force Numidan away. And it does give him confirmation of what the comp is going to be. So we'll go down speed a little bit here. Numidan, it is going to be that fast castle. So this is exactly what I was worried about. Probably going to be advancement wing. You're up against trade, so taking the full 2 minutes is very gluttonous here. Arguably, you could get away with it, though, because CSO is playing a slow comp. You could go logistics wing, wrap out the north side of your base, and pick up the majority of relics. So, player mentality right now. Numidan has to be very content with the game state. He hasn't really been friend. He might even look at these archers and think, I probably didn't need these. For CSO, he will feel like he needs to apply a bit more pressure here. This archer play, this Keshik follow-up, this is all about constricting the map. The cool thing with having Keshiks in the mixer is you can actually kind of deny the Lancer opening. Yes, the damage debuff is really annoying, but the thing about Keshiks compared to other Cav is they have the healing to sustain. So as long as you outnumber Numidan's Cav count, which you can very easily do with the stone double production, then you can actually keep him contained. And that means he won't be able to reach relics. So it's going to be an advancement wing. Makes sense. Numidan will understand this play. The trade, the fact that it's going to be Keshiks. He doesn't want to be blocked in. Desert Raiders, in the meantime, already moving out onto the far flank. First traders now coming out. All right, I'm curious. Let's get the feeling. Where are you guys leaning right now? 2s if you believe in CSO, 1s if you believe in Numidan in this game in particular. Because this is like at a stage where no one has a clear advantage. I'd argue that while this outpost wasn't that impactful, credit to him, CSO didn't invest too much. We've seen so many players build 5 spearmen, and they just lose the game because this outpost is underwhelming. This is just critical info and also denying a better gathering rate on the berries, right? So it wasn't too bad of an exchange. The problem with it is, like, eventually this is going to get cleared up. If this was on a standard map, I'd say Numidan might be uncomfortable, right? He'd actually be down to like 2 or 3 sheep by now. This is not a normal map. This is Frisian Marshes. Even if you don't get the majority of sheep, you still get a hell of a lot. What would be considered an overwhelming majority on a standard map. So it means your timing is going to be off. It means your opponent is going to have a few lances to start torching this down. And it means that you've got 2 Dark Age Spearmen sitting in there to contest Castle Lances. Desert Raiders in the meantime. Numidan intercepting. Yeah, the archers are out of position here, so this is unfortunate. These Desert Raiders are already finding their value. Remember, this is a free unit, right? Sure, it cost him his tech up, but at this stage he's got 3 of them out. They've already found 1 trader kill. Traders are cheaper courtesy of the Silver Tree, but it's still painful to lose them when they don't even make a single return on what you paid. Numidan now just completely uncontested in his own base. Ram is going to come in, so it's going to remove that element from the equation. And CSO, I think he's just looking for Castle himself. Makes a lot of sense, right? Like in this matchup, you probably just want to switch into crossbows. It feels so weird having to go crossbows when you know your opponent's going to add in archers as well, and the lances are just kind of like the cream on the cake, right? The main sponge is going to be the archers. They're going to be what makes up the big comp as the game goes on. So I guess CSO's goal is probably to just get into crossbow Keshik, which I quite like here. Keshiks will just destroy archers on the back end of the fight. And the Camel Lancers are pretty expensive to keep up. Remember, it's also an issue if it's not as much about the food, it's more about the gold expenditure here. Relics now actually being targeted, so Numidan quick on the switch up. Ram is about to complete. Timing actually might be perfect here. So the first Dervish can just move out unseen, but the second one would be exposed if he takes the short route. This outpost is going to die before that happens, as long as Numidan now moves the Ram. Outpost being set up behind. So CSO, decent map control, at least from a vision perspective. He's very split fin though. Like this is the awkward thing I think about playing Mongols. We've actually seen this already get unraveled. If you guys remember the Marine Lord Louis MT series, similar dynamic when you're talking about Jeanne d'Arc versus Mongols as to Ayyubids with this build. The whole goal is that you spread the map and they can't mirror you easily. And CSO, like, you know, if this was another 3 minutes, 4 minutes, sure, he'd have the trade to enable him to mirror you with Keshik spam. But these Keshiks are going to struggle up against Lancers. Awkward start there by Numidan. Not ideal. He tried to hunt straight into the mainland Iku, and it is going to cost him his Desert Raider. But fundamentally, when you split these fights, these Lancers will win out. Lancers are coming behind this. So first Dervish is about to hit the field. CSO. I would love to have seen him play onto the ponds. I'm kind of disappointed by the fact that Mongols players are still just not doing this. I mean, it does cost you an extra go, but the extra food income is kind of bonkers. Instead, it's just all the sheep. Right? And I know it's tempting to just be on the sheep, but arguably when you're against a civ like this as well, Ayyubids, the way they play, you know, this is one of those things where I'm not going to say Deerstone would have been better, but at least using these ponds, moving out to them, even without Wheelbarrow, would be worth it considering how long you could sit there. Numidan. Archer upgrades also coming in soon. Lancers are starting to find freebies here, right? The Spearmen, they're actually going to find a 2-for-1, so it's a fight they can kind of contest. A little bit of a weird micro there by Numidan. Really unnecessary to try and kill the villager in time. He needed to do that straight away, so does lose out on 1. Kind of surprised he didn't see that sooner. It's just the stealth forest for you. Remember, Camel Lancers have more vision than standard cavalry, but they still have the same limitations around stealth forests. CSO. If he can find the right timing on this to get into the Castle Age, move the Kurotai up, he's very hard to beat. But it's scary, right? Because like to get to that point, you're going to have to keep adding in archers as you go. And if that's going to be your optimal route, you're against a civ that can just build siege without having a siege workshop, right? So instead, what you're going to see CS do, he's probably thinking, okay, I can't go for an archer all-in spam of Keshiks. I need to back for a tech up, switch into premium units. Because if I try to Zerg him, I will die to a Manjanique. Like, there's enough Lancers here to hold 1 choke point. Keshik Raid coming in. Relics have already been banked, though. 2 at home. They're going to hit onto the outpost on the side. Good for healing, but not good for killing. Remember, you're up against this extra fire armor. In fact, actually, yeah. Wait, what? Oh, you're not. Dude, it's actually slightly out of range there. So kind of unfortunate he's not getting that buff. Chain heal on a Desert Raider? That might have actually worked on a Lancer, but a Desert Raider is just too squishy by comparison. Raw HP is not big enough. Now move out to mid-map. I think what always surprises me about this Desert Raider play is how when you're 13 minutes in, you see a lot of players still don't actually get the upgrade. I mean, arguably, for it to be worthwhile, you would have had to have keeping all the Desert Raiders alive, and as we can see, he's got a grand total of 1 left over. But for 350 resources, like the increase in damage, the increase in health, it's definitely a worthwhile investment if you have, say, 3, maybe 4 Desert Raiders alive. Bad fight for Camel Lancers. Even with the Camelonese, remember, these guys are healing through this fight, so when you're outnumbered, you never want to engage Keshiks. Not going to be outnumbered for long, though. Dude, I've seen a worrisome situation. CSO with that tech up, he forfeited all Keshik scaling. Trade count is at 10, and you're about to lose it. This Lancer count can wipe you out. Archer's also on the way. Even the Rams joining in because it's a party. Sorry, let me do that correctly. It's a party! There you go. Archer's now going to start training with the Spears. You just go north here with the Lancers, right? Like, it's kind of free territory now because there's a gap where there's no outpost coverage. She's also holding. If CSO comes back right now, he does have momentum on his side temporarily, but he needs to be quick about it because the longer this goes on, the worse it's getting. Numidan has got 2 more relics on the way home. This offsets the power of your trade. Just look at the eco count. It's not that substantial for CSO. Well, nice denial there. So 1 less relic coming home. But also, I'd like to point out that bar the one that started next to your base, there's no other easy-peasy relics to be gained, right? This is the last one to contest. And CSO, considering the amount of gold-heavy units they're building, unlikely that we're going to see them pump out Shaman anytime soon. I always love when I watch players set up pastures like this. It's the equivalent of like when you play poker and before the final card is played, you start taking the chips in. It's like, yeah, I'm going to get to Imperial Age and have a white stupor. It's like, whoa, CSO. This is the equivalent of when I was a kid, me saying that I was going to be a general or I was going to be an astronaut. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Manjanique's now here. Ram is actually hitting into the Kurotai. But guys, look out. The traders have got the Kurotai aura. I love how units that have no damage still get that aura on them. This Ram is actually doing significant damage. This is really well played by Numidan. The next 5 to 8 minutes is still his strong point. CSO's not there yet. He needs to buy more time, and sadly, part of that is sitting the Kurotai here and just watching it die. Like, if you pack it up and move it away, it's outpost instead, and then you don't at least have the Yam to get these traders back and forth quicker. So pack up and move away, and now the Ram will go for the real target. Trader's also now just being sacrificed. I mean, this is pretty bad. He's still going to take damage on the Kurotai. CSO. This is that crap or get off the pot moment, right? You have to fight now. You don't have a choice. Archer's moving in. Camels built up the second Manjanique. Now this could instantly wipe the army. CSO only has 8 crossbowmen to his name. And Burns coming in. Dude, if you lose the Kurotai, this is over. That's your Castle Ace Plus, right? That's your little buff effect that gives you an advantage here. Dervish come around the back. Oh my god, dude, he's going to hold the melee hostage here. It's the AoE heal as well. Wollo's going to come out to make the space. Manjanique heal on the backside. And CSO, even with the heal, even with the damage buff, I see no way you're going to win this fight. Crossbow archers get cut down. Double the military power now for Numidan. It's probably the best fight that CSO could hope for, but it's too soon. 2 minutes too soon. He needed more time. But the Kurotai, about to be threatened, he had none. So game 1 looking like a very easy cruise mode win now for Numidan. 40 to 10 military, nothing left, no value for the Kurotai. And also behind this, no trade. It's all gone now. It's all going to stop. They can't get home. Dude, what a brutal timing there. Numidan, well played. Perfectly understanding the Ibid's kill point. I'm really proud of Numidan in this one because I think so far watching him... Sorry, I sound like his mum. I'm really proud of you, Numidan. But so far watching him in this tournament, I think he's been lacking that decisive moment, what I call the killing blow, the killer instinct. This was the killer instinct. He built into it. He was always moving for it, though. And the moment it comes to strike, he doesn't wait around. This is the Numidan that if we saw from Game 1, Series 1 of this group stage, I think he would have been contesting. I think, I want to say he would have made playoffs, but I would have seen him maybe 5th or 6th. This is so much better out of Numidan. It's just unfortunate for him it came so much later in the group stage. You could argue also, CSO is not as seasoned a player as like a Marine Lord or a Louis, but the reality is like that might also be namesakes there. I think Numidan is maybe a little bit too focused on, oh, I'm up against Vortex, oh, I'm up against Marine Lord. We've seen this before with Recon. Like, I think Recon showed this when we had that little hidden cup at the end of 2023, where I think it was against Lucifron. He played the best I've ever seen him play against Lucifron because he didn't know he was against Lucy. That's why I think maybe Numidan needs to get over that hurdle. I know a lot of upcoming players do struggle with that. It's very hard to not see the player for who they are because it's not just about them, it's the playstyle, right? So you kind of have to acknowledge that you're up against this person. This is the way they play. But usually the hard thing is to not wrap yourself in this idea that, oh, yeah, this is Vortex, he's better than me. Like, if I look at the statistics, it's very clear he's better than me. You have to focus on, okay, this is Vortex, he'll do this is how I beat him. And what we've seen from Numidan is, okay, CSO can be a little bit crafty, a little bit creative, but this is a Mongol matchup, it's cut and dry, he's going to try to trade. I just need to hit my castle timing. And now that Numidan's done that, this is looking pretty undeniable. Trade is at least still going, but not for long. Also, the pasture setup is painful here, folks. Manjaniques destroy cluster buildings like this. Oh, it always looks so cool, but always looks so underwhelming when you check the health bars. Not this time. I love how he's somehow only done 6 damage to a sheep with flaming rocks. Oh, Phyllis Bow. So interesting thing you bring up there. I don't know if you've been exploring this yet. I'm not sure of the entire answer. Like, it would need to be explored more. I think step 1 for Mongols is you don't trade, though. I think trade, like, actually makes it impossible. Because if you trade, you're not blocking the castle age timing, and then Camel Lancers destroy you, right? Like, I think you legitimately have to find a way of deer-stoning. Maybe, like, 2 TC. Right? Like, you play it early enough, maybe you can scale. You're still giving the Ibeds their strong point timing, but maybe that would get you enough eco to contest them. It's definitely difficult. Like I said before, I think this is one of the hardest matchups, despite what I think some statistics show Mongols can win. I don't believe that. I think that's just pub stomps that are disingenuous. This matchup is dominant for Ibeds. In fact, yeah, I can't ignore it. The draft in the series is looking pretty dominant for Numidan. Remember, we already mentioned that after this, it's Chinese, Byzantines, and Juji. On the other side, it's Jeanne d'Arc, English, and Japanese. So I quite like the idea of like Byzantines actually up against Jeanne d'Arc. I think you just hold and they have to dive you. And then like you've got what? English versus Byzantines is an alternative that works quite well. I think what has to happen here for CSO to look good is he has to draft English and force Juji. Japanese, Chinese has its moments, but that's map dependent. And if it goes too late, you still lose to Chinese. So like this game 1 was very important for CSO. And I think he maybe got tricked. I feel like he was expecting Chinese here on the opener. Numidan moving in for what will likely be the final fight of the game. There's just so many spears in, and I hate this, man. Like, spears are so strong. You don't see it much, but actually these Ibid spears are so much better than Bassets. It's the Mamluk's bravery, and they scale so well into the late game. The snowball effect is insane. Damage coming out. Pretty heavy right now. Kashyyyks just getting tickled away up. They can't engage. Springel's also just sniping in a little bit deeper, looking on the eco next. If these Manjaniques creep in and just get a single shot out, it's already over. In fact, it might be. Like, this is already looking ugly. It's going to be a dive into the backline eco, and that should be all she wrote. CSO. No. This is done. He's attacking 3 Camel Lancers with villagers. Have mercy. Dude, he doesn't even have textiles. Oh, not like this. CSO. There's just too many camels, man. Textiles, this maybe wouldn't have hurt as much, but look at the bodies at the end of this. There's so many dead workers. GG. Game 1, Numidon, looking like the dominant beast I've come to expect on the ladders. The question is now whether he can continue on. So let's get him a point on the board here. Great opening from Numidon. We now have to look back at the draft, and we mentioned before, CSO's best bet is if he can get English and force a Chinese or a Zhuji pick. I think Byzantines is a difficult matchup for the English. Maybe on a map like Cliffside, you could fare better. It still feels a little bit dicey, because I think what we've been noticing on Cliffside, sorry, not Cliffside, on Coastal Cliffs, is on Coastal Cliffs, the Byzantines are surprisingly effective, Dumu being the #1 presenter of that fact. So let me have a look here. So we did open with Frizzy Marshes. It's actually going to be Gorge next. And it is going to be English versus Byzantines. This is interesting. Gorge is a bit tough because Gorge... There aren't many maps that I believe in Hippodrome. I feel like Cliffside and Gorge might be the ones, though. It depends whether Numidon wants to get spicy. Like, he doesn't need to. Realistically, what he could do here instead, he could just go for a very standard format Grand Winery into Javs or Lombos. You're going to be leaning Javs. The reason is that if you build Lombos, your opponent should be able to outscale your Lombo count, right? English come in with a very powerful ramping timing. Most important in this matchup is going to be the blacksmith timings. Something that's really cool that we've been seeing out of the Byzantines recently is the way they've optimized their early game. When the Byzantines first came out, Blacksmith was always missing. They were always losing because of it. That hasn't been an issue recently, and that means that English are hard discounted. Their biggest edge is in the Blacksmith advantage. We'll just have to see if they can get it here. We hop into game number 2. CSO with English looking to be the meta setter, the aggro player. Numidon with the Byzantines, the Omni Wrench, it feels like in a lot of ways right now in the meta. So, opening game moves is going to be the scout check. Where are they going? Yeah, Numidon done that one. So this is quite popular right now, is actually darting to one side of the map and then drawing all the way back. You notice CSO done something very different here. And it's going to be costly for him because he actually rotated close, then came back straight away. The way that this has been played by Numidon, it's actually really impressive how you can get away with this. If you drag 1 or 2 sheep back at the start and then drop a Cistern, even with a 10% increased gathering rate, you can get back in time to drop off the sheep from like here without running out. And then you just complete the corner or you dart across to the right side. So I really like this approach right now. The only approach that I've been a bigger fan of has been the one Louis does, where he essentially walks out into the center and he kind of draws a giant circle, cutting around the sacred sites. But that one is very risky. I need to see more mutations of it. I think it has a lot of RNG to it, more than just choosing one side of the map. So people talking about like Byzantines and how they can be what I call the discount English. They can build longbows, yes. The way that this matchup works is if you think that you can aggro your opponent, Javelins is good. But if you think you're going to be turtling, longbows is better. And the other thing that's really annoying in this matchup is that you can easily go into Limitane, which are difficult for Lombos to kill. Love this detail, though. This is sick. It's in pure Hippodrome. I said there's like 2 maps where I like it a lot. It's Gorge and Cliffside. This matchup in particular, I really like it. If it's Men-at-Arms, you destroy them. If it's Lombos, you destroy them. It's very easy to cut reinforcements because the way that the English work is they're a tempo-setting civ. So they have to move very fast here. And if they don't move fast, then you're giving Byzantine an ability to get ahead with this Cistern effect, just ramping them up, right? If you go too fast, though, these horsemen can cut reinforcements. And Lombos are an expensive archer, so everyone lost hits your economy harder, especially considering at this stage in the game, English don't have any economical benefits, right? They don't have a Golden Age, they don't have a Cistern effect, they don't get the extra food gathering until they commit to farms, and that tends to come down the line. Looks like we are going to get the mills, so CSO is probably going to have to add them in soon, and I don't think that's really of his own choice here, right? 11 sheep, meanwhile, other side, we've still got 12, and that's 12, considering that Numidon had the increased gathering rate. So it just shows you how much better off he was. Love that he's already on the berries. We have been seeing some builds where people start on the berries. Actually, CSO's teammate, Louis, done this in the game versus Recon, right? The Byzantine versus Ibex game. The problem of going berry straight away is it's an inferior gathering rate. So you're tech timing sooner. I actually prefer Numidon's build for the Hippodrome timing. The first horsemen are really impactful. You have to think of Byzantine horsemen like a light version of French knights. The first 2 to 4 can find a lot more value than the next 6 combined. Check out the play. Council Hall really slow from CSO. He's going to turtle. Yeah, this is a turtle build. He did scout this out, right? So he knows it's Hippodrome. That kind of makes sense. He doesn't want to come out to contest. You can tell if someone's going for like a greedier build if they have only 2 people in Council Hall. Typically, you're looking 4 to 6 if you're looking for an aggressive timing. Usually 4 on average. And I love these little wolves, dude. I've been calling them the little bird wings, right? Because it's like a little blob bird and they got the wings. I think Luciferon was the leader for making this popular. He done it a lot in the tournament so far, and it's catching on quick. It's a little bit less birdwingy and a little bit more complete wall, right? Because it's next to the tree line. But in general, we've seen players do it like here, where they just build a small wall here, the V for victory, as I also like to call it. And it doesn't touch a tree line. The whole idea is if cavalry comes in, they take way too long to get around. And it means with Wheelbarrow, you can always run away to safety. Expilator is on the way. Numidan is already feeling a little bit thrifty. I love the confidence with which he pumps Expilatores without actually having more than 1 horseman. He's like, I've got this. Those eco units are gonna die. Calm down, lad. You're not in yet. Usually, Expilatores is worth it when you have, I'd say, about 4 horsemen. You have to remember, it adds +2 damage. You have 9 base damage. So by the time you have 4 horsemen, that's almost an extra horseman worth of damage. And Expilatores costs 80 resources compared to 120. I see Expilatores, like, I always like to think of these techs the same way you'd think of, like, a Kurotai. Kurotai is really powerful at the start of castle. Yeah, but you need an army, or it's terrible, right? It's similar with the logic of Expilatores. Interesting Lombos coming in. Is this going to be... I'm wondering if Numidan is going to add in olive groves or if he's looking to add in archers alongside Lombo production. Actually, dude, you know what this might be? This actually might be Keshiks and archers behind it. Because whenever I see someone going double broad axe, there's a question mark in my mind as to why. Especially considering he hasn't even got horticulture yet and he's opened Hippodrome. Yeah, it's actually going to be Silk Road, so we are getting our Javs. So Javs plus archers would make a lot of sense. Javs aren't great at taking out spears, and you're going to be up against longbow spears. So you have the Javs to deal with the longbows, you have the archers to deal with the spears, and then the horsemen are just there to kill eco. That's a very interesting approach. Not one I see often, actually. Usually it's like, you know, Lombo Horseman or Jav Horseman, or usually like the one that we see a lot with Hippodrome is you go Keshik Horseman and then you add in your own archers. I'm not disagreeing that like all the eco tech shouldn't eventually be got, but the fact that he went lumber preservation before horticulture is really surprising here, considering that actually Byzantine's food is the most important resource in the early game, especially those berries. So like with Hippodrome, it's quite odd to see him prioritize wood first. Might be the blacksmith timing though, and yep, there we go, Archer Green's blacksmith. All right, we ticked each box. I really like this comp. This is a smart comp. I don't think CSO's going to anticipate it either. Fertilization's everything, right? That isn't meat. Like, anything that is not meat, fertilization's good, right? Well, hunted meat. So, you know, obviously these guns aren't hunted. Because you have survival techniques for deer and boar, and then you have the ecotechs here, the fertilization and whatnot, for everything else. Now on the Y flank, looks like we are going to get more bass burying going on. So that is going to be the 8 stack. Like that he's really far away. This is actually such a smart timing by Numidan. The thing that's awkward for the English is even if they come in and say, you haven't got enough villages, where are they? They can't go looking for it. It's the weakness of English. It's why English actually look to dominate you at the start of Feudal Age. This is not a Civ that can play flank. If they have to spread wide on the map, they've already lost the game. At least before Castle Age. Castle, different case, but Feudal, there's only one way to play this. CSO is looking to play it all in. I like this. I was a bit worried he was going to go for like a 2TC Castle Age type build, and I just don't think that works very well against the Byzantines. They get a very clean timing to kill, right? Like they'll have like 12 javelins, 10 horsemen, a car siphon, and be pushing. Outpost coming up though, CSO starting to extend that influence, but archers are being added in, and we have got the steel dagger on the way. So CSO's already behind on his timing. He's got a blacksmith, but he's a little bit delayed, and this is really bad. This is actually a big part of why I think that the Byzantines are really good against the English. Ever since the system buff, they can afford to get blacksmith on time. Getting it on time is one thing. It's a good thing in itself. But what makes it busted is this effect here from the Dialecticus. Look how long it takes. It's 38 seconds compared to a pretty lofty minute wait on the other side. So this is a brutal advantage for the Byzantines. CSO now adding them in arms. I gotta say, like, the Hippodrome play is impressing me. We haven't seen the Triumph activated yet, but we will in the main fight. And the reason this is really good is Horseman is a pretty decent answer against Men-at-Arms in the past anyway. But now you've got the +4 damage, right? You hit for 13. These Men-at-Arms are not cheap, but they're not going to feel tanky either. Outpost crawl continues. CSO. Timing could work against him here. He hasn't gone in for the undermesh yet. Second group of javelins is coming out. By the time this fight happens, we're going to be looking at 3 groups. I think CSO's whole approach is slow and steady wins the race. I'm up against Hippodrome, and I like it. But I think Numenar's adaptation with the archers, as we just saw, has caught CSO unprepared. I just realized, have we got the... Yeah, dude, I don't know why that keeps turning on. Apologies for anyone who's like, why are they different colors now? Numenor is in purple, CSO is in red. I don't know what it is at the moment, but the unique colors seems to turn off before I get in lobby. I'm going to have to check my settings to see if something accidentally resetted there. If someone could remind me at the end of the game, I'd appreciate it. Undermesh now on the way. CSO is at least going to have those techs. I wouldn't even be surprised if Numenor maybe considers... Nah, there's no way you want to go for Bloomery with just a handful of horsemen. It's nice, but Triumph already gives you a big booster. It's better to put that extra resource into additional production. Horseman wrapping wide. I really like this. I mean, CSO, when he's trying to field an army to match the Byzantines, you can't just be doing farms alone. Sure, it's happening, but it has to be this pocketed deer or boar. So I love that Numenor is going wide. He's going to probably check both of these resources on the back, the scout nearby, and then wrap towards the mainland. I say that, the scout's not even here. Yeah, so riding a bit blind's bold. I'm surprised by this. You typically wouldn't send horsemen without some layer of vision like this, because if the spearmen waiting, you're just dead on arrival. By the time you see them, it's too late. Oh, wow. Dude, he's going to spot the horseman transition. CSO hadn't revealed that yet. That was hidden information. That's actually big. Triumph activated. He goes in. Expilatoris as well, so he's getting payday here. Overwhelms the horseman he sees. Continues on his way through. Triumph is still activated for another 15 seconds. CSO just trying to dodge death. That's already going to be 4 worker kills. So Expilatoris pays for itself and now leads to a 4 villager advantage for Numenor. Does cost him a few horsemen, but gotta give him credit here. He took out, what, 2 enemy horsemen with him? Worth it. Raid on the other side should be able to hit as well. So CSO is going to find Numenor out here. Want to give a lot of credit to CSO here. It's very difficult to find your way into Horseman in English unless your name is Mister. But it's a smart read because of what we highlight. This Civ cannot play wide. Horseman can. Fortunately, this is like maybe the one situation where it feels bad is you're building Horseman against Hippodrome, right? So anytime you get mirrored by this Cav unit, you're going to die. They're going to have more damage, they're going to have heal, and let's say you try to run away, if you misposition even slightly, the extra movement speed for Triumph will give the win. Oof, and this also hurts. So, like, let's say Numenor ran into CSO's horseman like that and took this chip damage, Triumph will fix it, right? But for CSO, this is permanent. This is not an Abbey of Memes build. Both of them running back to the same location. Neck and neck on military force right now. Quality is quite even as well. So a lot of longbows, sure, but it's also a decent number of javelins with another pump coming. I love the way that Numenor has somehow macroed up. I swear, dude, the Byzantines, if they get buffed in the next patch, they're going to become, I don't know if I want to say first pick material, definitely second pick. They're really scary right now. The ramp up on their economy is really impressive due to the buffed assistant and the way that people found the optimal builds now. Looks like it's going to be a stab on the backside. Numenor gets the tech up. And CSO doesn't know. Oh dear. Oh, this is going to be a problem. He's going to raid on the gold. Great, but you need to go deep. Just a little bit deeper is all you need. And there it is. Confirmation. Golden Horn Tower. CSO. Did he see it? I think he did. The problem is, what can you do about it? Any other Civ, you dive this base, you punish them, but Dialecticus is a thing here, folks. So CSO can't take his time. He's either in immediately or he's leaving. If you try to dive this, you could just end up losing the entire army because of how quickly the veterancies unlock here. They take half the time of other civs. Awesome raid. Is going to be shot down. Nice little stab in there. We'll get rid of one of the ponies. Archers trading out. 1-2 villages going to be lost, but tech up is now complete. Numidan, he gathers enough gold for some upgrades here. It's going to be a chase in. Jabs left behind. Means the Horsemen are going to get premium value there. Dive continues on through. Horsemen are now arriving. The Triumph tickets are up at 9, so this could be big. Could wipe out the Lombos. CSO standing his ground against this. Javelins trading out. The Horsemen need to wrap around here and get on top of the Javs. Not being quick enough about it. Instead, it's going to be Cathrax. So Numidan doesn't even bother with the veterancies here. He stands his ground. Hippodrome Triumph has been activated. Cathrax are now coming out. And CSO, this feels like a death push. Only whose death is going to be. Cathrax now charging in. Drawing fire. And it feels like it's going to be the end of CSO. Lombo's thrown away like this. He hasn't even got the gold for a tech up yet. And because Numidan has now switched into Cathrax, the lack of a defense force means he might get caught with his hand in the tech up jar. Dude, that was a wipe. That was an insane wipe. Numidan, the delay, the timing on that. The choice to go Cathrax as well is kind of wild here. I'm surprised, but also I'm impressed. Going Cathrax instead gives him a better tempo timing. If he'd chosen to prioritize the veterancies on the Javs, on the Archers, his army wouldn't have arrived as quickly. And look at what it now forces for CSO. If you ever want to see what an English player looks like when he's desperate, this is it. If you ever want to see why our culture involves so much drinking of beer and depression, this is it. Oof. And it's not even a great one. You know how you can tell that CSO didn't intend to build a white tower? The farms are set up on the south and north side. Usually if you're doing this, the white tower goes in the middle. Instead, it's going on the left side forward. Nothing protects the south. Triumph gets activated. Cadders and Horsemen are in. Oh man, this hits so hard. Archer follow-up as well. Army next to non-existent. And here's the thing about white tower, guys. Oh no! I'm just going to walk around it. Range plus Suin as well, so these Cathrax are not unkillable. I mean, dude, this is it. I don't see how CSO is going to hold on now. He does have an eco lead, right? Because of that trade in the enemy base, but not for long here. These Cathrax are going to butcher whatever they find, and I believe you do not have textiles either for CSO. He was seen running through that pathetic little gate. Not just... Dude, are they going to check? I mean, Numidan's got to understand that if CSO is going to survive in this game, he needs gold from somewhere, right? So he chases north side to check this gold stack. He's going to check the south side as well. And you can bet your top dollar he's going to find value at both. Oh, man. Archer's Jabs moving in. Villagers at least going to garrison, but there's a few too many here. Looks like the gold being camped isn't going to catch the rest of the villagers. CSO does switch them over onto wood. Outpost is coming up. The thing is, he knows about the gold on the other side, so this is very ambitious to believe you're going to be in the game long enough for that to matter. And that's going to be it. GG. He knows when he's beat. Okay, CSO does not wait around. Numidan impressing me here with a very decisive 2-0, something that I think has been lacking in this group stage. At least please a little bit of hope for the future, right? Obviously, he was not able to make playoffs here. He does not have enough points. It was impossible. But I like that I'm starting to see the Numidan that I saw on ladder. I mentioned this when we came to this tournament. A lot of fresh faces, people who don't have that competitive experience in a very brand new, interesting drafting comp where draft matters a lot. I didn't expect many of them to do very well. But what's important is they are getting that experience under the belt. They're figuring out the draft, and they're also starting to find their feet in a competitive environment where they're not necessarily going to crack under the pressure. It bodes well for people like Killjadi, people like Numidan, people like CSO that I think can go a very long way in the future. Okay. So, I think, have I added that to the list? 6 series, I think we might call it a day. I think it's a pretty good time to call it a day. We've done, what, 7 hours? 6 hours, 40 minutes, I think it is. That's not too bad. Also, big shout out. Sorry, I forgot to respond. I did see you earlier, Tim. Thank you, man. I'm glad you enjoy the content. So, also to answer C's comment earlier, apologies, I was a little bit late on answering C's, especially. Live streams will appear like in the VODs on Twitch. They also do appear on the YouTube side in the live stream playlist afterwards. I just have to manually add them in there. But yeah, great stream, phenomenal stream, dude. I like some really good games, some really interesting games. And we still have so many more to go. So if you haven't followed the channel already, definitely a good time to do so. Let me just do my quick calculations here. We've got... That is going to be 19 more series to cast. And I think there's still 2 or 3 that I haven't even added to the list yet. So potentially even more to still come. Kind of crazy to think just how many we cast each week. But that is going to be it for now. I'm going to find someone to raid. Make sure you mark it in your calendar for when I go live. I'll be live by midday tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. So don't miss out. We might even find some time for community games. I want to try and figure out like a way to getting towards a reliable day where we do community games. I think we're not quite there to do it like carved in, guaranteed yet, because we just don't have enough people immediately turning up. But we're getting there. I love the growth we've been seeing in the stream. Like a lot of new people turning up, a lot of old faces as well. I think like if we continue the growth the way we're going, you know, we get to a stage where it's like 250, 300, 350 people tuning in quite quickly. That's sick because that means I can start doing more community games, which I definitely want to do more with you guys. You know, the Fun Day Monday type thing, the Bounty Everything, the 5 minutes someone dies type modes. They're all great to do with communities. For now, though, what I'm going to do, I'm going to find someone to raid. I'm going to raid through to... I think we know where I'm going, guys. It's got to be across to my bud Crackety. Good old Crackety. He's just came online. So I'm going to send the raid his way. That is going to be it for me today. Once again, make sure you're back here tomorrow. If you haven't followed already and you haven't got notifications turned on, like follow and turn notifications on. I've had people come in before like, oh no, I didn't know the stream was live. Don't be a fool about it. Also, ! Discord. Join my Discord. I announce when I go live there. Also, I love to see that we start to get people just chattering in there. Let me know what kind of channels you guys want there, like what what kind of device you want to have. Because I'm all for growing that side of the community as well. But let me get that raid ready for Crackety. Sleep on that dungeon background. Yeah, someone's gonna have to recommend it to me to add that terrible choice in to ruin my beautiful background. But hell yeah. Go give some support to Crackety. Be sure to spam your pigeon emotes. I know plenty of you got them. If you haven't got them yet, what are you waiting for? Subscribe to the channel. Plenty of good emotes to take advantage of, rather, and get value out of. This one is literally used by me in every channel, and I have no shame. But much love, folks. Hopefully, I'll see you at the next stream tomorrow, where we'll be continuing the recap of the Elite Classic 2 group stage. I'll see you soon.